the nuns. When they were done, they stood aside. The first soldier slid a bayonet out of a case on his belt and neatly popped a slat loose from a crate of sardines. He speared one of the tins, held it away from his uniform to avoid the dripping oil, sniffed it, then flung it away, cleaning his bayonet on the weeds beside the road. "Load it up," he said. While they worked, the soldier wandered around the van. Something displeased him. Something wasn't right. He opened the passenger side door, squatted on the road, stared into the cab. D'Amelia sensed he was a moment away from putting his hand beneath the front seat and finding Fiedin's pistol. "Do you know, sir, we took an extra crate of sausage from the storeroom. There's one more than we're supposed to have." The soldier stood and walked to the back of the truck. His face was dark with anger. "What does that mean? Why do you tell me that?" D'Amelia was completely flustered. "Why, I don't know. I didn't mean—" His voice hung in the air. The soldier leaned close, saw the fear in his eyes. "You do not offer bribes to German soldiers," he said very softly. "It is something you do not do." "Of course, I know. I didn't—" D'Amelia sputtered. The soldier jerked his head toward the road. It meant, "Get moving." Fiedin grabbed the last two crates, carried them into the front seat with him. When he tried to start the car, it stalled. The engine caught. Fiedin made a grinding shift. The car lurched forward, almost stalled again. The soldier turned away from them, clasped his hands behind his back, and stared down the road in the direction they'd come from. 4 September, 9:26 p.m. In the Funkabwehr Bureau on the Boulevard Suchet, at the end of the hall where Sturmbannführer Granweiss's personal office was located, there was a mood of great anticipation. Granweiss was cool and businesslike in the summer heat. He could be seen through the open door doing a little paperwork, studying reports, sometimes writing a comment in the margin. Work went on, he seemed to suggest, the glory and the drudge in turn. Such was life. A few senior officers had found it necessary to be in the Funkabwehr office that night, chatting in low voices with attentive junior staff who busied themselves with 1,000 little jobs that must be done every day in a military office. The devil is in the details, the Germans say. Klaus was hunting for the Carnet file. Helmut needed a look at the July pay vouchers for the Strasbourg station. Walter asked Helmut if the Lyon relay tower plan was still locked up in committee in Berlin. Heinrich, at 9:27, nodded sharply to himself, held the headphones tightly to his ears for a moment to make absolutely sure, then dialed a single digit on his telephone. The crowd in the Funkabwehr office knew immediately that what had been a strong possibility was now confirmed. Granweiss had caught a spy. But the Sturmbannführer let the receiver rest on its cradle. He finished the final paragraph of his report, initialed the lower corner, and then answered the phone. The frequency was the same as last night, Heinrich reported. Granweiss thanked him, turned on his receiver, fiddled with the dial until the transmitted numbers came through crisp and clear. Several of the senior officers and a few people on his own staff drifted into the large office, close enough to Granweiss's desk to hear what went on. The 2 Löwe Opta radio trucks had been in position since early evening, strategically placed on either side of the Montmartre hill. Granweiss gave them a few minutes to get a fix on the transmission, then called truck number 1 to come in on his communications radio. "I can confirm the 49 meters. Are you getting it?" "We hear him, but the direction is a little blurred. The way we're receiving, he's bouncing between 18 and 23 degrees. "I see." Granweiss studied his city map for a moment. "Then go up to the Rue Caulaincourt, try for a reading there and call me back." From the second truck, on the Boulevard Barbès side of Montmartre, the news was better. Their signal was clear, just about precisely on 178.4 degrees. Granweiss made certain the celluloid disc was perfectly centered, then ran the silk thread out along the degree line. "Could be in Sacré-Cœur," he said. "Perhaps in the Belfry. I wonder, have they also a hunchback like Notre Dame?" The first RDF truck came over the radio a few minutes later. "Not much better, Herr Sturmbannführer. Maybe it's the elevation, but something's deflecting here, something's hurting the reception. But not in London, we hope." There was a pause as the radio technician tried to decide how to answer this. Grandweiss saved him the trouble. "We're doing just fine. Stay where you are. I'll be back in a moment." The technician said yes, sir, briskly, and signed off in a hurry. This working for a legend required a steady nerve. Grandweiss reached into his desk drawer and retrieved a special map of Paris in book form, printed on heavy paper, showing every street, every alley, the number of every building. He then dialed his intercom and instructed his chief clerk to telephone the Northern Electrical Power substation. Moments later, he was talking to the French night supervisor, asking to be connected with the office of Lieutenant Schillich. As he waited, he could hear the deep hum of the station's giant turbines. "Lieutenant Schillich," he thought to himself, "you had best be available for this call, and don't make a fool of Grandweiss." "Lieutenant Schillich," said a youthful voice. Grandweiss explained what he needed, starting at the Rue Colincourt side of Montmartre and working along a certain line toward the east, street by street. Then he turned up the volume on his receiver and silently begged the wireless telegraph operator to keep on transmitting. "Starting at Colincourt now," Schillich announced. From the speaker, 562-511. "Next on the list is the Avenue Junot, from number 30 to the end." Grandweiss's audience was hushed and anticipatory, sensing that the moment of the kill was near. At the lieutenant's direction, the substation engineers worked their way east across the grid of steep, crooked streets that made up the old village high above Paris. "Next we have," said Schillich, following his own edition of Grandweiss's map, "the Rue Le Pic." Grandweiss found the street and marked it with his index finger. From the receiver, 335, then 428, then silence. In the Hôtel Bretagne, the room went dark. Janina's hand froze on the dead key, and she tore the earphones from her head. But there was nothing, other than the evening hush of an occupied city, for her to hear. For a few seconds she sat there, then, before she could do anything, the lights came on. The red filaments in her radio tubes glowed back to life. It was just a brief outage, she realized. Some problem with the electricity. A few miles south of the roadblock, Fiedin pulled off the E2 and drove a little way down a farmer's dirt path. There was no need to discuss what had to be done. He simply took the weapon from beneath the seat and walked out into the strip of forest that separated two fields. Theoretically, they would note where it had been dumped and, some day, return to collect it. Emilia smoked pensively and stared out over the countryside. The peasants, working in the last light of the late summer dusk, were harvesting wheat with horse-drawn mowing machines. There was a haze of dust in the air, cicadas whirred madly, the mowing machines swayed as they cut through the ripe grain. He got out of the truck to stretch his legs and felt a slight vibration in the ground. For a moment there was no sound. Then there was just the beginning of it, thunder in the distance. Fiedin returned, stood by the side of the truck, and squinted up into the darkening sky. The ground trembled, then shook. The sound swelled, then seemed to explode the air, growing louder and louder until D'Emilia could feel the waves of it hammering against his heart. In self-defense he knelt down, then tried to count the dark shapes that moved slowly across the sky, returning from London or Liverpool. Perhaps 50 Heinkel 3s and maybe the same number of Ju-88s, the best of the German bombers and their escort, possibly 30 Messerschmitt 110s. He had seen it in Warsaw, how the fronts of the buildings slid into the street in a cloud of dust. The silhouette of a fireman on a roof, arms and legs thrown wide like a gingerbread man by the blast, white fire and blue fire, the young woman a block away from harm who sits down and dies without a mark on her. He knew the Germans for the fire engineers they were. Above him, one of the bombers trailed a delicate strand of white smoke from beneath its wing. Another flew very low and far behind the formation. D'Amelio could hear its engine. Ignition, then silence. Ignition, silence. It seemed restless. A wing dipped, the nose of the plane lowered, then righted itself. Perhaps the plane and the pilot were both damaged, D'Amelio thought. But 2 planes among 100. Only 2 planes. Others in the sea, maybe. One in poor Mrs. Brown's kitchen, but most of the bombers would be back at it the following day. Even fire hoses wore out eventually, D'Amelio knew, the white, frayed threads visible through the broken rubber. The sound faded slowly to the south, toward the Luftwaffe base near Merville. The cicadas started up again, the huge horses plodded along, and the mowers creaked as they rolled through the wheat. A Norman peasant walked beside his plough horse, walked slowly, head down like an old man, one hand riding on the horse's shoulder. It worked. Once you determined the street by turning off the electricity until the transmission stopped, your sound trucks could identify the building by strength of signal. They radioed back to Grandweiss, Hotel Bretagne. The hunting party was hastily organized. 2 Gestapo detectives, thick-bodied types, a few senior officers with their sidearms, and Walter and Helmut, who squeezed into the second car, encouraged by Grandweiss's wink. The 2 cars sped through the Paris night, arriving at the Rue Lepic in good time. The wireless telegraph operator was still at it, according to the technicians in the Löwe Opta trucks. The actual entry into the hotel was restricted to the 2 detectives, along with 2 of the senior officers, who could not be told no, as well as Walter, representing Grandweiss's faithful staff, and Grandweiss himself. The night clerk, an old man with a white eye, trembled with fear when the Gestapo uniform swept through the door. He showed them the registration book. They picked out, immediately, the woman, Marie Ladoux, who for 10 days had occupied a top-floor room. Rented for her by a cousin, the man said, a week before she arrived. "She doesn't sleep here at night," he confided to one of the detectives. "God only knows where she goes." They acknowledged later, quietly among themselves, that she had been very brave. The young French girl or English girl, or whoever she was, really very brave. When they kicked the door open, she simply turned and stared at them as though they'd been impolite, her hand poised on the telegraph key. "Strange she had no watchers," Walter said later to the others in the Funkabwehr office on the Boulevard Suchet. "A patched-together business, I think," Helmut said. "Extemporized." A sad little smile, and the shrug that went with it. The British were losing now, knocked silly by German bombs, waiting for the blow to fall as a tough, predatory army waited on the chalk cliffs at Boulogne. The same cliffs where Napoleon's Grande Armée had waited and waited. But this wasn't Napoleon, and the junior officers, quite properly, read desperation in the girl's mission, one could say sacrifice. Clearly nobody had expected her to survive for very long. She shocked them, though. The rules of the game specified that the wireless telegraph operator give up, accept interrogation, accept the consequences of spying, which hadn't changed in 100 years. The courtyard, the blindfold. But though she did not struggle when they took her, they got her only as far as the back seat of the Gestapo Mercedes, securely handcuffed, with a detective on either side. Yet she managed to do what she had to do. They heard the crunch of bitten glass, and a few seconds later, her head fell over like a broken doll. And that was the end of Marie Ladoux. Grandweiss stayed behind with one of the senior officers to examine the real prize, the clandestine radio, which turned out to be the good old Mark 15 transceiver, actually its first cousin, the Parasite. But, Grandweiss thought, standard MI6 equipment. He nodded to himself with satisfaction and relief. The British scientists made him nervous. Sometimes great bumblers, sometimes not. He feared that under pressure of war they might outperform themselves and conjure up some diabolical apparatus that would make his life a hell. But so far, nothing like that, as far as he could tell, in the Hotel Bretagne. Standard stuff. 2 transmission frequencies, from 3.3 to 4.5 megacycles, and from 4.5 to 7.6 megacycles. 4 to 5 watts of power, enough to get to London. 3 American metal tubes, a 6v6 crystal-controlled pilot, cadmium steel box, silver finish. A calibration curve to assist the operator was mounted in the upper left-hand corner, essentially a graph chart with a diagonal line. Grandweiss took a soft leather tool pouch from the pocket of his uniform jacket and selected a screwdriver for the task of getting behind the control panel. To the senior officer looking over his shoulder, he said, "Maybe something new inside." There was. Grandweiss left the hotel by the Saint-Rustique side of the building. Meanwhile, the senior officer exited on the Rue Lepic. This parting company, a mysterious event that nobody ever really explained. For a time, it wasn't clear that Grandweiss was ever going to be found. But with persistence and painstaking attention to detail, he was. Crown on the second bicuspid molar, fillings in upper and lower canines, a chipped incisor. Yes, that was Grandweiss. If a tattered charcoal log under a jumble of brick and tile could be called any name at all. The junior officers of the Funkabwehr were extremely put out by this turn of events. It was, at its heart, rude, and rudeness of this sort they would never have ascribed to the British character. Had they known, of course, that it was the Poles who'd sent their leader from the room, they would have thrown up their hands in angry recognition. What could you expect? But the British were different, Aryan, northern, civilized, and blessed with certain German virtues, honor and friendship, and love of learning. The British were, in fact, perhaps a little worse than the Poles, but the Germans wouldn't come to understand that for some time. "Personally," said Heinrich, "it is the very sort of thing I find I cannot forgive." September, 2:30 p.m. Genya Baylis seated herself by a window in the Café Trois Rennes, next to the Saint-Pierre Cemetery in Montmartre. She was a vision, even in the end of summer heat. A little white hat with a bow, set just to one side of her head. A little white suit, 3 dashes of Guerlain. Not the usual for this neighborhood, but who knew what business royalty might have up here? Maybe a call on a poor relative or a bouquet for a former lover, who somehow wound up in the local boneyard. Whatever the truth, she shone, and her tea was served with every courtesy and every drop still in the cup. Very damn inspiring the way she walked. Maybe you didn't believe in heaven, but you certainly could believe in that. Chin and shoulders elevated, back like fine steel, the emphatic ring of high heels on the tile floor of a café. In the cabinet de toilette, Madame whipped off a lambskin glove and slipped a brown envelope behind a radiator. Then she returned to her tea. A few blocks away, a number of Gestapo gentlemen read newspapers in cars and doorways all the livelong day as the mess in the Rue Lepic was cleaned up. But that was hopeless, and they knew it. Nobody was going to be coming around to see what happened to X. The abrupt halt in transmission, the absence of coded startup signals, missent call sign, incorrect date, and the London people would know their network communication had been cut. One sent the newspaper readers out to the cars and doorways, but one knew better. The lovely lady in white returned to the quartier of the Café Trois Rennes on 2 occasions. But she found no chalk mark on Monsieur Laval's gravestone, and the letter in the toilette mailbox went uncollected, so that, in the end, the latest news on canals and barges in the Channel ports, went unread. Though she had never seen her correspondent, she felt sad. Enough a veteran of the business to know what uncollected mail implied. Then, too, she had walked past the spontaneous renovation at the Hôtel Bretagne, noted newspaper readers in the vicinity, noted the absolute silence of the Parisian press on the subject of local explosions, and wondered if it all might not somehow fit together. But hers not to reason why. Hers to travel down to the Banque de Commerce Nationale in Orléans, humiliate the most vulgar, oily little bankman that God ever made, and collect a new set of procedures. Now it was the 16th arrondissement, now it was the Café du Jardin, now the adjacent cemetery was in Passy. Ghouls, she thought. Starry night in the village of Aire. In 1430, the Roman bridge over the River Lys had been replaced, and the Martagne family had built a fine house at the end of it, so the cool air that hung above the water made the stone rooms pleasant on summer evenings. Martagne, the port supervisor from Calais, had a red face and black hair, a big cleft nose and a big moustache. He sat in a dark kitchen with D'Emilia. Fiedine was waiting at the edge of the village, drinking farmer-made calvados from a stone crock. "Take another calva," he said. "Uncle made that in 1903. Martagne liked to spend his time in the bars with the Polish dockyard workers, and they put him on to Fiedine and D'Emilia when he got frustrated with the Germans and threatened to talk to somebody. Now he was drunk. He stared down at the scarred old table and brooded. Finally he said, "You a spy?" "Yes." Martagne made a face. "I am a Norman," he said. "Not French, whatever that means, but we fight their damn battles. They're good at insults, not so good at fighting. Bad combination, you'll agree?" "Yes." "It's fighting you'll find in Martagne, Crécy, Agincourt, Sedan, Poitiers, Le Marne, Jena, Marengo. Probably went over the Channel with William the Conqueror, last time anybody managed to do that, by the way. Probably somebody looked like me, with my ugly face." Martagne laughed at the idea. "Can't stand the English," he said. "You care?" "No," D'Emilia said. "They care?" "No." Martagne laughed again. "Me neither," he said. He stood, swayed a moment, then left the room. Through a crack in the closed shutter, D'Emilia could see that moon and starlight lit the old village, and he could hear splashing water where the Lys ran over a small weir. Somewhere in the house, Martagne was banging drawers open and shut. Finally, he reappeared and handed D'Emilia 3 sheets of used carbon paper. "Sorry I didn't bring the originals," he said. "We'll take one more calva." He poured generously. The fragrance of distant apples drifted up to D'Emilia. "Now, Monsieur Spy, one little story before you go." D'Emilia sipped the calvados. "The last week in June, on the day of the surrender, when Pétain got on the radio about how he was preserving the honor of France, my grandfather put on a nightshirt he'd never worn in his life and got into his bed. He was a healthy old bird, pissed like a fountain. But now he stayed in bed. He didn't speak, he didn't smile, he just stared at the wall. The doctor came, a childhood friend. Didn't help. He made the old jokes, said the old things, left a tonic on the nightstand. But a week later, my grandfather was gone. "He has died of shame," the doctor said. "So, now, what you have in your hand, that is his revenge, and mine. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand," D'Emilia said. He proved it by standing up to leave. Martagne looked away, angry at what he'd done. angry at the world for having made him do it. D'Amelia said good night and slipped out the door. Gold in hand, it turned out. September. In Newport, just across the Belgian border, dust from the wheat harvest hung in the warm air, and the fields shimmered in golden light. The docks were burning, the harbor smelled of dead fish, and RAF Blenheim 4F came tearing over the jetty at 50 feet with its gun ports twinkling. The windows of the Café Newport fell in on a dead fisherman and a dead waiter, and a German corporal came running out of the toilet with his pants around his ankles. A mackerel boat caught fire, and the cook jumped into the harbor. 8 rounds from the .303 guns, including an incendiary tracer, stitched up the side of the harbor gasoline tank, 30 feet high, and absolutely nothing happened. The cook yelled he couldn't swim, a couple of taxi drivers ran to the edge of the pier, but when the Blenheim screamed around the town in a banked turn, they threw themselves on their bellies, and by the time they looked out at the water again, there was nobody there. The Germans had an anti-aircraft gun at the top of the hill, in the little garden behind the town hall, and red fireballs went whizzing through the port as they tried to hit the Blenheim. Flown by some species of madman, in fact, a Rhodesian bush pilot, the Blenheim seemed enraged by the attack, tore out over the sea and came skimming back into Newport, blazing away at the gun position and hitting 2 of the gunners and the mayor's secretary. On the top floor of the dockside Hotel Vlaanderen, D'Amelia and a whore wearing a slip and a Turkish seaman wearing underpants watched the fight together through a cracked window. D'Amelia had come running in here when the attack started, but the whore and the sailor hardly seemed to notice him. The room quivered, and a blast wave rang the window glass, high explosive going off on the other side of town. D'Amelia looked out the window to see, just over the town horizon, thick, curling smoke, black and ponderous, tumbling slowly upward, implying the death of an industrial something or other that had lived on heavy oil. Then the hotel was hit. The sailor squawked and grabbed the whore in terror, knocking her blonde wig askew and revealing clipped dark hair beneath. "Shh," she said, and stroked the man's hair. D'Amelia pressed his palm against the worn linoleum, testing for heat in case the floor below them was on fire. For the moment, he decided he was about as safe as he was going to get. The bombers seemed to be working north of Newport, near the railroad yards. Puffs of dark smoke from spent ack-ack bursts drifted back over the town from that direction. Fiedin should have been halfway down to Abbeville. D'Amelia could only hope he hadn't been killed in the raid. The mackerel boat was fully ablaze now. A man ran up to it, threw a completely pointless bucket of water on the roof of the crackling wheelhouse, then ran away. "My poor town," the whore said under her breath. The sailor said something in Turkish, and the whore, responding to the tone of his voice, said, "Yes, that's right." As D'Amelia turned back to the window, the Blenheim flashed by, the wing-tip no more than 10 feet away, engines howling, rattling the window in its frame. The pilot circled low over the town and headed back out to sea toward the Dover cliffs and home. The Germans had now gotten their anti-aircraft gun working again, and sent him on his way with a volley that may have nicked the tail of the airplane. The pilot responded, put his plane in a violent climb, foot on the floor, then a steep bank at the top of the climb, where he vanished into the low cloud. A little bell rang in the street. The Newport fire truck stopped for a moment while 2 firemen struggled with a large chunk of concrete, dragging it to the edge of the dock by the bent rods sticking out at odd angles. The men jumped back on the truck, and it drove around the harbor to where the burning mackerel boat had now set the pier on fire. A Felden Gendarmerie open car pulled up behind the truck, and a soldier ran over to the driver's window and pointed back the other way. The soldier climbed into his car, and both vehicles began the long process of getting themselves turned around without dropping a wheel over the edge of the pier. Good, D'Amelia thought. Something's really gone up somewhere, and the Germans are very unhappy about it. But even so, D'Amelia, the realist, had been watching German equipment go up in flames since September of 1939, and he had to admit that it didn't seem to slow them down. They patched and fixed and improvised and did without. War's own children, he thought. They find a way to get the job done and go on to the next town. Another plane came tearing past the hotel, the clatter of gunfire echoing in the little room. No, the same Blenheim, D'Amelia realized. He'd been hiding out over the sea somewhere or a little way down the coast, and this time, like magic, the huge gasoline storage tank erupted in a great woof of orange flame and boiling black smoke. The pilot circled the town, getting a good eyeful for his gun cameras, and obviously very proud of what he'd done. He then waggled his wings — the AA gunners did everything but throw their lunch at him — and sped out over the sea toward the English coast. A little rain that night. The Turkish seaman went off to sail away, if he still had a boat to sail away on, and D'Amelia paid the whore to stay with her in the room. Bernette, she was called. No longer young, short and sturdy, fiercely proud in the face of all the pranks that life had played her. She hung her blonde wig on the post at the foot of the bed and fussed over it and combed it out, calling it her poor beaver, entirely unself-conscious in her slip and half-inch salt-and-pepper hair. D'Amelia gave her some money, and she wriggled into a skirt and went off to a cafe she knew, where they cooked on a wood-fired stove. The electricity in Newport was out, and returned carrying a big plate of lentils and bacon with vinegar, still warm and covered with yesterday's newspaper, and 2 bottles of dark beer. Excuse them for not sending the lady and gentleman a glass, but their glassware had not survived the afternoon. The rain pattered on the wharf-side streets, cooling everything a little. In the distance, the bells of the fire trucks never stopped. It smelled like Warsaw, charred plaster, burning oil, and cordite. Bernette wrinkled her nose and splashed herself with white ginger perfume so that the room smelled like bombs and gardenias. Would the gentleman, she wanted to know, care for a half-and-half when he'd finished his lentils? The money he'd given her entitled him to at least that. No, D'Amelia said. Somehow the events of the day had left him not much in the mood for such things. Strange, he thought, how much I like you. Like me, a wanderer, somehow never home. That was, it happened, true. She'd had a home, a child, a family. But, well, what did it all matter? God meant her not to have them, and now she didn't. It wasn't much of a story anyhow. Well, the hell with everybody, he said. And he was getting tired of the 4 walls. Could they go out for a walk? She agreed to go. Scared as she was, she agreed. Strange, he thought, how you stumble on the world's secret nobility when you're not even looking for them. When she went down the hall to the toilet, D'Amelia poured half a bottle of beer down his shirt. She made a sour face about that when she returned. She could wash it out in the sink. No, he said, turned away from her so she wouldn't smell that he'd washed his mouth with the rest of the beer and splashed some on his hair. Outside it was quiet at first, the rain hissing on a few small fires here and there. Some of the townspeople were poking through the burnt-out cafe, lifting a blackened timber, then dropping it quickly when they saw what was under it. The patron, the toughest man in Newport, was sitting on the curb and weeping into a dirty handkerchief, his shoulders shaking. "Ach," Bernette said, fought back the tears, then steadied. Soot drifted down on them as they walked carefully because the sea fog hung over the town. Quiet water that night, just lapping at the foot of the quay as the tide went out. Walking away from the center of Newport, they were stopped by a pair of Wehrmacht sentries. Nervy and angry now that they'd been on the wrong end of the war for a moment. They hadn't liked that at all. But what could they do with a beer-smelling slob and a whore headed down the beach for a blowjob? He was now Rosny, Belgian of Czech descent, a long story. In the end, the Germans waved them along, but for half a pfennig they would have run a rifle butt under his chin just to see his heels fly up in the air. Because they had dead friends and half-dead friends, and would have been better off dead friends. D'Aemilia knew what bombing did to people, and they were full of rage and quite dangerous. Bernet, good Bernet, looked at them a certain way, and maybe that bled out the fury just enough to keep D'Amelia's jaw from getting broken. But it was a close thing. The sirens went off about an hour past midnight, and D'Aemilia and Bernet moved off the beach and back into the dunes. They were in the town's shame pit, broken glass, old rags, a dead shoe, a hidden place for those Newport citizens who had to do something private and couldn't afford to do it indoors. D'Aemilia moved into the lee of a dune. They sat down on the damp sand. He put an arm around her shoulders, and she clung to him, her protector. Not much more than a gesture. With what came down on Newport that night, the Blenheim, it turned out, was merely an opening act, a juggler on roller skates. Now the full troop of comedians came running out of the wings. Lancaster bombers, D'Aemilia guessed. The beach shuddered as the bombs hit to long rolls of thunder and flashes of orange fire in the darkness. Once or twice it was close. Sand showered down on them, and Bernet whimpered like a poodle and burrowed into him. The anti-aircraft people up at the mayor's office got on the scoreboard just as the raid began, hit a Lancaster with a full bomb load a little way out to sea from the harbor, and D'Aemilia swore he could see the night cloud for 20 miles around by the light of the explosion. But most of the rest got through, hitting the town and the sea and the villages nearby, and God only knew what else. Pretty soon Newport was truly on fire. The Hotel Vlaanderen, no more than a pile of smoking brick. The second British attack came at 3:30 in the morning. It seemed very quiet when they left. D'Aemilia and Bernet dozed, then woke up at dawn, stiff and chilled and miserable. The sea had come alive in first light. White combers rolling in a long way, crying gulls hanging in the air above the breaking surf. D'Aemilia walked down to the tide line, to splash his face, and there, riding to and fro in a foot of water, a thin trail of yellow foam traced up the back of his uniform, was the first German. Face down, arms above his head. As D'Aemilia watched, a wave a little more powerful than the ones before picked him up, rushed him in a few extra feet, and dumped him on the wet sand. It wasn't clear how he had died. He hadn't burned, hadn't been hit by shellfire. Probably he had drowned. He wore a field-gray combat uniform, waist encircled by a belt with ammunition pouches and a commando knife, prepared to fight. One of mine, D'Aemilia thought. But it wasn't one. It was 3. No, a dozen. Hundreds. At first, the gray of their uniforms blended with the color of the sea, but as the light changed, he could see more and more of them. Most wearing heavy packs, bobbing silently in the surf. Now and then the sea would leave another one on the beach. Then, so it seemed to D'Aemilia, go back out in order to bring in a few more. Dependable port official reports security staff alerting coastal defense units to a landing exercise to be carried out at division strength using barges and seagoing tugs at Westende on the Belgian coast on the night of 12 September. So this was his kill. It would have been suicide to try for Westende, so he'd settled for Newport, to see what he could see. And here it was. Some of the dead were burned, perhaps a ship had been hit, perhaps several ships. Invasion troops. From the packs and all the other equipment, the Germans had put on a dress rehearsal for a landing on the beaches of Britain. And the British had put on a dress rehearsal of their own. It was much too dangerous to stay where he was. There would be hell to pay on this speech once the Germans discovered what the tide was bringing in. But when he turned to look for Burnett, he discovered she'd been standing by his side, bare feet splayed in the sand, arms crossed beneath her breasts. He put a hand on her shoulder, but she did not respond, so he let it drop. Then he knelt down, took a little slip of paper and a stub of pencil from his pocket, and sketched the shoulder patch insignia of one of the dead soldiers. A knight raised a sword above his head, his shield a crusader's cross. The legend above the knight, Grenadier Regiment 46. Legend below, 21 Infanterie Division, Dresden. He tucked the slip of paper into his pants cuff, then stood up. "I know you are a patriot," he said. She had seen and certainly understood what he had just done. It was an act of war to learn who the dead were. "Yes," she said, "I am." Just one more secret, she thought. She kept them all. September 15. Martagna had stolen 3 carbines from the Port of Calais office. The German landing exercise was one of them. D'Emilia made his way south to the village of Sangatte on the road that ran by the sea from Boulogne to Calais. Fiedin was waiting for him in a closed-up villa owned by a Russian baron, lately a toy manufacturer, formerly one of the Tsar's riding masters, in Paris. D'Emilia arrived a little after 1 in the afternoon. Genya Bailis came by taxi from the resort town of Le Touquet an hour later. All trains from Paris to Boulogne and Calais had been suspended, she said. Military traffic only, railroad guns, field hospitals. The time had come. The roads were jammed with panzer tanks and 88 artillery pieces on carriers, and fuel tankers with red crosses painted on them to fool the British attack aircraft. Wehrmacht invasion planners were playing chess now. Big guns at Calais had engaged British artillery across the Channel. Communications frequencies were being jammed, radio towers and radars attacked. "We're coming," it meant. "The enemy's ports are our first line of defense," Lord Nelson in 1805. And nothing had changed. Britain had its little piece of water that it hid behind. The princes of Europe could field huge land armies, but when they reached the coast of France they stopped. A Russian general, a publisher's daughter, a Polish cartographer. At the villa they sat on sheets that covered the furniture in a dark room behind closed shutters. Finished, and they knew it. Fiedin at 60, perhaps the strongest of them, D'Emilia thought. To survive Russia, you had to fight for life, fight the cold, fight the sadness and its vodka. Those who lived were like iron. Genya, D'Emilia saw, had covered the dark circles beneath her eyes with powder. He thought the shadows decadent, sexy, but the attempted disguise made her look old, a woman attempting to deceive the world. As for himself, he felt numb, as though a nerve pounded on by the hour had gone dead. The 3 of them smoked. It made up for food, for sleep. "They've arrested Rheindal," Fiedin said. "The Dutch barge captain. His wife let another friend of ours know about it." "Do they know why?" D'Emilia asked. "No." "What can he tell them?" "That he talked to émigrés, Russians, Poles, Czechs, working against the Germans." "I'm going to sleep," Genya said. She assumed there was a bedroom on the 2nd floor, so climbed the stairs. Fiedin and D'Emilia could hear her up there, walking around in different rooms. Fiedin and D'Emilia left the house, walked to a café, telephoned another café. In silence, they drank coffee for an hour, then an ambulance pulled up outside. The driver joined them, ordered a mark, opened a newspaper. "German strength and French culture to inspire new Europe," read the headline, quoting a French minister. "How can you read that garbage?" Fiedin asked. The ambulance driver shrugged. "I used to prefer pig born with two heads, but this is all you get now." He looked at his watch. "I can let you have 2 hours, so if you're going, you better go." Fiedin handed over a stack of franc notes. "What are you moving?" the driver asked. "Hams," Fiedin said. The driver raised his eyebrows in a way which meant, "I wouldn't mind having one." Fiedin smiled a knave's smile and patted him on the arm. "Business is business," he meant. Fiedin drove the ambulance. D'Emilia lay down on the stretcher in the back. The days when they could use the van were now over. Only French emergency vehicles were allowed on the roads in the coastal region. Keeping to the farm routes, they reached the village of Colombert on the D6. In the main square, a military policeman wearing white gloves was directing traffic. Fiedin pointed at the road he wanted. The policeman waved him violently in that direction. "Yes, go on, hurry." An army truck in the square had a flat tire. Soldiers were standing around waiting for the driver to fix it. They wore the same uniform as the soldiers on the beach at Newport, but their shoulder insignia was different. "Commandos," Fiedin said, squinting to see the patches. "To climb ropes up cliffs." "If they can get to the cliffs," D'Emilia said. Fiedin nosed the wheel over gingerly and drove down a lane between 2 rows of linden trees. The trunks had grown for too many years. There was barely room for a vehicle. The road divided at a canal. Fiedin turned off the ignition. Another lost, exquisite little place. Still water, soft sky, leaves barely moving in the breeze. D'Emilia clambered out of the back of the ambulance. "I hope nobody asks us what we're doing down here." Fiedin shrugged. "We'll say Van Gogh had a fainting spell." They walked along the canal for a time. Around a curve, 14 barges were tied up end to end, roped to iron rings set at the edge of what had been, a century earlier, a towpath. By the water there were 3 blackened, splintered trunks of linden trees. Several others had had their leaves blown off. A single sunken barge was lying halfway on its side in the still water. Fiedin tapped a cigarette out of his pack, screwed it into his ivory holder, and lit it with a small silver lighter. "Well," he said, "we did try." The villa at Sangatte, late afternoon. D'Emilia climbed the stairs, found the bedroom, and opened the door quietly. Genya was sleeping in her underwear, hands beneath her head instead of a pillow, on top of a mattress covered with a sheet. He watched her for a time. She was dreaming. What she showed the world was hard and polished, but in her dream she was frightened, her breathing caught. Carefully he lay down next to her, but she woke up. "You're here," she said. "Yes." "How was it?" "Not so good." "Really?" "We managed to see 3 different places. There was 1 barge sunk, 1 transport damaged. The Germans had French shipfitters working on it. In Calais, an old man who fishes off the jetty said that a motor launch blew up the other night when the British came." Genya didn't answer. D'Emilia was tired. It was hot and airless on the upper floor, dark behind the shutters. Yet he could feel, just at that moment, summer slipping away. He could hear the ocean breaking on the rocky beach. 2 girls on bicycles, talking as they pedaled side by side. Some kind of bird that sang a single low note in a tree outside. He moved closer to Genya, her skin brown against the white sheet, touched her shoulder with his lips. She moved a little away from him. "I'm asleep," she said. September. The invasion fleet began to assemble. It had been planned for Genya to make a courier run to the Passy wireless telegraph operator on the evening of the 15th. But the French police had blocked all the roads, and the railroad stations were off-limits to civilians. The region had been closed. The Calais waterfront was a maze of dark, cobbled streets winding among brick warehouses and cargo sheds, small tenements where the dock workers lived, a few cafes where they drank, and a crumbling hotel with a blue neon sign, Hôtel Neptune, a whorehouse for foreign sailors. D'Emilia and Fiedin went into one of the bars, ordered ballons de rouge, glasses of red wine, and spent an hour gossiping with the owner and his fat blonde wife. The owner wore a tweed cap, had his shirt sleeves rolled up above the elbows. Business was no good, he said. At this rate they wouldn't last much longer. The English dropped bombs on their customers, the Germans paid like drunkards on a spree, or they didn't pay at all. One thought one had it tough before May of '40, et alors what one didn't know. The wife had a rich laugh, and red cheeks. And what was that warehouse across the street? La Barre et La Barre? Boarded up now. They used to see the workers all day, first for an eye-opener, then lunch, a very nice plat du jour for a few francs and a coffee. Finally, a little something at the end of the day when they gathered to get up their courage to go home and face their wives. So life wasn't perfect, but it went along. But then, the war. The young Monsieur Labarre, an officer, now a prisoner of war in Germany. The elder Labarre was 87. He'd tried, but it hadn't worked out. Tant pis. Too bad. Oh, well, that was life. What could one do? So it went. The owner shook his head grimly at the sorrow of it all, while the wife winked at D'Emilia and rolled her hips when she walked down to the other end of the bar to refill their glasses. They broke into the Labarre warehouse just after dark, used an old piece of iron to pry a padlock off a side entry, groped their way up an ancient wooden staircase to the top floor, found a window with a space between the board and the frame, kicked it a little wider, and got a view of the Calais harbor. Fiedin had been right about the date. Full moon on the 17th. They counted 40 troop transports anchored out in the harbor, 6 more in position for boarding on the wharf. Trucks pulled in, piled high with wooden ammunition boxes. The first invasion wave would be loaded the following morning, then that night they would sail for England. "This is it," Fiedin said, staring intently at the activity in the harbor. "I hope they have something ready on the other side." "The English abandoned a lot of weapons on the beach at Dunkirk," D'Emilia said. "That was 3 months ago. I wonder how much of it they've been able to replace. Some, not all. Every farmer has his shotgun, of course, which is just what they thought would happen in France, but farmers with shotguns can't do much about artillery." A broad-beamed tugboat came chugging into the harbor from the direction of the Calais canals. It was pushing 3 barges from a position on the port side and almost to the stern of the last barge. The tug, built for moving barge loads of coal among the Rhine ports, made rapid way into the harbor. "They're going across in that?" Fiedin said. "If the water stays calm." "What about the Royal Navy?" "The Germans must feel they can neutralize it for 48 hours. After that it doesn't matter. And if the Luftwaffe can get the advantage in the air over the Channel, the Royal Navy can't do a thing." D'Emilia watched the harbor in silence. The activity wasn't frantic, but there were 30 operations going on at once. Ships moving about, trucks arriving and departing. All of it steady and certain. Nobody was smoking or standing around. All non-military ships had been tied up in the small pleasure boat harbor that adjoined the main dock areas of the city. The name of one of the ships was familiar. He had to think for a moment before he realized why. The rusty freighter with flaking black paint was, according to the letters fading away on her hull, the Malacca Princess. Grand name for an old tramp, D'Emilia thought. It had appeared on one of the carbons Martagna had given them, a schedule of commercial shipping traffic expected to enter or depart the port of Calais over the period 9/14/40 to 9/21/40, with a brief description of each cargo manifest. The first British attack came at 10:15. Assault aircraft, built to work near the ground, engines screaming as they flashed across the harbor. Beauforts, D'Emilia thought, perhaps a dozen. One flew into the side of a warehouse, and by the yellow flash of that impact, D'Amelio saw another cartwheeling twice over the surface of the water. The Germans were waiting for this attack. The stutter of heavy machine guns and the deeper two-stroke drumming of the anti-aircraft cannon rang in D'Amelia's ears, then deafened him. The Beauforts attacked at 100 feet, carrying 4 500-pound bombs apiece, 4 dives each if they lasted that long. There were Me-109s above them, night fighters. One of them followed a Beaufort right down the chute, guns blazing. In such hot pursuit it chased its quarry through a cloud of machine-gun tracer. Moments later, a pair of green flares came floating down, illuminating an airman hanging limp from a parachute, which settled gently on the calm sea, then disappeared as the flares hit the water. 2 minutes, no more. The sound faded away. D'Amelia's hearing came back in time to make out the low wail of an all-clear siren. In the moonlight, a single barge settled slowly into the water. A single transport steamer burned, firefighters with hoses silhouetted in its flames. "Do you have a gun?" D'Amelio said to Fiedin. "This," Fiedin said. A Walther P-38, a German officer's sidearm. D'Amelio extended his hand. Fiedin, after a puzzled moment, gave him the pistol. "What?" D'Amelio didn't answer. The second British attack came at 11:16. A chess game somewhere in offices below ground, linked to radio towers, British air controllers moving a castle here, a knight there, blind chess, with command and control sometimes functioning, sometimes not. Now and then everybody simply had to improvise, to do whatever seemed best. D'Amelio had seen plenty of that in Poland, where it hadn't worked. A lot of dead, brave people is what you got from that. The RAF pilots, British and South African, Canadian, Czech, and Polish, were something beyond brave. They flew into the firestorm a second time, and a number of them paid for it. Perhaps this time out the controllers had shifted a flight of Spitfires to keep the 109s away from the assault aircraft, which left the docks in London unprotected when the Junkers and Heinkels flew over, and that was the chess game. The Calais docks on fire, the London docks on fire in exchange. As D'Amelio watched the raid play itself out, 2 searchlights nailed a wounded Beaufort trying to sneak home a few feet above the water. D'Amelio didn't see the 109 that did the job. The Beaufort simply grew a blossom of white fire behind the cockpit, then hit the water in a cloud of steam and spray. D'Amelio's hands ached. He had to pull them free of the windowsill he'd been holding. Only a single siren now, a fire truck somewhere in Calais. Not needed at the docks because nothing was on fire. The transport had been saved, though the barge, hit in the 10:15 attack, had now apparently sunk into the harbor ooze. Probably it would be salvaged, raised, and repaired, used to run ammunition across the channel to the British beaches. Maybe in a week or so, D'Amelio thought, as London held out valiantly, as had Warsaw, while around the world people gathered close to their radios to hear, through the static and the sirens, the British pleading for help in their last hours. D'Amelio stepped back from the window. "One last thing to try," he said. General Fiedin understood him perfectly. He'd been at war one way or another for 40 years. "I would be honored to accompany you," he said. "Better if you stay here," D'Amelio said. Fiedin nodded stiffly. He might have saluted, but how? The salute of which country, which army? D'Amelio moved toward the door, for a moment a dim shape in the darkness of the warehouse, then gone. The last Fiedin heard of him was footsteps descending the old wooden staircase. Not long, maybe 15 minutes, from the La Barre warehouse to the docks. He moved quickly, low and tight to the buildings, a strange elation in his heart. He circled a burning garage, avoided a street where flames rolled black and orange from the upper windows of a workers' tenement, faded into a doorway when a German vehicle, a sinister armored car, some kind of SS troop in black uniforms hanging off it, came rumbling slowly around a corner. In the distance, a low, muttering thunder. Weather or bombs. Probably the latter. The RAF hammering away at Boulogne, or Ostend, or Dunkirk, staggering its attacks in and out like a boxer. They would be at it all night on this coast, as long as the planes and pilots held out. The port was a maze, a jumble of streets, then harbors with rock jetties, miles of them, dry docks and spillways, sagging wood fence and high stone walls. At the main entry, under the Port de Calais sign, the security people had cut through their own barbed wire and shoved the stanchions back against the brick walls of the guardhouse. It wasn't security they wanted that night. They wanted speed, fire trucks and ambulances in and out. Then, at first light, after the bomb damage was cleaned up, there were troops and ammunition and equipment to load up. As D'Amelia watched from cover, a truck sped through the gate, bouncing on the cobbles, never slowing down. Nonetheless, he waited, saw the glint of a helmet through the window of the guardhouse, moved off to try somewhere else. He used the little streets, worked parallel to the harbor. A whore hissed at him from a doorway, swung her trench coat aside when she got his attention. He might need an assistant, he thought, and studied her for a moment. "So," she said, a little uncomfortable with the sort of attention he was paying her. "Something unusual we have in mind tonight?" D'Amelia grinned despite himself. Let her live. Just for a moment the choice was his. As he walked away, she called after him, a sweet, husky French voice like a café singer. "You never know if you don't ask, my love." Down the next street he had what he needed. A Beaufort had opened the way for him. Arriving in France in flames and out of control, it had chosen to set up housekeeping on a street that bordered the harbor, had rolled up 100 feet of wire fence, collected an empty bus and a little watchman's hut that happened to be lying around, then piled it all up against an ancient stone wall and set it on fire. A few French firemen had attempted to interfere with the project, but as the Beaufort burned, it cooked off several belts of ammunition and chased them away. Water foamed white from the hoses they dropped in the street, and they called out to one another from the doorways where they'd taken cover. Somebody yelled at D'Amelia as he ran through the opening torn in the fence. That was the only challenge. That, and something that sputtered and whizzed past his ear as though to say, "Move along there." An area of open workshops, stone bays as big as barns. They'd likely worked on Napoleon's fleet here. "Give me 6 hours' control of the Strait of Dover, and I will gain mastery of the world," Napoleon had said that. D'Amelia had had to learn it when he'd studied at Saint-Cyr. The workshops were full of small engines, propeller shafts. D'Amelia's eye fell on a tank of acetylene, and he smiled as he trotted past. It seemed to take a long time, after midnight on his watch, but he finally stood on the old jetty that protected the pleasure boat harbor. Massive slabs of granite piled up a century earlier against the seas of the Pas de Calais. Angry North Sea water trapped between the cliffs of England and France. Now it was calm in the September moonlight. Just a quiet swell running diagonally to the shore. A slow, lazy ocean, like a cat waking up. D'Amelia trotted past staunch little sailboats, Atlantic Queen, Domino, until the hulls of the commercial ships came into view. Banished here to be kept out of the way of the invasion fleet, allowed to sail into Calais on schedule so as not to give away the date and location of the invasion. He stopped, looked anxiously into the sky. Not yet. No, it was only a flight of German bombers at high altitude, droning toward England. Perhaps 200 of them, he thought. They seemed to take forever to pass above him. It was too exposed on the skyline, so he half ran, half slid to the foot of the jetty where the water lapped at the rocks. The green seaweed reeked in the summer heat, and clouds of flies hung above it. He knelt, took the Walther from the back of his waistband, and had a look. The 7.65mm version, a heavy, dependable weapon, for use, not for show. 8 rounds in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. He worked the safety, noted the film of oil that glistened on the slide. Trust Fiedin, he thought, to keep things in good order. The foot of the jetty lay in moon shadow, so D'Amelia, invisible, used it as a pathway. Past a pair of Greek tankers, empty from the way they rode high in the water. and a flaking hulk called the Nicaea, a sheen of leaked oil coating the water at its stern. Then, last in line, as far away as the harbour-master could berth it, the Malacca Princess. The smell! D'Amelia blinked and shook his head. How did the crew survive it all the way from the port of Batavia? He gripped the Walther firmly and thought, no surprises, please. No stubborn captain who took the care and protection of his cargo as a sacred trust, no fanatics, no heroes. D'Amelia moved quickly from the shadows of the jetty to the first step of an iron gangway covered with tattered canvas that climbed 10 feet to the deck. On deck he went down on one knee. Deserted, he thought. Only the creak of old iron plates as the ship rose and fell, and the grating of the hawser cable as it strained against its post on the jetty below. The smell was even stronger here. His eyes were tearing. D'Amelia listened intently, heard. No, didn't hear. Yes, did. Bare feet on iron decking. Then a voice. A native of the Dutch East Indies, speaking British English, very frightened and very determined. "Who is there?" A pause. "Please?" D'Amelia ran low to the deck and flattened himself against the base of a cargo crane. From here he could see a silhouette standing hunched over a few feet from the open door of the deck cabin, peering about, head moving left then right. In one hand, a long shape. What? A rifle? It occurred to D'Amelia to point the Walther at the man and blaze away, but he knew two things. He wouldn't hit him, and somebody, even in the tense, hushed interlude between bombing attacks, would hear a pistol shot and just have to stir up French or German security to go and see what it was all about. D'Amelia stepped out where the man could see him, extended the pistol and called, "Stand still!" The silhouette froze. D'Amelia worked out the next phrase in his uncertain English. "Let fall!" He waggled the pistol once or twice. There followed the clatter of an object dropped on the iron deck. Whatever it was, it didn't sound like a rifle. He approached the man. He was young, wearing only a pair of cotton pants cut off below the knee and a cloth tied around his forehead. D'Amelia stooped cautiously, retrieved what the man had dropped, a wooden club. "Others?" he said. "There are none, sir. No others," the man said. "Just me, to keep the watch." D'Amelia lowered the pistol. The watchman smiled, then made a certain motion with his hands and shoulders. "Whatever you want," it meant. "To me it's not worth dying for." D'Amelia nodded that he understood. The young man had a family in Sumatra or Java somewhere, and if circumstance carried him to the ends of the earth where people had gone mad, well, it was their war, not his. At first he didn't know how to do what D'Amelia needed, but he knew where to look. And from there the solution to the problem was evident. Raise the large metal arm beside the box to its up position. Then move around the Malacca Princess, find its various equipment for loading and anchorage and warning and identifying other ships and just about anything you could think of, and throw all those switches to the on position. Then wait. "Your things," D'Amelia said. "Sir?" D'Amelia pointed to his own pants, shirt, wallet, pistol. The man nodded vigorously, and together they went below while he collected a small bundle, then moved back to the main deck, where they waited. The ship rocked gently and creaked. The nearby harbor felt deserted. In the dock area, activity continued, trucks, visible even with taped headlights, moving invasion materiel to be loaded onto barges. By 1:30, D'Amelia began to worry. What if the British had taken too many losses and decided to halt operations for the night? No, it wasn't possible. It wasn't. At 1:50, the air raid sirens began to wail all along the wharf and from the city of Calais. D'Amelia smiled at the watchman and pointed at the sky. The man nodded, returned the smile, tight and conciliatory. He understood fighting very well. He understood that D'Amelia was in the act of fighting, a sort of noble privilege. He just wasn't all that pleased to have been drawn into it. No insult intended, sir. Poor Charles Graham. Not much success in life. Still young, but the pattern was set. Public school with a name that made people say, "Well?" A year at the University of Edinburgh, a year at the Scottish Widows' Assurance Society in the City of London, then war on the way, an attempt to join the RAF. Well, yes, of course, what they needed just then were meteorologists. So he joined the Royal Navy and with grit and determination worked his way into the Naval Aviator School. He got through it, assigned to the aircraft carrier HMS Avenger. Not to fly fighter-bombers, oh no, not Charlie. Tall and gangly, curly hair that wouldn't stay, ears like jug handles, freckles everywhere, and a silly grin. The headmaster of his school used to say that God didn't quite get around to finishing Charles. The Royal Navy assigned him to fly the Swordfish torpedo plane. The Swordfish was a biplane, top and bottom wing and a fixed wheel, that looked like a refugee from World War I. It carried a single torpedo slung beneath the cockpit. Quite serviceable, though, the flight instructor said. Its airspeed was 150 miles an hour. But it will get you there eventually, the flight instructor said, saying to himself immediately thereafter, now whether or not it will get you home is entirely another matter. Not much talent as a pilot. Charles's method of achievement was to learn the rules and follow them to the letter. Do this, then do this, then do that. A different age might have found this approach greatly to its liking, but bad luck, Charles lived at a moment when spontaneity, the daring solution, and the flash of genius were particularly in fashion. The carrier HMS Avenger was steaming in circles in Aldeborough Bay in the first hours of 17 September, just after midnight. Charles Graham climbed into the open cockpit beneath the top wing, and his gunner torpedo man, Sub-Lieutenant Higby, sat in the gunner's cockpit behind him. They took off, then turned south, in a formation of 6 swordfish assigned to attack Calais Harbour. The formation hugged the coastline, protected by coastal anti-aircraft defenses. A single Me-109 might have done for all of them, so hiding down at 6,000 feet was their best, in fact their only, defense. The night was warm and still. Moonlight turned the clouds to silver and sparkled on the water below the plains. They flew past navigation beams at Shoeburyness and Sheerness, then turned east at Herne Bay, headed for Margate. At Margate, a rendezvous with a flight of hurricanes, well above them somewhere, godlike, lords of the high cloud. The hurricane squadron leader came on his radio moments later. "Hello, Hector. Hello, Hector. This is Jupiter. We're above you right now, and we're going to keep you company on the way to destination. Radio silence from here on, but we did want to wish you good hunting. Roger and out." Charles Graham knew that voice. It had a moustache, and it drove a Morgan, and its friends called it Tony. And it got the girl, and, really, worst of all, it knew it. Oh, well, he told himself, just get on with it. Not everybody could be lord of the manor. Coming into the Strait of Dover, the Germans started shooting at them. Puffs of anti-aircraft burst that hung in the air like painted smoke. Something tossed the Swordfish's port-side wings in the air, and something else flicked the plane's tail. Charles worked the controls to see if they still responded, and they did, as much as they ever did. The Swordfish flight attacked in a 3-and-3 configuration, Charles, the wingman, on the left in the first wave. Higby yelled, "Good luck, Charlie!" above the singing of the wind in the struts, his voice at 19 a high tenor. Then all hell broke loose. Somebody down there took Charlie Graham pretty damn seriously, after all, because they tried to kill him. Tracer streamed past the cockpit, flak burst everywhere, a bullet hit the fuselage with an awful tinny rattle. "Easy does it," Charles said to himself. Now he concentrated on doing what he'd been taught. Step 1, the approach. Well, they'd managed that well enough. Step 2, acquire the target. By now Higby should be ready to fire. But Charles couldn't see a thing, not a bloody thing. He was whipping along 300 feet above the water, below him, theoretically, the harbour at Calais. But what he could see was a dark, confused blur. The moon lit up water here and there, but it meant nothing to Charles. He'd been instructed to attack a troop transport, or almost as good, a tugboat. A barge, which could carry 800 tons of supplies, was a very desirable third choice. But Charles couldn't find a harbor, a city, or indeed anything at all. Probably it was France. Probably... Good heavens! Right in the middle of the torpedo run, somewhere over on his left, a ship had lit up like a Christmas tree. Cabin lights, searchlights, docking lights, navigation lights, and in the muddy darkness of the blacked-out coast it looked, somehow, celestial. Higby and Charles both gasped. "Hold fire!" Charles yelled, and threw the swordfish into a tight left bank that made the plane shudder. Higby had, just at that moment, been about to fire a shot that would have sent a torpedo on its way to harrowing a mighty groove in the Protestant cemetery of Calais. "Is it a trick?" Higby's voice was dangerously close to soprano now, but Charles never noticed. A trick? No, damn it, it wasn't a trick. That was a ship, and he'd been reliably informed that this was Calais, and his job was to shoot a ship in Calais, and now that was exactly what he meant to do. To which end he traversed the city of Calais, drawing the fire of every anti-aircraft gun in the place, but somehow the swordfish was too big and slow to hit. Charles did it right. 1, 2, 3, right. Got enough distance away from the target before circling back and adjusting his altitude to 100 feet. The ship grew, bigger and bigger as they plunged toward it. Its lights twinkled, then glared brightly. At the end it seemed enormous, a vast, glowing city. "Torpedo away!" Higby screamed, his voice wobbly with excitement. The plane bucked, then, freed of weight, accelerated. Charles pulled back on the stick, his training calling out, "Climb! Climb!" Emerging from a blizzard of lights and tracer and cannon fire, the clumsy swordfish worked its way upward through the thin night air. Then, suddenly, Charles felt the plane quiver, and he was, for an instant, blinded. A flash, so intense and white it lit the clouds and seemed to flicker like lightning. "Now you're shot," he thought. But he was wrong. The plane had been hammered, not by a shell, but by a concussive blast. Higby had actually hit something. He had hit the Malacca Princess in its final moments, a shining beacon in the harbor at Calais. The torpedo had done what it was supposed to do, run straight through the water, found its target, penetrated the rusty old plate amidships, and there detonated, causing the explosion almost simultaneously of the Malacca Princess's cargo, 100,000 gallons of volatile naphtha. Now you could see Calais. The Malacca Princess burned to the waterline in a half-hour. Actually, it melted. Burned like a dazzling white Roman candle, burned so bright it lit up every troop transport and tugboat and barge in the harbor. October 1940. Only one couple at the auberge by the sea at Cailleux. They used to come up here from Paris in the autumn, the secret couples, park their cars so the license plates couldn't be seen from the road, register as Monsieur and Madame Duval. But with the war, only one couple this year. They didn't seem to mind the barbed wire, and they didn't try to walk on the cliffs, where the German sentries would have chased them away. This couple apparently didn't care. They stayed in the room, though that quite often happened at the auberge at Cailleux, and what with all that staying in the room, they brought sharp appetites to the dinner table in the evening, and enough ration coupons so that no awkward explanations had to be made. They made love. They ate dinner at the table in the bow window. They watched the sea. They paid cash. It made the owner feel sentimental. How nice life used to be, he thought. The flan was made with fresh eggs from a nearby farm, and Emilia and Genya cleaned the plate quite shamelessly, then lit cigarettes. The waiter, also the owner and the cook, his wife did the accounts and made the beds, came to the table and said, "Will Monsieur and Madame take a coffee?" Emilia said they would. While it was being made, they looked out the window at the sea. Long, slow rollers ran into the shore, white spray flying off the crests in the driving wind. The dark water exploded as it hit the rocks at the base of the cliff, a pleasant thunder if you were warm and dry and having dinner. "One wouldn't want to be out there now," Genya said. She was in a sadder but wiser mood that evening, and it made her voice melancholy. What she'd said was normal dinner conversation, but the reference was deeper. To German invasion fleets. To the victory won by the British. "No," D'Amelia said. "It's no time of year for boating." She smiled at that. "Canotage," he'd said. A word that summoned up the man in straw hat and woman in frock, her hand trailing idly in the river as they floated past a lily pad. Genya's cigarette glowed as she inhaled. She let the smoke drift from her nostrils. "Probably," she said, "you haven't heard about Freddy Schön." "Freddy," D'Amelia smiled. "His friend Junger was leaving Paris, and he took me to lunch. Freddy won an Iron Cross, to do with a naval exercise off the Belgian coast somewhere. There was disaster, and he took command and did all sorts of things. Junger's French didn't really last through the whole story, but he was very brave, and they gave him a medal, posthumously." "I always wondered," D'Amelia said, "why the Freddy Schöns of Germany didn't do something about Hitler before he maneuvered them into war." "Honor," Genya said, "if I'm allowed only one word." The waiter came with coffee, real coffee, very hard to get in Paris these days, unless you bought on the black markets. "We're not serving sugar tonight," the waiter explained. "Oh, but we don't take sugar," Genya said. The waiter nodded appreciatively. A gracious and dignified lie, well told, was a work of art to a man who understood life. The coffee was very good. They closed their eyes when they drank it. "I've learned to like small things now," D'Amelia said. War did that, at least. When he looked up from his coffee, the light of the candles caught the ocean color in his eyes, and she took his hand on top of the table and held it tight. "You are to be loved," she said with a sigh. "No doubt of that." "And you," he said. She shook her head. He'd got it wrong there. Late that night it rained hard. Water streamed down the windows, and the sound of the sea was muffled as it broke against the cliff. It was cold and damp in the room. D'Amelia opened an armoire and found an extra blanket. Then they wrapped themselves up and began to make love. "We're on a boat," she whispered. "Just us. In the middle of the sea. And now it's a storm." "Then we better hang on to what's valuable," he said. She laughed. "I've got what I want." Sometime later he woke up and saw that her eyes were shining. She caught him staring and said, "See what you did?" He got himself untangled from the coarse sheet and moved next to her. Her skin was very hot. Then she wiped at her eyes with her fingers. "I hope you love me, whatever happens," she said. The letter came a week later. He was sitting at a table in a tiny apartment. She had gone to Switzerland. She would be married when she got there. Please forgive her. She would love him forever. He read the letter again. It didn't say anything new the second time. He was changing his identity once again that week, becoming someone else in order to do whatever they wanted him to do next, and papers were always a part of that. Still, poor old Liezhev might have lasted out another month if he'd been careful with him. But D'Amelia ached inside. So the passport and the work permit and all the rest of it went into the blackened little stove that sat in the corner of the room. There was no heat. It was snowing out. The papers burned in a few minutes. And that was the end of it. Paris nights. Now he was valuable. And when they brought him out to neutral Spain, he was handled very carefully. D'Aemilia knew what it took, people and money and time, and stood off and marveled a little at what they thought him worth, the finest papers delivered by courier. An invitation to dinner at the Château of Chenonceau, a castle that spanned the River Cher, which happened to be the boundary between German-occupied France and Vichy France. He arrived at 8, had a glass of champagne, strolled to the back of the grand house, and found a fisherman in a small boat on the other side of the river. Then a truck, then a car, then a silent, empty hotel in the hills above Marseille, then a fishing boat after midnight. No improvisation now. Now he was the Poles have someone in Paris, also known as I can't tell you how I know this, or forgive me, Colonel, but I must ask you to leave the room. Or maybe he was Proteus, or whatever code name they'd stuck on him. He was not to know. This kind of attention made him uncomfortable. First of all, it was dangerous. He had learned since 1939 how not to be noticed, so it had become second nature with him to fade away from attention. And he'd gotten so he could sense it feeling for him. Second of all, he didn't like to be managed or controlled, and that, with some delicacy, was exactly what they were doing. And third, all this was based on the assumption that he was good. And that wasn't quite the word for it. He was, perhaps, two things: unafraid to die, and lucky so far. If they had an unafraid to die and lucky so far medal, he would take it. He and the watchmen, for instance, sprinting for their lives down the slippery jetty, had survived by sheer eccentric chance. Burning planes zooming over their heads, anti-aircraft fallback, then a shattering explosion that cut the Malacca princess's neighbor, the Nicaea, in half and showered down burning metal. They jumped into the harbor like reasonable men anywhere, where bits and pieces of tramp freighter steamed as they hit the water. When German and French police ran by, cursing and with guns drawn, they ducked below the water. Who wouldn't? Later, in the jumble of streets around the docks, he and the watchman knew it was time for them to go their separate ways. D'Aemilia shook his hand, and the man smiled, then ran like the wind. All this wasn't, to D'Amelia's way of thinking, definable by the word good. The fishing boat that took D'Aemilia from Marseille landed on the coast of Spain at night, aided by 6th Bureau operatives who signaled with flashlights from the beach. Yes, Spain was neutral, but not all that neutral. He was hustled into a shiny black sedan and driven at speed to the outskirts of Barcelona. There, in a bedroom on the 3rd floor of a villa with heavy drapes drawn across the window, he was served a chicken and a bottle of wine. His keepers were young Poles, fresh-faced, earnest, well-conditioned, and cheerfully homicidal. There was a pile of books on the table. Put a pile of books on his table, damn it! He read one of them for an hour. In spring, the alpine lakes of Slovenia are a miracle of red sunsets and leaping trout. Then fell asleep. Various terrors he had avoided feeling now returned in force, and he woke up 18 hours later, having sweated through a wool blanket. He remembered only a few fragments of those dreams and forgot them as soon as he could. He staggered into the bathroom, shaved, showered, had a good long look at himself in the mirror. So, this was who he was now. Well, that was interesting to know. Older, leaner, marked with fatigue, rather remote, and very watchful. On a chair he found clean slacks, a shirt, and a sweater. He put them on, shifted the drape an inch aside from the window, and stared out at the brown autumn hills. Just the motion of the drape apparently caused a restless footstep or two on the gravel path below his room, so he let it fall back into place. Why didn't they just bar the window and put him in stripes and stop all the pretense? Viborg showed up that morning, in a good brown suit and a striped British tie. Had there always been a gentleman under that uniform, or was it just a trick that London tailors did? They could do nothing, however, about the face. The Baltic night squinting into a blizzard and ready to cut down a company of Russian pikemen, was still very much in evidence. He suggested a walk in the hills, and they did that, with guards following a little way down the path. November, Demilia thought, was a strange time in dry countries. Faded colors, sky gray and listless. Viborg told Demilia that his wife had died. They walked in silence for a long time after that. Finally, Demilia was able to say, "Where is she?" "A small cemetery in the town where the spa is. A mass was said for her. It had to be done quietly, but it was done." They walked for a moment through a stand of low pines. "My sympathies, Alexander," Viborg said softly. "It comes from all of us, from everyone who knows you." "How, please?" "Influenza." Demilia was again unable to speak. "She was working in the kitchen," Viborg went on. "Some of us do best in bad times, and that was true of her. She had a high fever for 3 days, and then she died in her sleep." "I think I would like to go back to the house," Demilia said. He visited Barcelona once or twice, but it was just another conquered city. It had the silence that passed for peace, the courtesy of fear. The police state was in place. People in the street avoided his eyes. There were still bullet chips and shell holes in the buildings, but the masons were at work, and there were glaziers, their glass sheets balanced on the sides of their mules, shouting up the sides of apartment houses to announce their presence. He spent a lot of time walking in the hills, sometimes with 2 men from the 6th Bureau, one clerkish, a man who sat behind a desk, the other with a hard, bald head, a well-groomed moustache, and small, angry eyes. They needed to know about various things in France, and Demilia told them what he could. The bald-headed man, though he did not come out and say it, was clearly concerned with the construction of new and better wireless telegraphy sets, and Demilia didn't feel he was able to help much. The other man asked questions about French political life under the Germans, and Demilia helped him, if possible, even less. But they were decent men who tried to make things easy for him. As long as we all happen to find ourselves in Spain, why not spend a moment chatting about the views of the French Communist Party? And Demilia did the best he could for them. Again and again he thought about his wife. He had, in October of 1939, said goodbye to her, left her in charge of her destiny, as she'd asked. Maybe he shouldn't have done that. But then he had never once been able to make her, crazy or sane, do anything she did not want to do. Down the road from the villa was a tiny café in the garden of an old woman's house. She had a granddaughter who said gracias when she served coffee, and when it wasn't raining, Demilia and Viborg would sit at a rusty iron table and talk about the war. "Operation Sea Lion has failed," Viborg said. "The first time Hitler's been beaten." "Do we know what actually happened?" Demilia asked. "We know some of it. It wasn't a total victory, of course, nothing like that. The RAF sank 21 out of 170 troop transports. That's a loss, but not a crippling loss for people contemplating an invasion from the sea. Out of 1,900 barges, 214 were destroyed. Only 5 tugboats out of 368. Only 3 motorboats out of more than 1,000. 3, did you say? Yes. Then what made them quit? Viborg shrugged. An invasion is more than ships. A 500-ton ammunition dump was blown up at Den Helder in Holland. On the 6th of September, a rations depot was burned out. In Belgium, an ammunition train was destroyed. Then down at Le Havre, where a number of German divisions were based, the waterworks were put out of commission. There was also the training exercise. You saw some of the results at Newport. And German hospital trains crossed Belgium all that night.
Therefore, if the RAF could hit a practice run-through that hard, what would they do once the real thing got started? Funny thing about the German character, they're very brave, not at all afraid to die, but they are afraid to fail. In some ways, our best hope for Germany is the Wehrmacht, the generals. If Germany loses again and then again, perhaps they can be persuaded that honor lies in a change of government. Can that really happen? Viborg thought about it. Maybe, he said, with time. It drizzled, then stopped. The little girl came and put up a faded umbrella and wiped the table with a cloth and said, "Gracias." She smiled at Emilia, then ran away. "One last time. The people who knew you as Leojev," Viborg said. "Freddy Shane, dead. Junger, the Wehrmacht staff officer, transferred in Germany at the OKW headquarters. Traudl von Behl, she's in Lille at the moment, aide to a staff major running transports from northern France to Germany. There were more Germans, but they didn't know who I was. Somebody they saw here and there, perhaps Russian. Be absolutely certain," Viborg said. D'Amelia nodded that he was. 12 January 1941. In the cold, still air of the Paris winter, smoke spilled from the chimneys and hung lifeless above the tiled rooftops. Stein crunched along the snow-covered Rue du Château d'Eau, head down, hands jammed deep in the pockets of his overcoat. Cold in the 5 p.m. darkness, colder with the snow turned blue by the lamplight, colder with the wind that blew all the way from the Russian steppe. "You can feel it," Parisians said. "You can feel the bite." 18 degrees, the newspaper said that morning. Stein walked fast, breath visible. Here was 26 Rue du Château d'Eau. Was that right? He reached into an inside pocket, drew out the typewritten letter with the exquisite signature. Office of the notary Le Gros. Yes, this was the building. Notaries and lawyers and huissiers, officers of the court, all through this quarter. It wasn't that it was pleasant, because it wasn't. It was simply where they gathered. Probably, as usual, something to do with a Napoleonic decree, a patent, a license, a dispensation, a special privilege. The concierge was sweeping snow from the courtyard entry with a twig broom, 2 mufflers tied around her face, her hands wound in flannel cloths. "Notaire Le Gros, 3rd floor, take the stairs to your left, monsieur." Le Gros opened the door immediately. He was an old man with a finely made face and snow-white hair. He wore a cardigan sweater beneath his jacket, and his hand was like ice when Stein shook it. The business was done in the dining room at an enormous chestnut table covered with official papers. Huysmans, a Belgian with broad shoulders and a thick neck, was waiting for him, stood and grunted in guttural French when they shook hands. Stein sat down, kept his coat on. The apartment was freezing, and he could still see his breath. "Hard winter," Huysmans said. "Yes, that's true," Stein said. "Gentlemen," said the notary. He gathered papers from the table which he seemed to understand by geology. The Stein-Huysmans matter buried just below the Duval matter. The 2 men signed and signed, writing "read and approved," then dating each signature, their pens scratching over the paper, their breathing audible. Finally, Le Gros said, "I believe the agreed payment is 40,000 francs." Stein reached into the inner pocket of his overcoat and withdrew a sheaf of 500-franc notes. He counted out 80, passed them to the notary, who counted and gave them to Huysmans, who wet his thumb in order to count and said the numbers in a whisper. Le Gros then coughed, a cough of delicacy, and said, "A call of nature, gentlemen. You will excuse me for a moment." He left the room, as notaries had been leaving rooms, Stein imagined, since the days of Richelieu. The remainder of the money would now be paid, theoretically out of sight of the honest notary, theoretically out of sight of the tax authorities. Stein counted out an additional 125,000 francs. Huysmans wet his thumb and made sure. The notary returned, efficiently, just as Huysmans stuffed the money in his pocket. "Shall we continue?" he chirped. They signed more papers. The notary produced his official stamp, made an impression in wax, then certified the documents with his magnificent signature. "I would like," Stein said, "to make certain of the provision that specifies the name of the business is to continue as Huysmans, to assure that the goodwill of established customers is not lost to me." As the notary rattled papers, Huysmans stared at him. Goodwill? He had an opaque face, spots of bright colour in his cheeks, a face from a Flemish military painting. Le Gros found the relevant paragraph and pointed it out. The two men read it with their index fingers and grunted to confirm their understanding. Then the notary said, "Congratulations, gentlemen," and wished them success and good fortune. In other times they might have adjourned to a café, but those days were gone. Stein walked back to the metro, paid his 14 centimes for a ticket, and rode the train back to the Avenue Hoche, where he had a grand apartment, just around the corner from Gestapo headquarters on the Rue du Courcelles. He was now the owner of a business, a dépôt de charbon, coal yard, out by the freight tracks near the Porte de la Chapelle. The train was crowded with Parisians, their expressions empty, eyes blank as their minds turned away from the world. It was 7. Stein had an appointment in an hour. He took off the disguise, the dark overcoat, the black suit, the olive silk tie, the white shirt, the diamond ring, the gold watch. Emilia sighed with exhaustion and put the Stein costume on a chair. Except for the Clark Gable moustache, he was rid of the disguise. He lay down on a big feather bed in a pale blue bedstead flecked with gold. The walls were covered in silk fabric, sombre red, burgundy, with a raised pattern. Facing the bed, a marble fireplace. On the wall by the doorway, a large oil painting in the manner of Watteau, School of Watteau. An 18th-century swain in a white wig, a lady with gown lowered to reveal powdered bosoms and pink nipples, a King Charles spaniel playing on the couch between them. The swain has in hand a little ball. When he tosses it, the dog will leap off the couch. The space between the lovers will be clear. Both are at that instant when the stratagem has occurred to them. They are delighted with the idea of it, and with what will inevitably follow. Below the painting, a Louis XVI chiffonnier in pale blue flecked with gold, its drawers lined with silk, its top drawer holding mother-of-pearl tuxedo studs in a leather box, and a French Army 7.65 automatic. In fact, a Colt 45 rechambered for French military ammunition. Emilia didn't expect to last out the winter. He hated Anton Stein, but Anton Stein made for a useful disguise in the winter of 1941. A Volksdeutsch, ethnic German from Czechoslovakia, the Slovakian capital of Bratislava. So he spoke, in the natural way of things, Demilia's rough German and Demilia's bad but effective French. He had even, according to Viborg, existed. The records were there in case anybody looked. The tack on the teacher's chair and the punch on the policeman's nose lived on in filing cabinets somewhere in Bratislava. But that was all. That was the legacy of Stein. "He's no longer with us," Viborg had said. Anton Stein came to Paris in the wake of the German occupation. A minor predator, he knew an opportunity when he saw one. The Nazis had a sweet way with the Anton Steins of the world. They'd had it since 1925. Too bad nobody ever gave you a chance. A kind of ferocious law-of-the-jungle loyalty was, once that took hold, theirs to command. Emilia slept. The apartment was warm. the quilt soft against his skin. There was, in his dreams, no war. An Ostruf uncle carved a boat in a soft piece of wood. Alexander's eyes followed every move. Then he woke up. What was, was. Every Thursday, Madame Roubier made love at twilight. "Take a mistress," Viborg had said. After he'd rented the apartment on the Avenue Hoche, the woman at the rental agency had suggested one Madame Roubier to see to the decoration and furnishing. The money made Emilia's heart ache. In Warsaw they were starving and freezing, heating apartments with sticks of wood torn from crates, working all day, then spending the night making explosives or loading bullets. And here he was, amid pale blue flecked with gold. Pale blue, flecked with gold. Madame Roubier was a redhead, with thin lips, pale skin, a savage temper, and a daintily obscure history that changed with her mood. She was that indeterminate age where French women pause for many years, between virginal girlhood, about 35, and wicked old ladyhood, a good long run of life. Yes, she was a natural redhead, but she was most certainly not a Breton, that impossibly rude class of people. She was at times from Masson, or perhaps Angers. To supervise the furnishings, she had visited the apartment, made little notes with a little gold pen on a little gold pad. "And this window will take a jabot and festoon," she said. Suddenly their eyes met, and met. A jabot and festoon. Her voice faded away to a long Hollywood silence. They suddenly understand they are fated to become lovers. They stood close to each other by the window, snow falling softly on the grey stone of the Avenue Hoche. Madame Roubier looked deep into his eyes, a strange magnetism drawing her to him as the consultation slowly quivered to a halt. Jabot and festoon. She had a soft, creamy body that flowed into its natural contours as her corsets were removed. "Oh, oh!" she cried. She was exquisitely tended. The skin of her ample behind kept smooth by spinning sessions on a chamois-covered stool, the light of her apartment never more than a pink bulb in a little lamp. "I know what you like," she would say. "You are a dirty-minded little boy." Well, he thought, if nothing else, I know what dirty-minded little boys like. They would make love through the long Paris dusk. L'heure bleue. Then Stein would be banished from the chamber, replaced by Maria the maid. Sometime later, Madame Roubier would appear, in emerald-green taffeta, for example, whatever made her red hair blaze redder and her skin whiter. And Stein would say, "Oh, mais c'est Eddie Lamar," and she would shush him and pooh-pooh him as he helped her wrestle into a white ermine coat. Then dinner. Then a tour of the night. Then business. Thursday night. Chez Tolo. All the black market restaurants were in obscure streets, down alleys. You had to know somebody in order to find them. Chez Tolo was at the end of a narrow lane, 19th-century France, reached through 14-foot-high wooden doors that appeared to lead into the courtyard of a large building. The lane had been home to tanneries in an earlier age, but the workshops had long since been converted to workers' housing. And now, thanks to war and scarcity, and the vibrant new life that bobbed to the surface in such times, it found itself at the dawn of a new age. Wood-burning taxicabs pulled up to the door, then a de Bouton with its tulip-wood body, a Citroën Traction Avant, the favoured car of the Gestapo, a Lagonda, a black Daimler. Madame Roubier took note of the last. "The Comte de Rieux," she said. Inside, it was dark and crowded. Stein and Madame Roubier moved among the diners. A wave, a nod, a smile, acknowledging the new aristocracy, the ones who, like Anton Stein, had never been given a chance. A fistful of francs to the head waiter, formerly a city clerk, and they were seated at a good table. Madame Roubier ate prodigiously. Stein could never quite catch her doing it, but somehow she made the food disappear. Oysters on shaved ice, veal chops in the shape of a crown, sauced with Madeira and heavy cream and served with walnut puree, a salad of baby cabbage, red and green, with raisins and vinegar and honey. Then a cascade of Spanish orange sections soaked in Cointreau and glistening in the candlelight. Stein selected a vintage Moet and Chandon champagne to accompany the dinner. With the cognac came visitors, the Comte de Rieux and his 17-year-old Romanian mistress, Isia, fragile and lovely, who peered out at the world through curtains of long black hair. The Count, said to be staggeringly rich, dealt in morphine, diamonds, and milk. "You must take a cognac with us," Stein said. A waiter brought small gilt chairs. Jammed together at the table, they were pleasantly crowded, breathing an atmosphere of cigarette smoke and perfume and body heat and breaths of oranges and mints and wine. The Count's white and black hair was combed back smoothly and rested lightly atop his ears. "A celebration tonight," Stein said. "Oh," said the Count. "I became, today, a charbonnier." "You did?" "Yes. A coal merchant, eh? Well, you must permit us to be your customers. Shall you haul the sacks down the cellar stairs?" "Absolutely, you may depend on it." "A Polak?" "Exactly." "Stein?" "Yes." "You're an amusing fellow." They sipped at their balloon glasses of cognac. "What year?" said the Count. 1910. "Alas, before your time," the Count said to Madame Roubier. "Yes, it's your guess?" "My certain knowledge." "Dear me, how is one to repay such a compliment?" The taxi that served as limousine took them home from a nightclub at dawn. The snow turned grey in the January light. Madame Roubier snored by his side in the back seat. She slept snuggled up to him, the ermine warm against his cheek. Success purchased investment. Perhaps you fought, with luck you won. Then came the little men with the money. Viborg had made a point of telling him that, because Viborg knew exactly who d'Amelia really was. Viborg knew how happy he'd been fussing over his maps, knew about his academic papers, worked over endlessly on the signalization of braiding or aggrading rivers. He'd spent his daily life occupied with the layman system of hachsuring, the way in which the angle of slope is shown on military surveys. Important knowledge for artillery people. Contour intervals, hydrographic symbolism. He was, in Viborg's words to 6th Bureau staff meetings, his father's very own son. He was, in fact, a man whose physical presence to some degree betrayed his personality. He wanted to be a mole who lived in libraries. But he didn't look like that, and the world didn't take him that way. His mother, d'Amelia thought, would have made a good spy. She was deceptive, manipulative, attractive. People wanted to talk to her. The world she lived in was a corrupt and cynical place where one had to keep one's guard up at all times, and the probable truth of her opinions had often been the subject of a sort of communal sigh privately shared by d'Amelia and his father. But the chief resident intelligence officer for France had to be an executive, not a cartographer. d'Amelia's quarterly budget was 600,000 francs. Rental of safe houses, agents' pay, railroad tickets, hotels, endless expenses. Bribes were extra. The money for Huysmans was extra, and it had been made clear to d'Amelia that the company had to succeed and profit. Instinctively, Demilia knew what he would find at Huysmans' coal. He knew Huysmans phlegmatic, northern, Belgian. Profit earned a franc at a time, dogged patience. Do we really need all these lights on? Would such a man employ a troop of merry philosophers? Never. Thus the man Demilia needed was already in place, right there in Huysmans' office, overlooking the coal yard by the railroad tracks. Monsieur Zimmer, it was said. Zimmer, an Alsatian, 50 or so, who wore a clean grey dust coat every day, buttoned all the way to the knees. At one time or another he'd taken a hand in everything the company did. He'd driven the trucks, hauled sacks of coal, a job that turned the delivery man black by the second or third call. He talked to the suppliers, the mines in northern France, and he knew the important customers, hospitals and office buildings and workshops. There were 2 secretaries who kept the books and sent out the bills, Hélène and Sibylline. She was a distant relation of Huysmans. That didn't matter to Zimmer or Demilia, but she insisted it meant she didn't have to work. She filed her nails, sipped coffee, gossiped on the phone, and flirted with the drivers. As for Hélène, who actually did the work, she got a raise. Zimmer, too, got a raise. He would, in fact, be running the company. "I'll be seeking out new customers," was the way Demilia put it. "So I expect to be traveling a good part of the time." That was true. The 6th Bureau had directed him to assist in certain British operations against Luftwaffe units based in France. The nightly bombing was relentless. Something had to be done. 8 March, 1941. West of Bourges, Demilia pedaled a bicycle down a cow path. Early spring morning, raw and chilly, the ground mist lying thick on the fields. Leading the way, a Frenchman called Bonneau, perhaps 30, a tank officer wounded and captured in late May of 1940. Sent to a POW camp, a munitions factory near Aachen. Escaped, recaptured, escaped again, this time reached France and made it stick. Riding just ahead of Demilia, Bonneau's sister, Jeanne-Marie, perhaps 20, thin and intense and avid to fight the Germans. Through a pre-war association, something commercial, Bonneau had sold British agricultural equipment in central France. He'd gotten in touch with somebody in London, and his name had been passed to the special services. Demilia liked him, forthright, handsome, with a scrupulous sense of honor. The best of the French, Demilia thought, were the incarnations of heroes in boys' books. Or girls' books, because the principle was twice as true for the French women. Demilia had seen them face down the Germans more than once. Iron-willed idealists, proud and free, and quite prepared to die to keep it that way. "Bonjour, Monsieur Gache," Bonneau called out, coasting on his bicycle. Jean-Marie echoed the greeting. Monsieur Gache was a 14th-century peasant. He loomed up through the milky grey mist, holding a long switch surrounded by a half-dozen cows, their breaths steaming, bells clanking. He squinted at Demilia from beneath a heavy brow, his glance suspicious and hostile. He knew every pebble and cow pie in these fields. Perhaps this stranger was aiming to help himself to a few. Well, he'd know about it soon enough. It's spring, start of the war season in Europe, Demilia thought. And Monsieur Gache knew in some ancient intuitive sense exactly who he was and what his appearance meant. Nothing good, certainly. Caesar likely sent somebody up here in the spring of 56 B.C. to take a look at the Gauls. And there was Monsieur Gache and his 6 cows. "That's old Gache," Bonneau called back to him. "It's his uncle's land we'll be using." Demilia grunted assent, implying that it seemed a good idea. He hoped it was. This was something worked out between people in the countryside, such rural arrangements being typically far too complicated to be successfully explained to outsiders. They pedaled on for 15 minutes, threading their way among great expanses of ploughed black earth, separated by patches of old-growth forest, oak and beech left standing as windbreak. The cowpath ended at a small stream, and Bonneau dismounted like a 10-year-old, riding a little way on one pedal, then hopping off. "Hoopla!" he said with a laugh. He grinned cheerfully, a man who meant to like whatever life brought him that day. Wounded during the German attack, he had fought on for 12 hours with only a gunner left alive in his tank. "Now, sir, we shall have to walk," Jean-Marie said, "for perhaps 25 minutes. "Exactly," D'Amelia said. "In good weather, close to it." "If she says it, it's probably true," Bonneau said wearily, admiring his sister and teasing her in the same breath. "Here is the Creuse," she said, pointing across a field. They could see it from the hill, a ribbon of quiet water that flowed through brush-lined banks and joined, a few miles downstream near the town of Tournon, the Gartempe. This in turn became part of the Loire, and all of it eventually emptied into the Atlantic, at the port of Saint-Nazaire. What mattered was the confluence of the rivers, a geographical feature visible from an airplane flying on a moonlit night. They walked on in silence. The field was a good distance from any road, and therefore a good distance from German motorized transport. If the Germans saw parachutes floating from the sky, they were going to have to organize an overland expedition to go see about the problem. The field itself had been chosen, D'Amelia thought, with great care. "It's Jean-Marie's choice," Bonneau explained. "She is a serious naturalist, turns up everywhere in the countryside so nobody notices what she does." "I've paced it more than once," Jean-Marie said. "It is as suggested, about 650 by 250 yards. They walked its perimeter. There were stumps, but I had our workmen haul them out with the plough horses. Silently, on behalf of a descending parachutist, D'Amelia was grateful for her forethought. He saw also that somebody had moved big stones to one side of the field. "How many people will you have?" D'Amelia asked. 4, perhaps, 6 altogether. "You'll need brushwood for your fires. It's best to store it under canvas to keep it dry. Then the fires should be set in the shape of an arrow, giving wind direction." "Yes," Jean-Marie said, "we know that." D'Amelia smiled at her. The mysterious foreigner who came from nowhere and told them things they already knew. She stood, holding her bicycle by the handlebars, in front of a huge French spring sky. A few strands of hair had escaped from the front of her kerchief, and she brushed them back impatiently. "Shall we have something before we go back?" Bonneau said. Jean-Marie grinned to herself and nodded yes. She untied a cloth-wrapped packet from the back of her bicycle. They sat on the rim of the field. True to the suggested standard, Jean-Marie had located a slightly concave area, and ate bread and crumbly farm cheese and last fall's apples, dried out and sweet. "Something must be done, and we hope it is soon," Bonneau said. "The people here don't like the Germans, but they are drifting. Pétain speaks on the radio and says that all this has happened to us because France was immoral and self-indulgent. A number of people believe that. Others will do whatever makes them comfortable at that moment. One lately hears the word attentisme, the philosophy of waiting. Do nothing, we'll see what happens next. This is dangerous for France because here we don't really live in a country, you know. We live in our houses with our families. That's our true nationality, and what's best is determined from that point of view." It was Jean-Marie who answered her brother. "The English will do what they can," she said, a snap in her voice, "but not from any tender feeling for the French. We're allies, not friends." "Again, she's right," Emilia said. A local train west, then to Nantes, then north, on a series of locals. Very, very careful now, he told himself. Where he was going, the Germans were sensitive because they had a secret. As the train rolled to a stop at each little town, D'Amelia could see he was in the country of Madame Roubier, Brittany. Tall redheads with fair, freckled skin, sharp-eyed, not easily fooled. often venal because it was them against the world, had always been so, and this unending war was fought with wealth. It was late afternoon when he reached the town of Vannes, down the coast of Brittany from Lorient, one of the bomber fields used in the Luftwaffe campaign against Britain. North from Vannes was Brest, on the south shore of the widening English Channel, across from Plymouth on the Cornish coast. No doubt about the bomber field. Vannes railroad station was full of German airmen returning from leave or heading off to sinful Paris for 10 days. D'Emilia kept his eyes down. Cheap leather briefcase in hand, felt hat with brim turned down, well-worn blue suit. A provincial lawyer, perhaps, snuffling out a living from feuding heirs and stubborn property owners and the tax indiscretions of petits commerçants. He walked for a long time toward the edge of town. No more Germans. Sidewalks that narrowed, then vanished. Old women with string bags, a few cats. The neighborhood darkened, buildings crumbling softly into genteel poverty, a grocery store with a sign on the boarded window, "Fermé." Finally, a confiserie, a candy shop, the miniature gold-foil packets of chocolates in the window covered with a layer of fine dust. A bell jangled above the door as he entered, and a young girl stood to attention behind the counter. She was very plain, skin and hair the same washed-out color, and wore a tight sweater that was more hopeful than seductive. The smell of candied violets and burnt sugar was intense in the dark interior of the shop. It made D'Emilia feel slightly queasy. "Mademoiselle Hérault?" he asked the clerk. "In back, monsieur." Her voice was tiny. Mademoiselle Hérault sat at a desk in the office. She was in her 40s, he guessed, but older than her years. A hard face, lined and severe, as though she dealt in candy from contempt for human appetite, not a desire to sell the world something sweet. Or maybe it was the silent store, the trays of stale orange drops, a small business failing by slow, agonizing degrees. He identified himself, Guillaume, for this meeting, and her eyes searched his to see if he could be trusted. She was, he thought, not a particularly attractive woman, but she had probably never lacked for lovers, being one of those women who understands that attraction hasn't much to do with it. "May I take a minute of your time?" he asked. She looked at him a little sideways. Minutes, hours, she had nothing but time. Very slowly she worked a Gauloise free of its pack, tapped one end against her thumbnail, held it in her mouth with thumb and forefinger, handed D'Emilia a box of matches and leaned toward him so he could light it. "Thank you," she said. She opened a drawer in the desk, searched through papers, found an unsealed envelope and handed it to him. "Here it is," she said. He took out what looked like a polite note written in purple ink on bordered paper sold in stationery stores. His eyes ran along the lines, trying to decipher the penmanship. Then, when he realized what he had, he read it through again. This is extremely important," he said. She nodded, in a sort of vague agreement. Yes, so it seemed to her. She drew on her Gauloise and blew a plume of smoke at the ceiling. "Was there a reason you did so much?" "The occupation?" "No," she said. "I am not French," she added. "What then?" "I'm a Pole, though I've lived here a long time." D'Emilia came close to responding in Polish. He wanted to, then raged at himself for being so stupid. Guillaume was Guillaume. Nobody. "Hérault?" he said. She shrugged. "That was my father's attempt to fit in." "Did he fit in?" "No," she said. They were silent for a moment. "I don't think I'll tell you any reasons," she said. "For what I've done, that is. I don't especially believe in reasons." D'Emilia ran his eyes back over the paper. Kampfgeschwader 100. Pathfinder, Knickbein beam. D'Amelia was stunned at the quality of what he had in hand. He'd gotten the woman's name from Fiedin, an old contact from the late 30s, nothing very productive, but an address that placed her quite by accident on the front line of the German offensive against Britain. Fiedin had made the initial contact, then a signal from Vannes reached Paris that meant, "I have something for you." But this was well beyond anything D'Amelia had expected. "Please, mademoiselle, I must ask you to tell me how you managed this." A ghost of a smile passed over the woman's face. She found his urgency a little bit pleasing. She nodded her head toward the front of the shop. "Veronique," she said. "Who?" "My little clerk." She almost laughed out loud, so stupid and lost did he look. Then, when she saw the mist clear, she said, "Yes, that." "By design?" She made a face, who could say? Paused a moment, leaned closer, lowered her voice. "Ugly as sin, poor thing. But for everyone there is someone, and for poor Veronique there is poor Kurt, 18, away from home for the first time, short, homely, with bad teeth and bad eyes. In his unit, the lowest of the low. He helps the mechanics who fix the aircraft. I believe engine parts are washed in gasoline. Is that so?" "Yes. He does mostly that. Red hands the result, but he is a conqueror, monsieur, whatever you call yourself. And he has discovered in this shapeless lump of a child le vrai passion. He drives her, I assure you, to the very edge of sanity. No, beyond. And in bed, he tells her things? No, monsieur. Men don't tell women things in bed. Men tell women things when they are trying to get them into bed, to let women know how important they are. Once in bed, the time for telling things is over." But Veronique continues. "Yes, she loves Kurt. He is her man, hers alone. National borders are here transcended. You understand?" "Yes." Of course they do chatter in the way people do. And she tells me things, just to gossip, just to have something to say. They are innocent, monsieur. Amelia nodded sympathetically. "Someday you might be asked to do something for Veronique." "What is that?" "Well, national borders are never transcended. Love doesn't conquer all. In Veronique's mind, the Germans will be here for 40 years. Should she wait until she's 59 to go on with life? Of course not. Unfortunately for her, I suspect the end of this war may come sooner than 40 years, and then the women who have made love with the enemy will not fare well. The people here who have collaborated silently, skillfully, the ones who talk but do nothing, they will take it out on the poor Veroniques of the world. And they can be very cruel. When this happens, perhaps I will find you, or somebody like you. And you will try to do something for poor Veronique." "How do you know these things?" "I know. I'm a Pole. It came to me in my mother's milk. Will you help?" "If I can, I will," he said. "In the meantime, stop. Don't do anything, and don't permit her to do anything that could lead to exposure. The most important thing now is that nobody finds out what was discovered." It rained in Paris. Slowly, endlessly. The bare branches of the chestnut trees dripped water in the grey light. At 5 p.m, Anton Stein stared out the window above his coal yard. A freight train moved slowly along the track. Its couplings rattled and banged as it maneuvered, stopped, jerked ahead a few feet, stopped, backed up. The board siding of the freight cars and the cast-iron wheels glistened in the rain. On his desk, March earnings. They were doing well. Zimmer was implacable. All day long, in his clean grey smock, he tended the business. Spillage, theft, truck fuel, suppliers' invoices with added charges, defaulting customers, margin of profit, date of delivery. Anton Stein made money, and Captain Alexander Demilya spent it. Rental of the apartment on the WWII, where a wireless telegraph operator enciphered and transmitted, moving like a butterfly among 100 different bands to elude the Funkabwehr technicians. Rental of the apartment on the Rue B, where an alternate wireless telegraph operator was based. Rental of the villa in the suburb of C, where a wounded British pilot was in hiding. Not to mention the apartment on the Avenue Hoche, each window dressed with jabot and festoon. He was tired now. Spirit worn away by the tide. Clandestine war since September of 1939. It had gone on too long. There'd been too much of it. He forced his eyes away from the freight cars, back to a sheet of cheap paper on the desk. Huysmans' desk. Scarred oak, burns on the edge where somebody had rested a cigarette, little drawers full of used rubber bands and thumbtacks and dried-out ink pads for stamps. On the paper, in his own informal code, the first draft of a report to London. At the Luftwaffe base at Vannes was Kampfgeschwader 100, a unit of pathfinders, pilots who flew along a radio beam called a Knickbein beam because it had the shape of a dog-leg. The job of these pathfinders was to lead flights of bombers to the target, then drop incendiaries to light fires for the guidance of the planes behind them. What Veronique the shop clerk had found out was this. The pilots of Kampfgeschwader 100 did not live on the base in barracks. They lived in various billets in the town of Vannes. And on the afternoon before a mission, they traveled to the field by bus. Altogether, maybe 30 of them, slated to lead various night attacks against British targets. Demilya knew what happened next. He went to the movie theaters on the Champs-Élysées, where they showed German newsreels, always with the lights on because in darkness the French audience made rude noises, of the bombing raids. So he had seen the burning factories, and the bridges down in the rivers, and the firemen weeping with exhaustion. Altogether, maybe 30 of them travelled to the field by bus. On the Route Nationale, the RN-18 that traced the coast of Brittany, from Brest south to Quimper, Lorient, then Vannes. The airfield was 12 miles from the outskirts of Vannes, and there were several points of interest along the way. A curve with a rock outcropping to the east, a grove of stunted beech pine to the west between the road and the sea. Or perhaps the old fish cannery, abandoned in 38, with rows of dark windows, the glass long ago broken out. Block the road. A coal truck, somebody else's coal truck, would do that nicely. You'd want 8 operatives. Take the driver and the tires. Then you had leisure for the pilots. Fragmentation grenades in the windows, then someone with a carbine in the bus. Short range, multiple rounds. 30 Pathfinder pilots. All that training, experience, talent, hard to replace. The ratio of bravado to skill was nearly 1-to-1. Flying an aeroplane along a transmitted beam meant constant correction as you drifted and the signal tone faded. Flying at the apex of the attack meant searchlights and flak. You had to have a real demon in you to want to do that. Monsieur Stein? He looked up from the wood-flecked paper, initials and numbers, a curving line for a road, a rectangle for a blocking truck. Hélène was holding a large leather-bound book. Monsieur Zimmer asked that these be sent out today, monsieur. She left the book on Stein's desk and returned to work. Inside the leather cover were checks for him to sign, a typical practice in a French office. He made sure his pen had ink and went to work. Anton Stein. Anton Stein. The payees were coal mines up in Metz, mostly. He was permitted to buy what was left over after the Germans, paying with absurdly inflated currency, took what they wanted and shipped it east. Just after the New Year, the Germans had returned the ashes of Napoleon's son, l'Aiglon, to France. Thus the joke of the week: they take our coal and send us back ashes. 2 more to sign. One, a donation to the Comité France-Allemagne, in business since 1933 to foster Franco-German harmony and understanding. Well, they'd fostered it all right. Now the French had just about all the harmony and understanding anybody could want. The other check was made out to Anton Stein for 10,000 francs. His night money. At the Avenue Matignon, the evening performance with Madame Roubier. "Oh, oh!" she cried out. Under the guise of nuzzling her pale neck, he got a view of his watch, 8:25. Outside, the air raid sirens began. Gently, he unwound himself from her, stood by the bed, and turned off the pink bed-table lamp that made her skin glow. Opened the window, then the shutter, just a crack. Circles of light against the clouds, then arching yellow flames and golden fire that seemed to drip back down toward the dark earth. Kids would be in the parks tomorrow, he thought, adding to their shrapnel collections. A sharp fingernail traveled across his bare backside. "Bonjour, monsieur," Madame Roubier said. It amused her to pretend to be his language teacher. "Comment allez-vous?" The fingernail headed back in the other direction. He turned away from the fiery lights, looked over his shoulder. She was sprawled on her stomach, reaching out to touch him. "He ignores me." She pouted like a little girl. "Yes, he does." He turned back to the sky. A sudden stutter, bright yellow, then a slow, red trail curving down toward the earth. It made his heart sick to see that. Yes, he does. Brasserie Heininger, 11:30. At table, a party of 7. The Comte de Rieux and his little friend Isia. Isia had paid a visit that afternoon to the milliner Karashin, who had fashioned for her exclusively a hat of bright cherries and pears with a red veil that just brushed the cheekbones. At her left, the coal dealer Stein, his mood heavy and quiet, his cigar omnipresent. His companion, the fashionable Lisette Roubier, wore emerald silk. Next to her, the art dealer Labarthe, hair shiny with brilliantine, who specialized in Dutch and Flemish masters and jailed relatives. He could, for a price, produce any loved one from any prison in France. His companion was called Bella, a circus acrobat of Balkan origins. At her side, the amusing Willy, W, pronounced V, Kappler, the silliest-looking man, a fringe of colorless hair, a long, pointed nose like a comic witch, ears to catch the wind, a face lit up by a huge melon slice of a smile, as though to say, "Well, then, what can I do about it?" "Coal," he said to Stein. "Well, that's a lucky job these days." Then he laughed, melodious, infectious. You couldn't resist joining in. If you didn't get the joke, maybe you would later. "I can sell as much as they'll let me have," Stein admitted. "But," he added, "the stocks are often low." "Yes, it's true. This ridiculous war drags on, but go talk sense to the English. Then, too, Herr Stein, those rascals up there in the mines don't like to work." With fist and extended thumb, he imitated a bottle, tilted it up to his mouth, and made glug-glug sounds. Stein laughed. "Oh, but it's true, you know," Kappler said. "And you, Herr Kappler," Stein said,
What is it that keeps you in Paris?" "Ha! What a way to put it. I hardly need anything to keep me here." "In business?" Yeah, business, all right." Across the table, the Comte de Rieux could barely suppress a laugh. He knew what Kappler did. "The truth is," Kappler said, "I'm just an old cop from Hamburg, like my papa was before me. I was born to it. A cop under the Kaiser, a cop during the Weimar time, so now I work for Heine and Reine. But believe me, Herr Stein, it's the same old thing." Heine and Reine meant Heinrich Himmler and Reinhard Heydrich, which put Kappler somewhere in the RSHA empire, most likely the Gestapo or one of the SD intelligence units. Stein puffed at his cigar, but it had gone out. "Here, let me," Kappler said. He snapped a silver lighter, and Stein turned the cigar in the flame before inhaling. "Tell them what you heard today, darling," Labarthe said to his friend Bella. She looked confused. "In beauty salon?" "Yes, that's right." She nodded and smiled. Now she knew what was wanted. She wore a military-style soft cap, with a black feather arching back from one side, and theatrical circles of rouge on her cheeks. It was... She turned to Labarthe for help, whispered in his ear, he spoke a phrase or two behind his hand, and she nodded with relief. "Hairdresser was telling me about Death Ray," she said brightly. "Death Ray?" Madame Roubier said. "Yes, was made by man who invented telegraph." "Marconi," Labarthe prompted. "Yes, Marconi. Now, for Mussolini, he built Death Ray. So, war is over." She smiled enthusiastically. Willi Kappler shook with silent laughter, then pressed a hand against the side of his face. "People love a rumor," he said. "The stranger it is, the better they like it. Did you hear last week how de Gaulle was killed in an air raid in London, and British spies smuggled his ashes into Paris and buried them in Napoleon's tomb?" "I did hear that," said the Comte, "from my dentist. And on the last visit he told me the British had invented a powder that set water on fire. Told me in strictest confidence, mind you. Mesdames et messieurs." The waiter made sure he had their attention. Then, with a flourish, he presented a foie gras blanc en bloc, at least 2 pounds of it. In a basket, a mountain of toast triangles, crusts trimmed off. For each person at the table, a tiny chilled dish of Charente butter. The champagne-colored aspic quivered as the waiter carved slabs off the block and slid them deftly onto monogrammed plates. "Et alors," said the Comte, when the first cut was made and the size of the black truffle within revealed. Then the table was quiet, as knives worked foie gras on toast, and little sips of bone were taken to wash it down. "I tell you," said Willi Kappler, eyes glazed with rapture, "the best is really very good." The head waiter appeared at Stein's chair. "Yes," Stein said. "A telephone call for you, monsieur." The phone was on a marble table in an alcove by the men's toilet. "Stein," he said into the receiver, but the line just hissed. There was nobody on the other end. The men's room attendant opened the door a few inches and said, "Monsieur Stein?" Stein went into the small, tiled foyer that led to the urinals. The attendant's table held a stack of white towels, scented soaps and combs. A little dish of coins stood to one side. The white-jacketed attendant was called Woźciechowski, a man in his 60s with the red-rimmed, pouchy eyes and hollow cheeks of the lifelong insomniac. Rumor had it that he had at one time been one of the richest men in Paris, a brilliant speculator, known as the Lion of the Bourse. But now, with his gravel-voiced Hungarian accent and white jacket, he was just an amusing character. "I have your message, Monsieur Stein," Woźciechowski said. "A young man is waiting downstairs, looking at newspapers at the stand just east of the restaurant. He needs to see you urgently." Emilia peeled a 100-franc note from a roll in his pocket and laid it in Woźciechowski's dish. "What next, I wonder?" he grumbled under his breath. Woźciechowski's face remained opaque. "Thank you, monsieur," he said. Emilia went downstairs.
It was a warmish April night. The street smelled like fish. A waiter in a rubber apron was shucking oysters over a hill of chipped ice. The young man reading the headlines at the newspaper stand wore a thin jacket and a scarf. "Yes? You're waiting for me?" D'Emilia said. The young man looked him over. "Fiedin needs to see you right away," he said. "Where?" "Up at Boulogne-Billancourt." Bologna meant the factory district at the edge of Paris, not the seaside town. D'Emilia stared at the young man. It could be anything. An emergency? A trap. There was nothing he could do about it. "All right," he said. "I'll be back." The young man looked at his watch. 20 minutes to curfew?" "I'll hurry," D'Emilia said. He had a pass that allowed him to be out any time he wished, but he didn't want to go into that now. Back at the table, he said, "An emergency." "What happened?" Madame Roubier said. "An accident at the yard. A man is injured." He turned to the Comte. "Would you see Madame home?" "Yes, of course." "May I help?" said Willy Kappler, very concerned. "Not much I can't do in this city." Emilia seemed to consider. "Thank you," he said. "I think the best thing is for me to go, but I appreciate the offer." Kappler nodded sympathetically. "Another time," he said. They rode the metro to the Quai d'Issy station. The train stopped there because the tunnel up ahead had flooded, but the police wouldn't let anybody exit to the street. So they crossed over, took a train back one stop, and walked. The quarter was a snarl of freight tracks and old factories surrounding the Renault plant and the large docks on the Seine. On the other side of the river was a Russian neighborhood, émigrés packed into brick tenements and working on the automobile assembly lines. Under German occupation, Renault manufactured military vehicles for the Wehrmacht, so the British bombed the plant. D'Emilia and Fiedin's messenger crunched broken glass underfoot as they walked. Water flooded from broken mains, black smoke that smelled like burning rubber made D'Emilia's eyes run, and he kept wiping at them with his hand. An ambulance drove by, siren wailing. Where a building had collapsed into the street, D'Emilia stepped over a smouldering mattress, picking his way among scattered pans and shoes and sheet music. At the Eastern Orthodox Church of St. Basil, the young man stood back. Tears ran from his eyes, and cut tracks in the soot on his face. "He's in there," he said to D'Emilia. "The church?" The young man nodded and walked away quickly. The church was being used as an emergency room. General Fiedin was lying on a blanket on the stone floor. A second blanket was drawn up to his chin. When D'Emilia stood over him, he opened his eyes. "Good," he said. "I hoped they'd find you." D'Emilia knelt by his side. Fiedin's face, once fierce and skull-like, had collapsed, and his skin was the color of wax. Suddenly, an old man. He lowered the blanket a little. Gauze bandage was taped across his chest, and made a sour face that meant no good. "Better for you to be in the hospital," D'Emilia said. "Fastest way is a taxi. You'll lie in the back seat." "Let's not be stupid," Fiedin said gently. "I know this wound very well. I've seen it many times." "Vasily Alexandrovich." Fiedin gripped his arm. He meant to grip it hard, but he couldn't. "Stop it," he said. D'Emilia was silent for a time. "How did this happen?" "I was at the Double Eagle, a Russian club. People playing chess and drinking tea. The sirens went off like always. We shrugged and ignored them like always. The next thing, somebody pulled me out from under some boards. Then I woke up here." He paused a moment, lips pressed tight. "I'm 63 years old," he said. It was dark in the church, a few candles the only light. People were talking in low voices, taking care to walk quietly on the stone floors, like actors in a play, D'Amelia thought. Some still wore the costumes, cab drivers, cleaning women, that exile had assigned them. But in this church they were themselves, and spoke and gestured like the people they had once been. Outside, the last sirens of police cars and ambulances faded away, and it was quiet again. "I always thought I'd die on a horse, on a battlefield," Fiedin said. "Not in a chess club in Paris." "You know, I fought at Tannenberg in 1914, then with Brusilov in Galicia against the Japanese in 1905. In the Balkans, 1912 that was. I was on the staff of the Russian military attaché to Serbia, 1912. I was in love." He smiled at that, thought for a time with his eyes closed, then looked directly at D'Amelia and said, "Jesus, the world's a slaughterhouse. Really it is. If you're weak, they're going to cut your throat. Ask the Armenians. Ask the Jews. The bad people want it their way, my friend, and how badly they want it is the study of a lifetime." He shook his head with sorrow. "So," he said, "so then what? You step into it, if you're a certain sort, but then you're taking sides, and you've written yourself down for an appointment with the butchers. There's a waiting list, but they'll get around to you, never fear. Christ, look at me, killed by my own side." He paused a moment, then said, "Damn fine bomb, though, even so. Made in Birmingham, or somewhere. Didn't hit any factories, this one didn't, but it settled with the Double Eagle Club once and for all. And it settled with General Fiedin." Fiedin laughed. Then his mood changed. "Listen, I know all about what you did on the docks that night, running off to die because you couldn't stand to live in a bad world. What the hell did you think you were doing? You can't do that. You can't resign." He thought a moment, then said sternly, "That's not for you, boy. Not for you." He sighed, wandered a little, said something, but too quietly for D'Amelia to hear. D'Amelia leaned closer. "What did you say?" "I want to rest for a minute, but don't let me go yet," Fiedin said. D'Amelia sat back, hands on knees, in the gloom of the darkened church. He looked at his watch just after 1 in the morning. Now the night was very quiet. He sensed somebody nearby, turned to see a woman standing next to him. She had grey hair, hastily pinned up, wore a dark, ill-fitting suit, had a stethoscope around her neck. She stared at Fiedin for a long moment, knelt by his side, and drew the blanket up over his face. "Wait," D'Amelia said. "What are you doing?" She stood, then put a hand on his shoulder. He felt warmth enter him, as though the woman had done this so often she had contrived a single gesture to say everything that could be said. Then, after a moment, she took her hand off and walked away. April 3:20 a.m., west of Bourges. Bonneau drove the rattle-trap farm truck. Jean-Marie sat in the middle, D'Emilia by the window. They drove with the headlights off, no more than 20 miles an hour over the dirt farm roads. The truck bounced and bucked so hard, D'Emilia shut his mouth tight to keep from cracking a tooth. Three-quarter moon, the fields visible once the eyes adjusted. With airplanes on clandestine missions, you fought the war by the phases of the moon. "The Soulier farm," Jean-Marie said in a whisper. Bonneau hauled the wheel over, and the old truck shuddered and swayed into a farmyard. The dogs were on them immediately, barking and yelping and jumping up to leave muddy paw marks on the windows. A huge silhouette appeared in the yard, the shadows of dogs dancing away from its kicking feet, as the barking turned to whining. A shutter banged open, and a kerosene lamp was lit in the window of the farmhouse. The silhouette approached the truck. "Bonneau?" "Yes. We're all ready to go here. Come and take a coffee. Perhaps later. The rendezvous is in 40 minutes, and we've got to walk across the fields." The silhouette sighed. "Don't offend my wife, Bonneau. If you do, I can reasonably well guarantee you that the Germans will be here for generations." Jean-Marie whispered a curse beneath her breath. "What? Who is that? Jean-Marie? Ma biche? Ma jewel? Are you going to war?" The silhouette laughed. Bonneau put his forehead on his hands, holding the steering wheel. To D'Emilia he said, "Soulier was my sergeant in the tank corps." Then to the silhouette at the truck window, "You're right, of course, a coffee will be just the thing." They entered the farmhouse. The stove had been lit to drive off the night chill. On a plank table there was a loaf of bread and a sawtooth knife on a board, butter wrapped in a damp cloth, and a bottle of red wine. Madame Soulier stood at the stove and heated milk in a black iron pot. "We just got this from Violet," she said. D'Emilia teetered dangerously on the edge of asking who Violet was, then, from the corner of his eye, caught Jean-Marie's discreet signal, a two-handed teat-pulling gesture. Madame Soulier gathered the skin off the top of the milk with a wooden spoon, then whacked the spoon on the rim of the zinc-lined kitchen sink to send it flying. "That's for the devil," she muttered to herself. D'Emilia knew this coffee. It was the same coffee, black, bitter, searing hot, he'd drunk in the Volhynia before going hunting on autumn mornings. He held the chipped cup in both hands. The cities were different in Europe. The countryside was very much the same. "And the Claret cousins? They're coming?" Bonneau said. Soulier shrugged. It scared D'Emilia a little, the quality of that shrug. He understood it. He feared all too well. The Claret cousins hadn't shown up where they'd promised to be since the spring of 1285. Likely tonight would be no different. Jean-Marie's face remained immobile. Perhaps the Claret cousins were not crucial to the enterprise, but had been asked for other reasons. "Townspeople," Soulier said to him, a confidential aside that explained everything. "Better without them?" D'Emilia asked. "Oh, yes, no question of that." Soulier sucked up the last of his coffee and emitted a steamy sigh of pleasure. He rose from the table, pushing with his hands on the plank surface, then said, "Must have a word with the pig." When he returned, the aroma came with him. He stopped at the open door, wiped the muck off his boots, then entered, his arms full of rifles. He laid them out on the kitchen table and proceeded to strip off the oiled paper that had protected them. He dumped an old tin can on the table, moving bullets with a thick forefinger, and counted to 18. "Souvenirs of the war," he said to D'Emilia. There were 4 rifles. Soulier and Bonneau each took one. Jean-Marie wasn't expected to use such things, and D'Emilia declined. He carried a 9mm Italian automatic that had found its way to him, part of the Anton Stein persona, but he had no intention of shooting at anybody. Soulier examined one of the rifles. "We kept these with us in the tank, just in case," he said. Just in case, D'Emilia thought, the 1914 war started up again. They were bolt-action rifles with 5-round magazines, and far too many soldiers in the French infantry had carried them in 1940. D'Emilia looked meaningfully at his watch. Soulier said fondly, My friend, do not concern yourself too much. We're not in the city now, you know. Life here happens in its own time." "We'll have to explain that to the pilot," Demillier said. Soulier laughed heartily. Sarcasm was of absolutely no use with him. "There's no point in worrying about that," he said. "These contraptions have never yet been on time." The BBC Message Personnel, delivered in a cluster of meaningless phrases to deny the Germans' analysis of traffic volume, had been broadcast 48 hours earlier. "In the afternoon, visit the cathedral at Rouen," then confirmed a day later by the BBC's playing Django Reinhardt's In a Sentimental Mood at a specified time. They had avoided offending the hospitality of Madame Soulier, but the Bonneau reception committee was now behind schedule. They tried riding their bicycles across the countryside, but it was too dark, and most of the time they had to walk, following cattle paths that wound around the low hills, soaking their feet when the land turned to marsh, sweating with effort in the cold night air. Demillier had been right. They were late getting to the field Jean-Marie had chosen. But Soulier was right, too. The contraption had not been on time. A triumph of what was called System D, D for the verb débrouiller, to muddle through, to manage somehow. First used to describe the French railway system's response to supply obligations in the War of 1914, it explained in a few syllables the French method of managing life. They got to the field late, 4 instead of the expected 6, and had to hurry to arrange the brush piles. Somehow they managed, although the head of the arrow that indicated wind direction was missing one side. Then Bonneau stopped dead, looked up, signaled for quiet. A low, distant hum, getting louder, a drone. Then, clearly, the sound of airplane engines. "Les flambeaux!" Soulier cried. It was Jean-Marie who actually had matches. The torches were lit, rags smeared thickly with pitch pine resin and knotted at the ends of branches. They crackled and sputtered and threw wild shadows across the meadow as the reception party ran from brush pile to brush pile. Jean-Marie and Emilia raced past each other on the dead run. By firelight he saw her face, close to tears with anger and pride, with fierce joy. In the clouds above them, a Whitley bomber, slow and cumbersome. The pilot banked gently to get a better view of the land below him. He had sifted through the air defences on the Brittany coast. A few desultory rounds of ack-ack, nothing more. The gunners not sorry to hear him droning off to somebody else's sector. Then he'd followed the Loire just about due east, the shadow of his plane cast by moonlight running next to the river. He picked up the Vienne, he hoped, branching south, then found the confluence of the Creuse and the Gartempe. Here he adjusted his bearing a few degrees south of east and watched the seconds tick away. Now, he thought. Nothing there. Dark and peaceful fields. Then came the voice of his navigator. "Here we are. Just a little north of us, sir." An orange fire appeared below, then another and another as the pilot watched. He pushed a button, a green light went on in the cargo hold, but the drop-master could see as well as he could. First the crates shoved out the door, white parachutes flaring off into the darkness before they caught the wind and jerked upright, swaying down toward the fires in the field below. "Best of luck to you, gentlemen," said the drop-master, and the 4 French paratroopers jumped in rapid succession. They had been given little paper French flags to take down with them, and one of them, Lucien, the leader, actually managed to hold one aloft as he floated to earth. He had left France from the port of Dunkirk, not quite a year earlier, by swimming toward a British fishing boat. His pants and shirt and officer's cap were left on the beach. His pistol was at the bottom of the channel. He thought, as the wind rushed past him, he heard someone cry out down below. That was Soulier, crazed with excitement. "It worked! By God, it worked!" He might have said, "Vive la France!" The paratroopers would certainly have appreciated the sentiment, but, for the moment, surprise had exceeded patriotism. The paratroopers wrestled free of their harness, then menaced the night with their Sten guns, but there was only the reception committee in the field. So they greeted each other formally, embraced, and talked in whispers. Then the officer excused himself to Jean-Marie, turned away, undid his fly, watered a rock, and mumbled something relieved and grateful under his breath. Thus, at last, was "Vive la France" said on that occasion. As the fires burned themselves out, they took Soulier's pry bar and tore open the crates, unpacked 24 Sten guns, rapid-firing carbines of no particular range but brutal effect up close, the British solution to the problem of a weapon for clandestine war. There were wireless telegraph sets, maps printed on silk, cans of a nasty green jelly that British scientists had concocted to burn down Europe. Everything took longer than they'd calculated. With dawn came a cold, dirty drizzle, the wind blowing the smell of raw spring earth off the fields. Using the bicycles as carts, they hauled the shipment off to Soulier's farm. Were suitably impressed when Soulier reached down through the pig shit and opened a trap door in the earth. As the tenant of the sty looked on, slit-eyed and suspicious, from the fence where he'd been tied up. Once again, on local trains to Vannes. D'Emilia had appointed Jean-Marie liaison officer for the Kampfgeschwader 100 attack. Bonneau and Soulier to handle logistics and supply, the paratroopers to do the actual shooting. They rode together in the first-class compartment. Jean-Marie, with open shirt collar spread across the lapels of a dark suit and mannish hat with feather, looked exactly like what she was, a part of the high bourgeois or petite nobility, the French landowning class. D'Emilia, briefcase in hand, hat with brim snapped down, her provincial lawyer. 2 German officers entered their compartment at Poitiers, very polite and correct. From their insignia, they were involved with engineering, perhaps construction. Essentially, they were German businessmen on leave from daily life in Frankfurt or Düsseldorf or wherever it was in order to fight a war. Still a great deal of silence in the compartment. Jean-Marie, living just below the Vichy line, had not seen many Germans and wasn't really used to moving around among them. For their part, the Germans found French women irresistible, and Jean-Marie, pale and reserved, with small, fine features and aristocratic bearing, was of a type particularly attractive to the officer class. "Would Madame care to have the window open?" one of them said, using vacation French. "No, thank you." "Not too warm for you in here?" "Quite comfortable, thank you." "Well, then—" The train chugged along, the fields of the Poitou plain falling away slowly behind them. "I wonder, sir, if you can tell me what time we arrive in Nantes?" "I am not really certain," D'Emilia said. "Just after 2, perhaps?" "I believe that's right." The man smiled at Jean-Marie. "Isn't it satisfying, in some deliciously mysterious way, for us all to be rolling through the French countryside together? Not actually an adventure, not quite that, but surely not the usual thing either. Wouldn't you agree?" In this rising tide of banality, D'Emilia sensed danger. Just such moments, he knew, could turn fatal. You did not see it coming. With a sigh of apology, he set to unbuckling the briefcase that lay across his knees. Providently, he had fitted it out with its own false identity in case it was searched, mostly land deeds, obtained from clerks in an office of registry just outside Paris. "What have you there, Duval?" Jean-Marie said. D'Emilia found a name on the deed. "The Bredon papers. I'm afraid we'll have to go over them together sometime before tomorrow." Jean-Marie took the deed and began to read it. The German folded his hands across his middle and turned toward the window, an admission of defeat. In Vannes, Jean-Marie was checked in at the Better Hotel by the railroad station. D'Emilia set off toward the street where Mademoiselle Hérault kept a confiserie. The mood of the neighborhood hadn't changed. Perhaps it had grown darker, quieter. 5 o'clock on a spring afternoon. It should have been hopeful. Paris, hungry and cold, and beginning to fray badly after a year of occupation, somehow kept its hopes up. But not here. Then he came around the corner, saw what had happened, and just kept walking. There wasn't much to see. A lowered shutter, a chain, and a padlock. It was what he would have seen at 8 that evening, when Mademoiselle herself had locked up the money and locked up the office and sent her clerk home. Her final act of the day would have been to lower the shutter and chain it to a ring set in the sill. But she had not done this. Emilia couldn't defend his intuition. Perhaps the padlock was slightly better, slightly newer than the one she had used, but otherwise there was nothing. Absence. 5 on a spring afternoon, even in a sad little town, even in a shadowy street, somebody buys candy. But Mademoiselle Hérault was closed. And she wouldn't, Emilia knew in his heart, be reopening. He didn't stop walking, he didn't slow down, just glanced at the rolled-down shutter, then made certain he was in the right street. That was all. Somebody might be watching the street, but he thought not. There wouldn't be anything here for them now. They would simply lock it up and think about it for a time. Here, a spy worked. That was an instinct of policemen. Perhaps evidence could be retrieved. Perhaps something had been forgotten. So Emilia knew what had happened, but of course that kind of knowing wasn't acceptable. He could not return to Paris and have his operator cipher up some bedtime story for the 6th Bureau. Officer instinctively sensed. He returned to the hotel, made sure Jean-Marie was where he'd left her. Normally he would not have said anything to her, would have kept her where she belonged, with a high brick wall between her and Mademoiselle Hérault. In one of the first French attempts at an underground network earlier that year, a single arrested individual had compromised 165 people. So, you compartmentalized. And if they didn't know about that over here, they sure as hell knew it in the eastern part of Europe, where nobody had any illusions about what went on in the basements of police stations. What people knew, they told. No, that was wrong. Some people never told. Some people, only the bravest, or perhaps the angriest, let the interrogation run its course and died in silence. He suspected, again an intuition, that Mademoiselle Hérault had not given the operation away. What she was a soured sort of life, he believed. Ignoring the spiteful neighbors, squeezing every sou, hating the world, but strong. Stronger than the people who would try to dominate her. That was it, he realized. That was what he knew about her. She would not be dominated, no matter how they made her suffer. He went to the not-so-good hotel at the railroad station, across the square from Jean-Marie, and checked in. The lawyer Benoit from Nantes. A boring little man on a boring little errand. Please God, let them believe that. Below his window, freight cars rolled past all night. The Germans were building here massive defenses to repel an invasion and submarine pens to attack British shipping. Emilia couldn't sleep. He smoked, sat in a chair by the window, and stared out into the darkened square. Some nights he could travel like a ghost, skimming over the landmass of Europe, the bloody cellars and the silent streets, the castles and the princes and the assassins who waited for them. Wolves in the snow at the edge of town where the butchers made sausage. At 7 he stood in front of the sink, bare-chested, suspenders dangling from the waistband of his trousers. He washed himself with cold water, then rubbed his skin with a towel. In the lobby of the hotel, an old man was sweeping the tile floor, moving slowly among the ancient velvet chairs and sofas. Emilia went out in the street. Better there. The sun just up, the cobblestones of the square sluiced down with water. Around the corner he found an open café, ordered a coffee, stood at the bar and chatted with the patron. The patron had a friend called Henri, who could get him anything he wanted. A pair of bicycles? No problem. An arching eyebrow indicated that the resources available to Henri went much deeper than that. Henri himself appeared an hour later, pushing the bicycles. Emilia paid him handsomely, then mentioned truck tires. Price no object, perhaps at the end of the week? No problem. Henri nodded, gestured, winked. What Emilia really wanted was 72 hours during which Henri would refrain from selling him to the police. and he thought he'd accomplished that. First tires, then betrayal. So read the heart of Henri. The following day at 5 a.m, in a patter of spring rain, they were on the road. They pedaled out of Vannes with some 40 other cyclists, all headed to work at the fish oil plant, at the small machine shops and boat repair yards found in every port, some of them no doubt going the 12 miles to the air base, where the pilots of the Kampfgeschwader 100 also worked. The riders were silent. It was too early in the morning to be among strangers. Now and then a bicycle bell rang. 2 or 3 times an automobile, no doubt carrying somebody important and German, went roaring past. D'Emilia let the crowd get ahead of them so they could talk. "Now, this curve," he said, "is a possibility. To the right, the pine forest provides some cover. To the left, the rock makes it impossible for the bus to swerve, to simply drive away from the attack." They rode on, Jean-Marie making mental notes about the road, the terrain, the time of day, everything that would have to be factored into an assault plan. "Of course," D'Emilia said, "it will be up to the officer leading the attack to make the decision, exactly where to conceal his firing points and everything else, but there are locations along the route that he ought to at least consider." Up ahead, a warning bell rang, and a railway man lowered a safety gate. Then a locomotive sounded its whistle, and a slow freight came rumbling across the road. D'Emilia and Jean-Marie pulled up to the crowd of cyclists, standing patiently on one foot while the boxcars rolled past. A dark green sports car, its hood secured by a leather strap, stopped next to D'Emilia. The driver and his companion were young men, wearing good tweed jackets and pigskin gloves. "Ach, du Lieber," the driver said, his hand clapped over his eyes. What had struck him blind was a girl in a tight skirt, astride a bicycle seat. The other man shook his head in wonder, said in German, "Sweet sugar, come fly through the clouds with me." The girl ignored them. The freight train moved off into the distance. The railway man raised the gate. The driver of the sports car gunned his engine, the cyclists scurried out of the way, and the 2 Germans went tearing down the road, an echo of speed shifts and screaming engine lingering after them. 5:30 p.m. The first minutes of darkness. Outlines blurred, faces indistinct. People were out, coming home from work, going visiting, shopping. A couple, even strangers, moved easily along the street. Unremarkable. Nobody really saw them. D'Emilia took Jean-Marie by the arm for a moment, guided her into a long alley, a crooked lane no more than 3 feet wide, with lead-sheathed drain tiles running down both sides and crumbling stone arches above. It was chaos back here. Stake fences concealing garden plots, leaning sheds and rusty tin roofs, curved tiles stacked against walls, dripping pipes, sheets hung to dry on lines spanning the alley. 1,000 years of village life concealed from the public street. Finding the back entrance to a particular shop should have been a nightmare. But no, in fact the Germans had done him a favor. The back door of the confiserie was chained and padlocked, the same equipment they'd used for the front door. The chain ran from a rusty cleat in the wall to the iron door handle. It wasn't a system Mademoiselle Hérault had ever used, and it didn't work now. D'Emilia took an iron bar from under his coat, slotted one end next to the chain in the wall cleat, used a piece of broken brick as a fulcrum, and put his weight against it. Out came the cleat with a puff of dust, a chunk of old masonry still attached to it. Next, the door lock. He threw a shoulder into the door, but nothing happened. Drew a foot up and drove his heel against the lock plate. Same result. Finally, he worked the sharp end of the bar into the dried-out wood between the door and the jamb, levered it apart until he could get the end of the bar past the inside edge of the door, used every bit of strength he had. Nothing at first, then it gave a little. Finally there was a loud squeak and the sound of ripping wood as the lock tore free. He swung the door open, waited a beat, stepped inside. What he needed to see, he saw immediately. The dusk of closed spaces was broken up by shadowy light from the doorway, and the last 2 years had taught him to see in the dark. There was no malice or evil in the confiserie, just a professional job. Cold and thorough. They had searched. Dumped the canisters of flour into the stone sink, then the sugar, the salt, the baking soda, whatever else had been on the shelf, stirring through each new addition. They would have used a thin metal rod, sifting, probing, hunting the spool of microfilm or the miniature camera, the book marked for ciphering, or a set of crystals for a radio. D'Amelia walked into the office, every step a brittle crunch. They'd spilled a bin of hard candies on the floor, and their boots had ground them into powdery shards of red and green. Mademoiselle Hérault's office was torn to pieces. Not a piece of paper to be seen, upholstery fabric sliced from the bottom of an upside-down chair. Drawers pulled from the desk, then the desk flipped over, smashing the drawers beneath it. In the store itself, the glass had been kicked out of the counters and the wooden frame torn apart. Spies were diabolical when it came to hiding things. The searchers had unwrapped the chocolates and squashed them. Ants were at work on the result, tossed atop the shards of glass. By the cash register, where Veronique the clerk had spent her days, D'Amelia smelled something strange. Even amid the orange essence and vanilla and peppermint and God knew what else, something strong and particular, like flowers. He knelt. The smell got stronger. A small glass bottle, in pieces, half hidden by the leg of a counter. Candy clerk's perfume, he thought. They had stood her against a wall, searched through her purse, and it had fallen out, or perhaps they'd thrown it on the floor. No more than a minute inside the shop, but too long. Jean-Marie called in a whisper. D'Amelia was up and out in one motion. A flashlight bobbed at the other end of the alley. He kicked the door shut with his foot and embraced Jean-Marie in the same instant, passionately pressing his mouth against hers. She made a small sound of distaste, stiffened, tried to pull away from him just as the flashlight pinned them both. The voice was a growl. "What's this?" It was the eternal voice of the flic, the cop, tired and sour beyond redemption. Romance? It wondered. D'Amelia shielded his eyes from the light, squinting helplessly as he did so, a profoundly virtuous gesture. "We have no place to meet," he said. A moment, while that was considered. "Well, you can't meet here." The light was lowered. D'Amelia heard the little pop of a holster flap snapped back into place. "Take a walk," the cop said. He sensed something, but he wished not to know about it. He simply made it vanish, so it no longer troubled him. They took local trains out of Vannes that night. Jean-Marie back to the country house, D'Amelia to the Avenue Hoche. It was inevitably spring in Paris. The first chestnut trees bloomed at the entrances to the metro, where warm air flowed up the staircases. Greece was taken in April, so was Yugoslavia. Belgrade, pressured by tank columns on 3 sides, was surrendered to a German captain and 9 enlisted men who had bluffed their way through the defense lines. The United States had frozen German and Italian assets held in American banks. For Parisians, daily existence was a struggle, and people simply tried to stay out of the way of the Germans. There had, in the first year of occupation, been one execution. Jacques Bonsergent, shot for jostling a German officer in the Gare Saint-Lazare. The mood in the cafés was now resignation, the defeat by the Germans called the debacle. D'Amelia found this a curious expression once he thought about it. Just the sort of linguistic trap that the French liked to construct. It meant a complete rout, a total collapse. But somewhere in the spirit of the word was a touch of the absurd, the comic. It wasn't anyone's fault. No point in assigning blame. It was just that everything went wrong all at once. A moment of divine slapstick, and poof, we lost the country. For D'Amelia, contacts in the Polish community had finally begun to pay off. He had enlisted a railroad clerk and a miner's daughter from Alsace, both contacts made through Polish clergy at local churches. The value of priests now became particularly apparent. They had political views, strong ones often enough, and were the keepers of community secrets. They knew who drank, who made money, and who lost it. They knew who the collaborators were and who the patriots were. People, perhaps resisting an urge to gossip over the back fence, told the priest everything. Sometimes in church, more often in the parlor or at the vegetable stall. That couldn't be wrong, could it? Heaven knew all your secrets anyhow. The Alsatian girl, very studious and shy, in her early 20s, came to live in Paris at D'Amelia's request. He assigned her the code name Vera, then, in a slow and curiously difficult effort, tried to place her in a job in a German bureau. She spoke excellent German, perfect French. It should have been easy. "I have never felt French exactly," she told her interviewers. "Always we spoke German in my house." She was offered 2 jobs, both clerical and meaningless, in the office that handled payments flowing from France to Germany. 400 million francs a day, the cost of the German military and civilian administration. After all, one couldn't expect one's country to be occupied for free. With D'Amelia's coaching, Vera extracted herself from those offers, moved to a pension, and waited, patiently. 26 April 1941. 3:20 a.m. Le Chabanais. Paris's finest brothel. Draperies, brocades, velvets, and cut crystal, such weight as to suggest a thick and impenetrable wall of discretion. Waitresses in golden slippers served assiette caviar. In one of the private rooms, the Slovakian coal dealer Anton Stein had invited the Comte de Rieux and the art dealer Labarthe to be his guests for a late supper and whatever other diversions they might enjoy. They had a peaceful, relaxed, gentleman's evening of it. The Count had been entertained in one of the upstairs bedrooms by a Hungarian countess and her Spanish maid. The glass of wine tipped over, the slipper applied, then forgiveness, at length and in many ways. The Count returned, shaking his head in wonder at what the world had to offer him. Lit a Camel cigarette, drank a sip of champagne, rested his head on the back of a chair, and blew 2 seemingly endless plumes of smoke at the chandelier. No need to talk. A grand silence. A moment to contemplate human desire and the masks it wore. D'Amelia had seen the Countess, hair dark red, Magyar cheekbones, long, delicate fingers, but a temper, as you might expect, not the one to stand for a maid's clumsy behavior. The Count smiled at his host by way of saying thank you. "The pleasures of excess," he said quietly. Labarthe snored lightly on his settee, head fallen to one side. Stein raised his glass in a silent toast to the Count's words. He drank, then after a moment said, "I was in Alsace recently. Stumbled on treasure." "Let me guess, a Rhine maiden?" "Oh, no, completely the opposite." "Really?" Stein nodded yes, opened a tortoise-shell case, and selected a small, pale-leafed cigar. He rolled it between his fingers, then snapped a silver lighter until a flame appeared. He said, putting the lighter away. "Spinster type, to look at her you'd never imagine." "Oh, I can imagine." "Little more champagne?" "Not just yet, thanks." "Anyhow, I have her here, in a pension." "Can't get enough?" "That's it." He paused a moment. "Thing is, she's bored. Nothing to do all day." "Why not a job? Coming from there, she must speak German." She does. Wants to work for jeder einmal." "Why there?" "I think she worked at Esterhazy, the travel agency, before the war." "Well, that shouldn't be a problem." "I don't know anyone there exactly, but Kappler can do it in a minute." "I'll call him Monday, if you like." "Would you? That would certainly help me out." "Consider it done." From somewhere in the vast building came the sound of a violin. It was playing a folk melody, slow and melancholy, something Eastern, perhaps Russian. Both men listened attentively. The Bart stopped snoring, mumbled something, then fell back asleep. "Remarkable, the way life is now," the Count said. "Untold stories." Then, after a moment, he said, "A spinster." He meant, in a rather delicate way, that such an appetite in Stein was unexpected. Stein shrugged. "Quite religious," he said. "She is like a storm." Transmission of 12 May, 1:25 a.m. To Director. Source, Albert. Railway Bureau designates departures 21 May/26 May. Third class and livestock cars making up at Reims yards. Route, Reims, Metz, Trier, Würzburg, Prague, Breslau, Krakow, Tarnów. Including Artillery Regiment 181, Fusilier Regiment 202, Stettin, Grenadier Regiments 80, 107, 253, Wiesbaden, Grenadier Regiments 151, 162, and 176, Wehrkreis, ex-Hamburg. Of 21 divisions in France as of 4/22/41, total of 9, 135,000 men, now moved east. D'Emilia's railroad clerk. Fussy little man, fierce patriot. Dead drop at the Église Sainte-Thérèse. Albert to the 6 o'clock Mass, d'Emilia at 10. The take from Wehrmacht rail scheduling made d'Emilia's heart lift. Great numbers of troops and their vehicles, weapons, files, and draft horses on the move from conquered France and Belgium to conquered Poland. That meant Russia. And that meant the end. There was in Vilna a historical marker alongside the Moscow road that read, "On 28 June 1812, Napoleon Bonaparte passed this way with 450,000 men." Then, on the other side, approached from the east, was a different message. On 9 December 1812, Napoleon Bonaparte passed this way with 900 men. Could Adolf Hitler, shrewd, cunning, do such a foolish thing? Maybe not. D'Emilia had observed that the failed Operation Sea Lion had been undertaken without a feint, without deception. If the Germans were going to try again, June would be the time to lay a false trail, such as the shipment of men and arms to the east. To find out, d'Emilia had Albert on the one hand, Vera on the other. The Comte de Rieux had been true to his word. Vera was hired as a clerk, but in 6 months we'll see about something better, by the Jeder Einmal in Paris organization. This was Goebbels at work. The phrase meant Paris for everybody once. A morale builder for the military and a spy's dream. Everybody meant just that, from privates to generals. 2 weeks' leave in romantic, naughty Paris. The brothels and the nightclubs were fully staffed. The inflated occupation Reichsmark would buy an astonishing mound of gifts for Mama and Papa and the ever-faithful Helga. The German Empire now ran from Norway to North Africa, from Brest, France, to Brest-Litovsk in Poland. Getting all those people in and out of Paris was a logistical nightmare, but not for the efficient Jeder organization, a vast travel agency coordinating hotels, barracks, and train reservations. They simply had to know, thus Vera had to know, where everybody was, the location of every unit in the German war machine, where it was strong and where it wasn't. French students still went to university, a privilege not enjoyed in Poland, where by Himmler's order the slave population was to learn to count on its fingers and acknowledge orders with affirmative grunts. D'Emilia's response was to hide one of his wireless telegraph operators in a tiny room in the student quarter of the 5th arrondissement. The agent seemed to belong there, with a beard tracing the outline of his jaw, a piercing student gaze, and hair he cut himself. It was in the tiny room, with pictures of philosophers pinned to the walls, that D'Emilia learned from a 6th Bureau transmission on 17 May that the operation in Vannes had to be completely reworked. The Pathfinder pilots of Kampfgeschwader 100 now drove their own cars to the airfield, rather than going by bus. And it was in the tiny room that D'Emilia learned from a 6th Bureau transmission of 19 May that he'd been fired. It wasn't put that way. The word relieved was not used, but that was what it meant. D'Emilia's reaction was first shock, then anguished disbelief. Why? How could this happen? What had he done wrong? "Is this correct?" he asked the operator. "I believe so," the man said. He was embarrassed, did not meet D'Emilia's eyes. "Of course I can request retransmission, or clarification." But it was already quite clear. The reference to D'Emilia by his assigned cipher, rendezvous on a certain beach on a certain night, to be transported back to 6th Bureau London headquarters for reassignment. Prepare all field agents and technical staff for a change of resident officer. He did that. Vera didn't like it. Albert nodded grimly. War was war. He could say nothing to Lisette Roubier, to Zimmer at the coal company, to the people who were simply there in his life as he was in theirs. The French placed great store by daily encounters, small friendships carried on a few minutes at a time. And he would have liked to have said goodbye. Lost people. Lost money. Huysmans' coal. Probably the apartment on the Avenue Hoche. Gone. Abandoned. Intelligence services had to operate in that fashion, build and walk away. It was in the nature of their existence. But D'Emilia knew, in a hungry city, what that money would buy. A certain night in June, sweet and sad, he chased Madame Roubier around the bed with real conviction. "Oh, my," she said, and scowled with pleasure. Then it was time to go, and he kissed her on the lips, and she put her arms around him and squeezed him tight. Pulling back a little to have a look at him, her eyes were shiny in the peach light that made her pretty. She knew. She knew. What, exactly, could you fool a woman you made love to? Well, of course you could, he thought. Well, of course you couldn't. The tears never quite came. A Frenchwoman understood love, its beginning and its ending. "Shall I see you tomorrow?" "Not quite sure," he said. "I'll telephone in the afternoon." "If not, then some other time," she said. "Yes," he said. "Au revoir. I'll see you again." "Adieu," she said. "Not in this life." Later, he stood at the door of the apartment on the Avenue Hoche. Dawn just breaking. The sky in the window, a dozen shades of blue. He had to ride the trains for long days across the springtime fields. He tried again and again to find a reason for what had happened, and was shocked at how broken his heart was. Over the months in Paris, he had thought he hated what he did. Maybe not. Out the train window, spring earth, flowering apple trees, villages with bakeries and town halls. He had lost a lot of people, he realized. The obvious ones, Janina the telegraphist, Mademoiselle Hérault, Véronique, and the not-so-obvious ones, Genia Bailis and Fiedin. Could someone else do better? Is that what the 6th Bureau thought? You should be happy to be alive, he told himself savagely. But he wasn't. 4 nights on the beach at Saint-Jean-de-Luz, just north of the Spanish border, where the last Polish ship, Battore, had departed in June of 1940, 12 months earlier. He pretended to be a tourist, a spectre from another time, strolled down to the beach at night, then uncovered a hidden bicycle and worked his way north to a deserted stretch of rocky shore miles from a road. There he sat amid the dune grass, waiting as the ocean crashed against the beach, but no light signaled. He stayed at a boarding house run by a Portuguese couple who had lived in France for 30 years and barely acknowledged that a war was in progress. There were other guests, but they averted their eyes, and there were no conversations. Everybody on the run now, he thought, in every possible direction. Then, at last, on 28 May, a light. A rubber boat, gliding over a calm sea. 2 sailors with their faces lamp-blacked, and a man he'd never seen before, perhaps his replacement, brought into shore. Older, heavy-set, distinguished, with thick eyebrows. They shook hands and wished each other well. The sailors worked hard, digging their paddles into the water. The land fell away, France disappeared into the darkness. D'Emilia knelt in the stern of the little boat. Above the sound of the waves lapping against the beach, he could hear a dog barking somewhere on the shore. 2 barks, deep and urgent, repeated over and over again. In London, people seemed pale, cold and polite, bright-eyed with fatigue. They spent their days running a war which meant questions with no answers and ferocious bureaucratic infighting. Then at night the bombs whistled down and the city burned. D'Emilia was quartered in a small hotel just north of Euston Station. He had braced himself for criticism or chilly disapproval, even accusations. But none of that happened. Some of the British liaison staff seemed not entirely sure why he'd shown up. Colonel Viborg was away. The Polish officers he reported to that May and early June he had never met before. The WWII, he realized, had grown up, had become an institution, with a bottom, a middle, and a top. Poles had found their way to England by every conceivable means, ordinary and miraculous, and they all wanted to shoot at somebody. But getting them to that point, fed, dressed, assigned, transported, took an extraordinary effort, a price paid in meetings and memoranda. This was the war they wanted D'Emilia to fight. In the course of his debriefing, he was told, in a very undramatic way, why he'd been relieved. Somebody somewhere in the infrastructure that had grown up around the government in exile had decided he'd lost too many people. The senior staff had taken his part, particularly Viborg and his allies, but that battle had eventually been lost, and there were others that had to be fought. D'Emilia didn't say a word. The people around the table looked down, cleared their throats, squared the papers in front of them. Of course he'd done well, they said. Nobody disputed that. Perhaps he'd just been unlucky. Perhaps it had become accepted doctrine in some quarters that his stars were bad. D'Emilia was silent. His face was still. Somebody lit a cigarette. Somebody else polished his spectacles. Silence. Silence. "What we need you to do now," they said, "is help to run things." He tried, sat behind a desk, read reports, wrote notes in the margins, and sent them away. Some came back, others appeared. A very pleasant colonel, formerly a lawyer in Krakow, took him to an English pub and let him know very politely that he wasn't doing all that well. Was something wrong? He tried harder. Then, one late afternoon, he looked up from A's analysis of XYZ, and there was Viborg, framed in the doorway. Now at least he would have the truth. Names and faces filled in. But it wasn't so very different from what he'd been told. This was, he came to realize, not the same world he'd lived in. The Kampfgeschwader 100 operation, for instance, had been cancelled. The RAF leadership felt that such guerrilla tactics would lead the Germans to brutalize downed and captured British airmen. The game wasn't worth the candle. "You're lucky to be out of it," Viborg said one day at lunch. They ate in a military canteen in Bayswater Road. Women in hairnets served potatoes and cauliflower and canned sausage. Emilia nodded. Yes. Lucky. Viborg looked at him closely. It takes time to get used to a new job. Emilia nodded again. I hate it, he said quietly. Viborg shrugged. Too bad. Two things, Alexander. This is an army. We tell people what to do, and they do it the best they know how. The other thing is that the good jobs are taken. You are not going to Madrid or to Geneva. Viborg paused a moment, then continued. The only person who's hiring right now runs the eastern sector. We have 4,000 Panzer tanks on the border, and prevailing opinion in the bureaus says they will be leaving for Moscow on 21 June. Certainly there will be work in Russia, a great deal of work, because those operatives will not survive. They will be replaced, then replaced again. I know, Emilia said. The Forest. On 21 June 1941, by the Kodin Bridge over the River Buk, Russian guards of the main Directorate of Border Troops under the NKVD were ordered to execute a spy who had infiltrated Soviet territory 3 days earlier as part of a provocation intended to cause war. The man, a Wehrmacht trooper, had left German lines a few miles to the west, swum the river just after dark, and asked to see the officer in charge. Through an interpreter he explained he was from Munich, a worker and a lifelong communist. He wished to join the Soviet fighting forces, and he had important information. His unit had orders to attack the Soviet Union at 0300 hours on the morning of 22 June. The Russian officer telephoned superiors, and the information rose quickly to very senior levels of the counter-espionage apparat. Likely the Kremlin itself was consulted, likely at very high, the highest, levels. Meanwhile, the deserter was kept in a barracks jail on the Soviet side of the river. The guards tried to communicate with him, sign language, a few words of German. He was one of them, he let them know, and they shared their cigarettes with him and made sure he had a bowl of barley and fat at mealtime. Late in the afternoon of 21 June, an answer came down from the top. The German deserter is a spy, and his mission is provocation. Shoot him. The officer in charge was surprised, but the order was clear, and he'd been told confidentially that the British Secret Service had orchestrated similar incidents all along the Soviet-German border, formerly Eastern Poland, to foster suspicion and, worse, between the two nations. The sergeant assigned to take care of the business sighed when he came to collect the deserter. He'd felt some sympathy for the man, but it seemed he'd been tricked. Well, that was the world for you. "Podnimasya z wierzchami," he said to the German. This was formula, part of a ritual language that predated the revolution and went back to Tsarist times. Get going with things, it meant. You are going to be executed. If he'd said, get going with overcoat without things, for example, it would have meant the man was going to be deported, and his blanket and plate should be left behind. The German didn't understand the words, but he could read the sergeant's expression, and could easily enough interpret the significance of the Makarov pistol thrust in his belt. At least I tried, he thought. He'd known where this all might lead. Now it had led there. Now he had to make peace with his gods and say goodbye. And that was that. They walked with a guard of 3 soldiers to the edge of the river. It was a warm evening, very still, thousands of crickets racketing away, flickers of summer lightning on the horizon. The deserter glanced back over his shoulder as they walked. Anything possible? The sergeant just shook his head. and gave him a fraternal little push in the back. "Be a man." The German took a deep breath, headed where the sergeant pointed, and the sergeant shot him in the back of the head. And again, a coup de grace in the temple. Then the sergeant signaled to the troopers, and they came and took the body away. The sergeant found a stub of cigarette deep in his pocket and lit it in cupped hands, staring across the river. What the hell were they doing over there? This was the third night in a row they'd fired up the Panzer tank engines, a huge roar that drowned out the crickets, then changed positions, treads clanking away as the iron plates rolled over the dirt. The sergeant finished his cigarette, then headed back to his barracks. Too bad about the German. That was fate, however, and there was no sense trying to get in its way. But the sergeant was in its way anyhow. Some instinct, the rumbling of German tanks, may have been telling him that, and he himself had less than 7 hours to live. 3 a.m. The sergeant asleep. The sound of German boots thumping across the wooden bridge, calls of important business," in Russian. The Soviet sentry signaled to the German messengers to wait one moment and shook the sergeant awake. Grumbling, he worked his feet into his boots and, rubbing his eyes, walked onto the bridge. A brief drumming, orange muzzle flares. The force of the bullets took him and the sentry back through a wooden railing and down into the river. The sergeant didn't die right away. He lay where he'd fallen, on a gravel bank in the slow, warm river. So he heard running on the bridge, heard the explosions as the barracks were blown apart by hand grenades, heard machine gun fire and shouts in German as the commandos finished up with the border guards. Dim shapes, German combat engineers, swung themselves beneath the bridge and crawled among the struts, pulling wires out of the explosive charges. "Tell headquarters," the sergeant thought. A soldier's instinct. "I'm finished, but command must know what's happened." It had, in fact, been tried. A young soldier, bleeding on the floor of the guardhouse, had managed to get hold of the telephone, but the line was dead. Other units of Regiment 800, the Brandenburgers, the Wehrmacht's Special Action Force, some of them Russian-speaking, had been at work for hours, and telegraph and telephone wires had been cut all along the front lines. The sergeant lost consciousness, then was brought back one last time by 1,000 artillery pieces fired in unison. The riverbed shook with the force of it. Overhead, hundreds of Luftwaffe fighters and bombers streaked east to destroy the Soviet Air Force on its airfields. 3 million German troops crossed the border. Thousands of Soviet troops, tens of thousands, would join the sergeant in the river by morning. Soviet radio transmissions continued. The German Funkabwehr recorded an exchange near the city of Minsk. "To headquarters, we are being fired on. What should we do?" The response, "You must be insane. And why is this message not in code?" The sergeant died sometime after dawn. By then, hundreds of tanks had rolled across the Koden Bridge, because it was the Schwerpunkt, the spear point of the Blitzkrieg, in the region of the Brest fortress. Just to the south, the Koden Railroad Bridge, also secured by the Brandenburgers, was made ready to serve in an immense resupply effort to fighting units advancing at an extraordinary rate. By the following evening, young Russian reservists were boarding trains, cardboard suitcases in hand, heading off to report to mobilization centers already occupied by Wehrmacht troops. Days of glory. The Germans advanced against Soviet armies completely in confusion. Hitler had been right. Just kick in the door and the whole thing will come tumbling down. Soviet air cover was blown up, ammunition used up, no food, tanks destroyed. Russians attacked into enfilading machine gun fire and were mown down by the thousands. Nothing stopped the panzer tanks, great engines rumbling across the steppe. Some peasants came out of their huts and stared. Others, Ukrainians, offered bread and salt to the conquerors who had come to free them from the Bolshevik yoke. Yet, here and there, every now and again, there were strange and troublesome events. 5 commissars firing pistols from a schoolhouse until they were killed. a single rifleman holding up an advance for 10 minutes. When they found his body, his dog was tied to a nearby tree with a rope, as though he had somehow expected to live through the assault. A man came out of a house and threw 2 hand grenades. Somehow this wasn't like the blitzkriegs in Western Europe. They found a note folded into an empty cartridge case and hidden in a tree by the highway to Minsk. Now there are only 3 of us left. We shall stand firm as long as there's any life left in us. Now I am alone, wounded in my arm and my head. The number of tanks has increased. There are 23. I shall probably die. Somebody may find my note and remember me. I am a Russian from Frunze. I have no parents. Goodbye, dear friends. Your Alexander Vinogradov. The German advance continued. Nothing could stop it. Whole armies were encircled. Yet still there was resistance, and something in its nature was deeply disturbing. They had attacked the USSR, but it was Russia that fought back. October 1941, 11:45 p.m., near the Koden Bridge. The Wehrmacht was long gone now. They were busy fighting to the east on the highway to Moscow. Now it was quiet again. Quiet as any place where 3 nations mixed: the Ukraine, Byelorussia, and Poland. "Thank heaven," Razakavia would say, "we are all such good friends." People laughed when he said that. A little tentatively at first, until they were sure he meant them too, then a big, loud, flattering laugh. He was tall and bony, with the blowing white hair and white beard of an Old Testament prophet. But the similarity ended there. A pucker scar marked the back of his neck, bullet in 1922, and a rifle was slung across his back. Razakavia was a leader, of outcasts, of free men and women, of bandits. It depended who you asked. Razakavia pulled his sheepskin jacket tight around him and leaned closer to his horse's neck. "Cold, Mishka. Hurry up a little." The pony obliged, the rhythm of his trot a beat or 2 faster. It was cold. Razakavia could smell winter hiding in the autumn air, and the moonlight lay hard on the white frosted fields. He reached into a pocket and pulled out a railroad watch. Getting toward midnight. Up ahead of him he could hear Frantek's pony. Frantek was 14, Razakavia's best scout. He carried no rifle, only a pistol buried in his clothing, so he could play the innocent traveler as long as possible, should they chance to meet a stranger on the trails they rode. Somewhere behind Razakavia was Couture, his second in command, a machine gun resting across his saddle. They had ridden these fields before. This operation had been attempted twice since the end of September. Razakavia didn't like it, but he had no choice. The people who had arrived in the wake of the Wehrmacht, the SS, German administrators, murder squads hunting Jews, all sorts, really, were not much to his taste. He was used to fighting the Polish gendarmerie, not themselves so very appealing, frankly, but a fact of life and something he'd got used to. These new lords and masters were worse. They were also temporary. They didn't understand what was going to happen to them, and that made them more dangerous as allies than they were as enemies. So he needed some new allies. Frantek appeared just ahead of him, his horse standing still with breath steaming from its nose and mouth. The river was visible from here, not frozen yet, but very slow and thick. Razakavia pulled his pony up. 20 seconds later, Couture arrived. The 3 sat in a row, but did not speak. Voices carried a long way at night. The wind sighed here as it climbed the hillside above the river, and Razakavia listened carefully to it for a time until he could make out the whine of an airplane engine. So, perhaps this time it would work. Frantek pointed. A few degrees west of north, a mile or so from where the river Buk met the Leshna. A triangle of fires suddenly appeared, sparks flying up into the still air. Frantek looked at him expectantly, waiting for orders. Razakavia didn't move. Always he weighed the world around him for a moment before he did anything. then chucked the reins, and the three of them trotted off in the direction of the fires. He had 6 men in the meadow, where the hay had been cut a month earlier. They stood with rifles slung, warming their hands over the signal fires, faces red in the flickering light. The sound of the plane's engines grew louder and louder, then it faded and moved away into the distance. Above, 3 white flowers came floating to earth. At Rozakavia's right hand, Frantek watched avidly. Such things intrigued him: airplanes, parachutes. The world had come here along with the war, and Frantek was being educated by both at once. Couture just glanced up, then scanned the perimeter. He was not quick of mind, but he killed easily and good-naturedly, and he was remorselessly loyal. The white flowers were just overhead now, and Rozakavia could see what they were, as he'd been promised: a Polish officer and 2 crates of explosives. It is a long life, Rozakavia thought. One takes the bad with the good. Captain Alexander Demilia was the last to leave the plane. The other 2 operatives, an explosives expert and a political courier, had jumped when they got to the outskirts of Warsaw. His body ached from the ride, 6.5 hours in a 4-engine Halifax, every bolt and screw vibrating, and the cold air ferocious as it flowed through the riveted panels. He hoped this was the right triangle of fires below him, and that the builders of these brush piles had not changed sides while the Halifax droned across Europe. He was, in truth, a rich prize. $18,000 in Tsarist gold rubles, $50,000 in American paper money. A fortune, once converted to zlotys or occupation currency. German cigarettes and German razor blades, warm clothing, 2 VIS pistols, WZ-35s with the Polish eagle engraved on the slide, and 100 rounds of ammunition. He might very well do them more good simply murdered and stripped, he thought. No, he would do them more good that way, because he was not here to do them good. He had been forced to wait 4 months to return to Poland, because the distance from London to Warsaw was 900 miles. In fact, Route 1 over Denmark was 960 miles, and Emilia had to go 100 miles farther east. Route 2 over Göteborg, Sweden, was even longer. The normal range of the Halifax bomber was 1,500 miles. The normal load capacity, 4,180 pounds. With the addition of an extra fuel tank, the range increased to 2,100 miles. The bomber could now fly home after dropping its cargo. But the load capacity decreased to 2,420 pounds, of guns, ammunition, medical supplies, people, and the crew had to be reduced from 9 to 7. The airspeed of the Halifax was 150 miles an hour. Thus a trip of 2,000 miles was going to take 13 hours, discounting the wind as a factor. Those 13 hours had to be hours of darkness, from 5 p.m. in London to 6 a.m. the following morning. And that was cutting it close. The flight could only be made when there was enough of a moon to see the confluence of rivers that would mark the drop zone. This period, the 2nd and 3rd phases of the moon, was codenamed Terset. So the first terset with sufficient darkness was 7 October. In fact, it was 10 October before he actually took off. That was the moment when there was just enough autumn darkness and just enough moonlight to give the operation a chance of success. They'd taken him by car to Newmarket Race Course, where the Special Services had built a secret airfield to house the 138th Squadron, British and Polish air crews. A final check of his pockets, no London bus tickets, no matchboxes with English words. He was now Roman Bjeski, a horse breeder from Chełm. As he waited to board the plane, a jeep drove across the tarmac and stopped by his side. Viborg climbed out, holding onto his uniform cap in the backwash from the Halifax's propellers. The engines were very loud, and Viborg had to shout as he shook hands. "You'll be careful." "I will." "Need anything?" "No. "Well, no end to it, is there?" Demillia gave him a mock salute. "Good luck," Viborg said. "Good luck." Demillia nodded, that he understood. One of the partisans came into the hut well before dawn, nudging Demillia and the others with his boot. "Work today, he said. Demillia got one eye open. "Move your bones, dear friends. Prove you're not dead." He gave Demillia, the honored guest, an extra little kick in the ankle and left the hut. Demillia shuddered in the cold as he worked himself free of the blanket. Through the open door he could see black night, a slice of moon. There would be a skim of ice on the water barrel, white mist hanging in the birch trees. Beside him, Couture rolled over and sat up slowly, held his face in his hands, cursed the cold, the Russians, the Germans, what women had between their legs, the guard, the forest, and life itself. Demillia forced his swollen feet into his boots, sat up, touched his face, 2 weeks' growth of beard, chapped skin, and scratched his ankles where he'd been bitten the night before. There was a small iron stove in a hut where food was cooked. A young woman handed him a metal cup of powerful, scalding tea. It warmed him and woke him up when he drank it. The woman was dark, muffled in kerchiefs and layers of clothing. "Another cup, sir?" Educated, he thought, from the pitch of her voice. Perhaps a Jew. "Please," Demillia said. He held the cup in both hands and let the steam warm his face. Razakavia's band, about 40 men and 15 women, came from everywhere. A few Russian soldiers escaped from Wehrmacht encirclement, a few Jews escaped from the German roundups, a few criminals escaped from Ukrainian and Belarusian jails, a few Poles who'd fled from the Russian deportations of 1939, a few Belarusians, army deserters, nationalists, who'd fled Polish administration before the Russian occupation. To Demillia it seemed as though half the world had nowhere to go but the forest. He finished the tea and handed the cup back to the young woman. "Thank you," he said. "It was very good." Later he rode beside Razakavia, as always Couture somewhere behind them. They had given him, as the honored guest, a Russian Panya horse to ride. She was small, with a thick mane and shaggy coat. When the band stopped for a moment, she grazed on whatever weeds happened to be there. Apparently she could eat anything at all. They had also given him, as the honored guest, who brought explosives and gold coins, one of the better weapons in their armory, a Simonov automatic rifle with a 10-shot magazine box forward of the trigger guard and 200 rounds of 7.62 ammunition. As they rode 2 by 2 on a forest trail, Razakavia explained that a courier had reached them with intelligence from local railwaymen. A small train was due late in the day, carrying soldiers being rotated back for leave in Germany, some of them walking wounded. There would also be flat cars of damaged equipment scheduled for repair at the Prushkov tank works outside Warsaw. The train was from the 6th Panzer Division, fighting 400 miles east at Smolensk. "We watched them brought up to the line in late summer," Razakavia told him. 160 trains we counted, about 50 cars each, tanks and armored cars and ammunition and horses, and the men, very splendid, the Germans, nothing they don't have. Makes you wonder what they want from us. At noon they left the forest and rode for a time along the open steppe. It was cold and grey and wet. They rode past smashed Russian tanks and trucks abandoned during the June retreat, then moved back into the forest for an hour, watered the horses at a stream, and emerged at a point where the railroad line passed about 100 yards from the birch groves. The line was a single track that seemed to go from nowhere to nowhere, disappearing into the distance on either end. "This goes northwest to WWII," Razakavia told him, "then to Minsk, Orsha, Smolensk, and Vyazma, eventually to Mozhaisk and Moscow. It is the lifeline of the Wehrmacht Army Group Center. Our Russians tell us that a German force cannot survive more than 60 miles from a railhead." A man called Bronstein assembled the bomb for the rails. A Soviet Army ammunition box made of zinc was filled with cheddite. British, in this case, from the honored guest, though the ZWZ in Poland also manufactured the product. A compression fuse made of a sulfuric acid vial and paper impregnated with potassium chloride was inserted beneath the lid of the box. D'Amelia sat by Bronstein as the bomb was put together. "Where did you learn to do that?" he asked. "I was a teacher of science," Bronstein said, "in Brest-Litovsk." He took the cigarette from his mouth and set it on a stone while he packed cheddite into the box. "And this is science." They dug a hole beneath the rail and inserted the mine. The weight of the locomotive would do the rest. A scout, Frantek, came galloping up to Razakavia just as it began to get dark. "It comes now," he said. The band settled into positions at the edge of the forest. D'Amelia lay on his stomach, using a rotten log for cover, feeling the cold from the earth seeping up into his body. The train came slowly, 10 miles an hour, in case the track was sabotaged. It was. Bronstein's device worked. A dull bang, a cloud of dirt blown sideways from beneath the creeping locomotive, wheels ripping up the ties, then the locomotive heeling over slowly as a jet of white steam hissed from its boiler. A man screamed. A German machine-gun crew on a platform mounted toward the rear of the train began to traverse the forest. D'Amelia sighted down the barrel of the Simonov. From the slats of a cattle car he could see pinpricks of rifle fire. He returned it, squeezing off 10 rounds, then changing magazines as bullets rattled in the branches above his head. One of Razakavia's men leaped from a depression in the earth on the other side of the track and threw a bomb into the last car on the train. The walls blew out, and the wooden frame started to burn. German riflemen, some wearing white bandages, jumped out of the train on the side away from the gunfire and began to shoot from behind the wheels of the cars. D'Amelia heard a cry from his left. A bullet smacked into his log. He aimed carefully and fired off his magazine, then looked up. A figure in field grey had slumped beneath the train, the wind flapping a bandage that had come loose from his head. D'Amelia changed magazines again. Some of the German soldiers were shooting from behind a tank, chained to a flat car. D'Amelia could hear the ricochet as gunfire from the forest hit the iron armor. Another group of Germans began firing from the coal tender, half on, half off the rails where the locomotive had dragged it, and the machine-gun came back to life. D'Amelia heard the sharp whistle that meant it was time to break off the engagement and head back into the forest. He ran with the others, his breath coming in harsh gasps, up a slight rise to where several young women were guarding the ponies. They left immediately on orders from Couture, 2 wounded men slung sideways across the backs of the horses. A third man was shot too badly to move, and Razakavia had to finish him off with a pistol. The rest of the band rode off at a fast trot, vanishing into the forest as the rail car burned brightly in the grey evening. "The Germans, they always counterattack," Couture told him. "Always." He pointed up at several Fiesler Storch reconnaissance planes, little 2-seater things that buzzed back and forth above the forest. "This is how partisans die," Couture added. They were up there all night, crisscrossing the dark sky, so there could be no fires, no smoking outside the huts. D'Amelia pulled the blanket tight around his shoulders and loaded box magazines. The cold made his fingers numb, and the springs, like everything Russian, were too strong, tended to snap the feeder bar back into place, ejecting the bullet 2 feet in the air and producing a snarl of laughter from Couture. 400 miles to the east, on the line Smolensk-Roslavel-Bryansk, the Wehrmacht was fighting. How the hell did they manage in this kind of cold, he wondered. And it was only October. At night the temperature fell and the puddles froze and huge clouds gathered in the sky, but it did not snow. And in the morning it was blue and sunny. Winter isn't coming this year. At dawn, an alert. D'Amelia in position on the camp perimeter, aiming into the forest gloom. Somewhere south, perhaps a mile away, he could hear the faint popping of riflery, then the chatter of a light machine gun. 2 scouts arrived at midday. They'd had a brush with the Ukrainian SS unit. "They shot at us," the scout said, "and we shot back, so they fired the machine gun." He was about 15, grinned like a kid. "Frantek went around and he got one of them, we think. They were screaming and yelling, 'Fucking Bolsheviks,' and every kind of thing like that, calling for God." "Where is Frantek?" Rozakavia said. The boy shrugged. "He led them away into the marsh. He'll be back." "Banderovtsi." Rozakavia spat the word. He meant Ukrainian nationalists under the command of the leader, Bandera, absorbed into an SS regiment called the Nachtigall. Couture turned to Demilia and explained, "They do what the SS won't." With Rozakavia and Couture, he went to a town on the outskirts of Brest-Litovsk. The owner of a bakery sold them milled oats and rye flour for bread. "We pay for this," Rozakavia told him as they knocked at the back door. "Not everyone does." There was an ancient relationship in these lands, Demilia knew, between groups of armed men and keepers of granaries. Both sides had to survive. Together, they defined where honor might lie. The iron door swung open, and a hot wind, heavy with the smell of baking bread, swept over Demilia. "Come in," the baker said. He had a pink face and a big belly in an undershirt. They sat at a marble-top table. There was flour everywhere. The baker wiped his hands on his shirt and accepted a cigarette from Rozakavia. Behind him, the brick ovens were at work, with sometimes a lick of flame where the furnace doors didn't quite meet. A black bread was brought over and cut up with a sawtooth knife. Rozakavia and the baker talked about the weather. The baker shook his head grimly. "All the old babas have been reading the signs, caterpillars and geese and bear scat. Probably nonsense, but even if it is, they're all saying the same thing. It's going to freeze your balls off." Rozakavia nodded and chewed on a piece of bread. He reached into a pocket and counted out zlotys he'd bought with the gold rubles. The money lay in stacks on the marble table. "It's in the barn, in the village of Krimno," the baker said. "You know where I mean? The same as last spring, in wooden bins." "I remember," Rozakavia said. "You want to take care on the roads over there." "What's going on?" "I don't know. Somebody goes out and doesn't come back. Somebody else has to give up a horse. People moving around in the forest." "A partisan band?" "Who knows? These days it could be anything." He nodded at Demilia. "Who's your friend?" "One of us. He's from down in the Volhynia." "Polish?" "Yes," Demilia said. "One of my grandmothers was Polish," the baker said. "Crazy she was, all with spells and potions and times of the moon, but good to us, always jam or a little cake." The baker's face softened as he remembered. He put out a hand, and Demilia shook it. "Times change. Maybe we can have something to drink," he said. Demilia smiled. "Better have it now," he said. The baker laughed. "Well," he said. The dirt track back to the forest went through a little settlement called Grad. They smelled smoke a mile away. Walked the horses in a wide circle around the village. Near the old Jewish cemetery was a great scar of newly packed earth. They saw a lost shoe and a bloody shirt. Above the village, ravens circled in a haze of dirty gray smoke. "It was a Jewish town," Rozakavia said. The weather. At first you didn't notice. A leaf fell. You put on a jacket, took it off later. Then, suddenly, it tried to kill you. You hid from it as best you could, but it seemed to search, to seek you out. In the swamps and woodlands there was mist, snow showers, a freeze, a thaw, heavy rain, then impossible, unimaginable mud. Like dull-minded peasants, Demilia and Frantek would stand by the road. the road, the Moscow highway, and stare at the German columns. Some days the equipment could move, some days it ground the lightly frozen earth into the mud below and sank. At night they could hear the panzer tanks. Every 4 hours the engines had to be run to 140 degrees Fahrenheit, which took about 15 minutes. Then they had to move the tanks around to use the transmissions because the oil was of too low a viscosity to protect the gears. Razakavia's Furst was well behind the front lines. A night attack was unlikely, but the Germans could not be sure, and the Soviet Air Force sent over a plane to harass them now and then, to stir up the defenses on icy nights. The partisans attacked a repair train the following week. This time Bronstein's bomb derailed all 7 cars, and some of the railway workers tried to surrender, as did a Wehrmacht railroad officer. But every German was shot down, as well as most of the Poles and Ukrainians who worked on the track. The partisans looted the train, taking tools and coal and cigarettes and ammunition. One of the Polish laborers, lightly wounded, pleaded for mercy. Frantek worked the bolt on his rifle, but Demilja stepped between them. "Leave him to me," he said. The man fell on his knees and tried to wrap his arms around Demilja's legs. "Mercy," he said. Demilja took him by the shoulder of his jacket and hauled him to his feet. "Stop it," he hissed in Polish. The man wept. "I have children," he said. "4 children, little girls." Demilja saw Razakavia staring at him coldly. "Take him as a gift, but don't ask for another." "It's all right," Demilja said. "You can come with us." All around him, in the smoking wreckage of the repair train, a tangle of coaches with smashed windows, a flat car with a crane bent at right angles. Single shots rang out as the crew was finished off. The man Demilja had saved was by trade a cobbler, and spent his first days in the encampment sewing boots and improvising repairs of all kinds. Demilja took him late one afternoon to a village near the forest, where a young widow sold vodka. If you paid a little extra, you could drink it in a tool shed behind her house. She would even supply a few sticks of wood for the stove. "My family is from Rovno, south of the Pripyat marsh," the man explained. "Life wasn't so bad. The Poles had to watch it down there, but there was plenty of work. The police protected us. We had everything we needed. Maybe a little more." He took a pull from the vodka bottle, wiped his mustache with his fingers. Outside it was growing dark, and rain drummed on the roof of the shed. "Then, September of 39, the Russians came and occupied the town. We were working people, didn't put on airs, and we'd always been decent to the peasants, so when the commissars appointed a council of workers, they spared us and let us go on with our lives. Very honestly, a lot of them had boots for the first time. It was the deportees who went barefoot. So they needed us, and they knew it. Still, some of my family didn't fare so well. One of my sisters was a nun. She disappeared. Another sister was married to a clerk in the district administration. They were sent east in freight cars. Gone. Door of the house banging in the wind, dinner rotting on the table. Make your heart sick to see it. My brother was a sergeant in the army. He'd been captured in the first days of the invasion, but maybe that was better for him. At least he wasn't arrested. And he came from a unit that had laid down their guns when the Soviet troops said they'd arrived to fight the Germans. So him they sent to a prisoner of war camp, an NKVD camp called Ostashkov, not far from Smolensk. They really didn't seem to know what they wanted to do with him. The officers, mostly reserve officers, engineers, teachers, doctors, they took them away, rumor was, to a camp in the Katyn forest. Stefan, that's my brother, and the other enlisted men, they just sat there and starved. Finally, they sent him to Moscow. Moscow? It's true? It's true, I swear it. What happened to Stefan was the Russians thought he was one of them, almost by accident, but then that's how he is. He's not like me. Doesn't matter what I try, it goes wrong, but Stefan's not like that. If the world had gone on like it always did, he'd be doing very well now. The cobbler took another pull at the vodka. He looked off into the dusk, watching fondly as his brother did well. "What happened?" Demilya said. At the camp. Oh, he befriended one of the NKVD men. A political officer? No, nothing like that. A sergeant, just like him. This man had a hunting dog, a spaniel bitch, and his pleasure was to go into the marsh with this dog and perhaps shoot a duck or two, and the dog would go into the reeds and bring them back. But the dog got hurt, and it wouldn't eat, and it was dying. Stefan found out about it, and he told the NKVD man what to do, and the dog got better. And that was the end of it, except that it wasn't. One day the man came to where he was kept and said, "You're going to have a choice. Everybody here is going to a new camp in the Katyn forest. For you, it's better to tell them that you want to go to school in Moscow." And that's what Stefan did. And then, well, he came home. Just like that. The cobbler shrugged. Yes. A free man? Well, yes, for a time, anyhow. What happened? Poor Stefan. Another drink? There's a little left. Yes, all right, thank you. I owe you my life, you know. Oh, anyone would have done what I did. But, what happened to Stefan? Too strong, Stefan. Sometimes it isn't for the best. He went into the town, I don't know why, and some German didn't like his looks. And they asked for his papers. And Stefan hit him. In Rovna, this was. Yes. He managed to run away. A friend saw it and told us, but then they caught him. They beat him up and took him off in one of those black trucks, and now he's in Charny prison. The cobbler looked away, his face angry and bitter. They are going to hang him. He has a family? Oh, yes, just like me. Name the same as yours? Yes, Kravinsky, just like mine. Why wouldn't it be? Don't get angry. Shameful thing. It's the Russians' fault. They won't leave us alone. He paused a moment, took another sip of vodka. You think there's hope? I mean, we're told to pray for this and for that. We're told there's always hope. Do you think that's true? Demilya thought it over. Well, he said at last, there's always hope. But I think you ought to pray for his soul. That might be the best thing. The cobbler shook his head in reluctant agreement. Poor Stefan, he said, wiping the tears from his eyes. Couture commanded the unit sent off to Krimno to retrieve the grain. He was accompanied by Frantek, his fellow scout Pavel, an older man called Korbin, Demilya, and 2 Ukrainian peasant girls who drove the farm wagons. The rifles were hidden under burlap sacks in the wagons. They rode all morning, along a track that wound through water meadows, fields of reeds rustling as they swayed in the wind, the air chill and heavy. The village was no more than 15 miles from Brest, but it lay beyond the forest, some distance into the marshland along a tributary of the river Pripyat. A few wooden huts, a farm with stone barns, then reeds again, pools of black, still water, and windswept sky to the horizon on every side. The farm dogs snarled at them as they rode up, and the peasant who tended the farm came out of his house with a battered shotgun riding the crook of his arm. The man spoke some form of local dialect Demilya could barely understand, but Couture told him to call the dogs off, dismounted, and explained slowly who they were and what they had come for. Then they all went into the barn, warmed by a cow, smelling of dung and damp straw, the dogs drinking eagerly at pools of water where grain stalks had fermented. "Where's the rest?" Couture asked, standing in front of empty wooden bins. The peasant, agitated now, seemed to be telling Couture a long and complicated story. Couture nodded, a reasonable man who would accept whatever he was told, then suddenly barred a forearm across the peasant's throat and forced him back against a wall. A Russian bayonet, four-edged, it made a cross-shaped wound, had appeared in his hand, and he held the point under the man's chin. The shotgun dropped to the floor. The dogs went wild, but Frantek kicked one, and it ran away with the rest following. The peasant didn't struggle. His face went passive as he prepared to die. Then Couture let him go. He says the grain was taken away by a detachment of partisans. He thinks they intend to come back for the rest of it. After some discussion, they decided to wait, at least until morning. They pulled the wagons into the barn, posted Frantek and Pavel at the two ends of the settlement, and took turns sleeping. They came at dawn. Pavel sounded the alarm in time for them to set up an ambush. At Couture's direction, Demilia was in the hayloft of the barn, the Simonov covering the road below. The column appeared from the grey mist, silent but for the sound of hooves on the muddy road. There were 40 of them, well armed. He saw several automatic rifles, several Piapichkas, Russian submachine guns, a few weapons he could not identify. Otherwise they looked like the Razakavia band. They wore wool jackets and peaked caps and boots, sometimes a military coat or trousers. The leader, Demilia guessed he was the leader, had a pair of binoculars on a strap and a holstered pistol. The peasant came out of the barn and raised his hand. The column stopped. The leader, Demilia had been right, climbed off his horse and led it forward. Demilia sighted on him. He was perhaps 40, a Slav, clean-shaven, something of the soldier in the way he held his shoulders. He talked with the peasant for a time. Then Couture came out of the barn and joined the conversation, eventually signaling to Demilia that he should come down. They were joined by another man, who the leader referred to as Politruk. The conversation was very tense. "He has told me they are taking the grain," Couture said evenly. "Requisitioned," the leader said in Russian, "for partisan operations." "We are also partisans," Couture said. "Not bandits, perhaps?" "Polish partisans." "Then we are friends," the Politruk said. "Poland and the Soviet Union. Allies." He wore a leather coat, had cropped fair hair and albino coloring. His hands were deep in his pockets. Demilia could almost see the NKVD issue Makarov in there. "This matter of the grain, a misunderstanding," he said. Couture and Demilia were silent. "Best to come back to our camp. We can sit down and talk this out." "Another time, perhaps," Demilia said. The Politruk was angry. "War doesn't wait," he said. Demilia saw no signal, but the mounted partisans shifted, some of them moving out of Demilia's line of sight. "I think it would be best—" The Politruk stopped in mid-sentence. Demilia watched his eyes, then turned to see what he was looking at. One of the wagons was moving slowly out of the barn, the pair of shaggy horses trudging through the mud. The Ukrainian girl held the reins in the crook of her knee and was pointing a rifle at the two Russians. The leader made a gesture. "Enough. Let it go." Frantek rode up, pistol in one hand, face pinched like an angry child. In his other hand, the reins of Demilia's and Couture's horses. When he spat, meaningfully, down into the dirt, the Politruk blinked. Demilia put a foot in the stirrup and swung up on the pony. The Politruk and the leader stared without expression as the unit rode off, walking the horses at wagon speed. The skies over the marsh were alive, broken grey cloud blown west and a few dry flakes of snow drifting down. "We'll need a rear guard," Demilia said to Couture as the settlement fell behind them. "Yes, I know. You stay with Frantek." He paused. "I can understand most Russians when they speak. We all can in this place, but what is a Politruk?" "It means political officer." Couture shrugged. That was to raise life to a level where it only pretended to exist. "We'll need an hour," he said, gesturing at the wagons. "At least that." "You will have it," Demilia said. There wasn't much cover. Frantek and Demilia rode at the back of the column until they found a low hill with a grove of pine trees that marked the edge of the forest east of Brest. There they waited, watching the dirt road below them, the cold working its way through their sheepskins. Frontek seemed to Demilia to have been born to the life he lived. His parents had gone to market one Saturday morning and never come home. So at the age of 12 he had gone to the forest and found Razakavia. The forest bands always needed scouts, and Frontek and his friends knew it. Now he leaned back against a tree, folded his arms around his rifle and across his chest, and pulled his knees up, completely at rest except for his eyes, slitted against the snow, watching the approaches to the hilltop. "Do you like the life in the forest?" Demilia asked him, tired of listening to the wind. Frontek thought her over. "I miss my dog," he said. "Her name was Chaya." The Russians came 30 minutes later. 4 scouts, riding single file, one of them dismounted, squatted, determined that the horse droppings were fresh, and climbed back on his horse. They moved slowly at wagon speed, waiting for the band to leave the steppe and enter the forest. "Do not fire," Demilia said to Frontek as they flattened out behind the pine trees. "That is an order," he added. Frontek acknowledged it, barely. To him, Demilia seemed cautious, even hesitant, and he'd killed enough to know how attentive it made people, but he'd also come across many inexplicable things in his short life, and he decided that Demilia was just one more. Demilia sighted down the Simonov at 400 yards. Ping! That animated the Russians and drew an appreciative chuckle from Frontek. They leaped off their horses and went flat on the ground. Disciplined, they did not fire their rifles. They waited. 10 long minutes. "Mine is on the far left," Frontek said, squinting through his gun sight. "Not yet," Demilia said. One of the Russian scouts rose to one knee, rifle at his hip, swinging back and forth across the axis of the road. Then he stood. "Now?" said Frontek. "No." The scout retrieved his horse, climbed up in the saddle. Bing! At first, Demilia was afraid he'd miscalculated and killed him, because he seemed to fly off the horse, which shied and galloped a few yards. And the other 3 scouts returned fire, including a long staccato rattle, at least half a drum of Piepechka rounds. Some of it in their direction, a white mark chipped in a tree trunk, the sound of canvas ripping overhead, but not the sort of enthusiastic concentration that would mean the scouts knew where they were. Then the man Demilia had fired at moved, changed positions, scuttling along low to the ground and throwing himself flat. Demilia's greatest worry was Frontek, an excellent shot with young eyes, but discipline held. Demilia extended his left hand, palm flat, fingers slightly spread. Hold on. Do nothing. Frontek pressed himself against the earth. Outraged, he had to endure this insulting gunfire, but for the moment under control. The wind rose. Snowflakes spun through the air, swirling like dust and whitening the dirt road. "It saved their lives," Razakavia said later. "Russians read snow like priests read Bibles." Or, perhaps, that day, nobody wanted to die. The Russians mounted their horses, slow and deliberate under the eyes of the unseen riflemen, and rode back the way they came. Demilia had been ice inside for a long time. There wasn't any other way for him to do what he had to do, but Rovno scared him. The Germans had it all their own way in Rovno. The SS were everywhere. Deaths had insignia and lightning flashes, a certain walk, a certain smile. The Einsatzgruppen came through on the way to murder Jews in another ghetto somewhere. There were Ukrainian SS, Latvian SS, and German criminals, alley killers the Nazi recruiters had quarried from the prisons since 1927. As well as those ordinary Germans, always liked by their neighbors, who, given the opportunity, turned out to be not so very mild-mannered after all. They were the worst, and one taste of blood was all it took. Demilia met their eyes in Rovno. He dared not be furtive, so he returned the stairs, trudged along in the snow, cold and absent-minded, and absorbed in his business. And armed. It went against the current wisdom. One street search, and you were finished. But he would not be taken alive. The cyanide capsule sewn in the point of his shirt collar was the last resort, but the VIS, snugged against the small of his back, gave him at least the illusion of survival. The WWII secret mail system operated all over Poland, mostly out of dress shops, with couriers carrying letters from city to city. Demilia had used it to report the Russian contact, and that had produced a request, delivered in a park in Brest-Litovsk, for a meeting in Rovno, with Major Olenik, his former superior in Warsaw, and, now that he was no longer under the direct orders of the 6th Bureau in London, his superior once again. Rovno had always been a border city, a Polish possession claimed by Russia, populated by Ukrainians. Narrow streets, brick buildings darkened by factory smoke, November ice, November fog, Gestapo cars with chains on the tires. "They will yet take Moscow," Olenik said. "Or maybe not. The Russians have introduced a weapon they call the Katyusha rocket, also known as the Stalin organ. Multiple rockets, fired simultaneously from a launcher that can be towed by a truck. The Germans don't like it. They are afraid of it. They ran away from it up in Smolensk. And the Russians have a new tank, the T-34. German shells bounce off. If they can produce enough of them, they'll shut the panzer divisions down. There's that, and the fact that our weather people predict December temperatures outside Moscow of 65 degrees below zero. We'll see what that does to their Wehrwille." The word meant war will, a cherished German idea. Who wants most to win, wins. Demilia and Olenik sat in the parlor of a safe house in Rovno, a small apartment, old-fashioned, as though a couple had grown old there and never changed anything. It was all curtains and doilies and clocks with loud ticks, a certain musty smell, a certain silence. Demilia wondered what it would be like in the forest at 65 degrees below zero. Olenik apparently read his mind. "We expect you'll finish up before then," he said. Olenik hadn't changed. Narrow shoulders, tousled grey hair and moustache, pock-marked skin, triumphantly seedy in a worn grey cardigan. You'd walk past him and never see him on any street in the world. He rummaged in a briefcase, found a pipe, fussed with it until he got it lit, then searched again until he found a single sheet of yellowish newsprint. "Have a look," he said. The newspaper was called Mieczem Lot, Sword and Hammer. It was published in Polish by the League of Friends of the Soviet Union and the PPR, the Polska Partia Robotnicza, the Polish Workers' Party. "It comes from Białystok," Olenik said, "from Stryj and Brody and Wilno, from Brest and Rovno, all over the eastern districts. Curious, with 165 newspapers issued by underground presses in Poland, including every pre-war party, socialist and peasant and all the rest of it, we now see this. Reference to a communist underground in Poland. If it exists, we don't know about it. If it exists, it does nothing but exist, but that may be just precisely to the point. Its existence will make it easier for them to say, later on, that the communist state of Poland was preceded by a communist underground." Demilia handed the newspaper back, and Olenik returned it to his briefcase. "Of course," Olenik said, "we're not spending life and money to find out what the Russians think about us. They enslaved us for 120 years, attacked in 1920, attacked again in 1939, and they'll be coming back this way, pushing a wave of Wehrmacht grey in front of them. We have to decide what to do then. If they go all the way to the Oder, to the Rhine, we're done for. They'll occupy the country, it's that simple. So what we may have to do is, at the right moment, throw the Germans out by ourselves and declare a free Polish state, recognition by the British and the Americans to follow. That means a rising, and a terrible price to pay in blood. The alternative? Reveal Soviet intentions. Stick a knife in Stalin before he can get to the conference table. Britain won't give him Poland, but the Americans are blind to life beyond their oceans." He stopped for a moment and seemed to drift, then spoke again in a softer voice. "If you're a small country, and you have a bully for a neighbor, God help you, because nobody else will. You're alone. You'll cry out in the night, but nobody will come." He stopped abruptly, had said more of what was in his heart than he'd meant to. He cleared his throat. "What matters now," he went on, "are the particular and demonstrable intentions of the Soviet state. If their partisan units take food without paying for it, and they do, if those partisan units have political officers, and they do, if they are forcing Poles to fight in those units and burning down villages that resist, and we know they are doing that too, then they are acting according to their own rules, like people fighting in an enemy country among enemies." "It was certainly that way in Crimno," Demillier said. "And we were asked, that's not really the word for the way it was put, to follow them to their camp. Two of our people in the northern Polesian district did just that. They believed they were going somewhere to sit down and work out an agreement. One is dead. The other, we're told, is in the Lubyanka. So we are both fighting the Germans, but we are not allies." He stopped a moment, considered what he would say next. "So," he said, "we, I mean London and Warsaw, we are interested in the story of Sergeant Kravinsky, the brother of the man captured in the attack on the repair train." "The man in Rovno prison?" "Yes. What we want you to do now, Captain, is to force Rovno prison, liberate Kravinsky, and 2 ZWZ officers who are also being held there. All are going to be executed." Demillier met the Major's eyes, but his look was opaque and distant. There'd been 3 attempts on German prisons that Demillier knew about. All had failed. Then he understood. This was a committee at work, and if they assigned what was in effect a suicide mission, there was nothing Olenek could do about it. "It's right away, then?" Demillier said. Olenek spread his hands. "Of course." That completed Major Olenek's work, and he left the city by train the following evening. As a National Waterworks engineer, his papers allowed him to travel anywhere within German-occupied lands. He handed over to Demillier a group of code and contact procedures. ZWZ officers and operatives in the district were at his disposal. Explosives, weapons, whatever he needed was available. Demillier returned to the forest, explaining to Rozakavia what had to be done. The first step was to move the encampment from huts in a clearing to an abandoned farm at the edge of a wood about 10 miles from Rovno. The farm would serve as a reception base for the freed prisoners and some members of the attack commando. A doctor and nurse would set up an aid station at the farmhouse 24 hours before the attack. Back in Rovno, he made contact with a local ZWZ operative known as Vlach, a man in his late 20s with tipped-up nose, carefully combed blonde hair, and a wise guy curl to his lip. The ZWZ ran, in general, to more sober and stable personalities. Vlach had replaced one of those very gentlemen in late July, had survived, had impressed Major Olenek. Those were his credentials. At Vlach's suggestion, they met in a tea room in Rovno's central square, a very proper place where German officials' wives and girlfriends could drink tea with extended pinkies and nibble at mounds of pale green petit four. "Ha ha!" Vlach laughed. "Who would look for us here?" Then he grew serious. "We can get you anything you like," he said. "Cars, trucks, you say what." "How can you do that?" "We all do the same thing here. Everybody who, you know what. See, the Luftwaffe and the Panzer tanks, they can really do the job. Whatever the Russians had here is flat, gone. I never saw such a mess. Staff cars on top of each other, railroad tracks peeled straight up into the air, airfields turned into junkyards.
So now it's conquered, so now it all has to be rebuilt. So, just about the time the Wehrmacht shot the last sniper and hanged the last commissar, the big German construction companies came in. Ho-ho! We're gonna make money now, Fritz! The military authority told them what they needed: airfields, barracks, airplane hangars, oil storage tanks. Exactly what they'd just finished blowing up. Plus, as long as they were at it, roads, which they never had here. So, the construction companies get all these contracts, but when they finished rubbing their hands and winking at each other, it begins to dawn on them that they're going to have to find somebody to do the work. Not so easy. Can't bring in people from Germany. Either they're building airplanes and submarines back in Essen, or they're shooting more Russians, 600 miles east of here. See, when you shoot a Russian, somebody puts another one down, but they haven't figured that out yet. Anyhow, they're going to have to use local labor. We started by getting one guy hired. Every German's dream of what a Pole should be: cooperative, friendly, religious, trustworthy. A 55-year-old man, a machinist all his life, Henrik. So all the Germans loved Henrik. They could count on him. He never drank, he never stole, he never answered back. And you said be at the job site at 5:30 in the morning, and there he was. Vlach blew out his cheeks to make a fat German face. "Henrik, my friend, maybe you have a cousin?" Well, guess what? He does. He has also an uncle, an aunt, a long-lost friend, a nephew. That's me, and about 18 more, one way and another. We go anywhere we like. We have company trucks, 2 Opel automobiles. If we want to carry something that's unusual, you understand, we can request a Wehrmacht driver. When they're behind the wheel, nobody even pretends to look. Respectable little man. Tortoise-shell spectacles gave him a slight resemblance to the American comedian Harold Lloyd, except that Harold Lloyd would have bought new glasses if he'd cracked a lens. "The Russians put him in a camp in 39, Vlach said. "How did you get out?" Demilya asked. "I escaped," the man said. He sat with Demilya and Vlach in the apartment, a map of Rovno unfolded on the kitchen table. "From the central telephone exchange, which is here, there are 3 lines that leave Rovno." He pointed, his hands cracked and peeling from working as a dishwasher in a restaurant. "The main line goes west to Lutsk. Then we had a branch north to Klesov, and one south to Ostruk. From there our line went to Kiev, but it was often cut or blocked. The Russians interfered any way they could." "And the wireless telegraph? Is that something you knew about?" The man had been the regional accounting supervisor for the telephone system before the war. "There were 5 stations," he said. "So if we disabled those and cut the telephone lines—" "They would use the military wireless. I don't think you can silence them, sir." The prison guard had never liked his work. They paid him slave wages to sit on the lid of a garbage can, the way he saw it. But it was better than nothing, so he did what he had to do. A mean existence. Everything had to be watched, saved, rationed. Light bulbs, soap, coal, meat. He'd never, not once, had a lot of something he liked. His kids were gone, had their own sorry lives. His wife was still with him, mostly the church to thank for that, but whatever had once been inside her had died years ago. For himself, he sat in a bar after work and soaked up vodka until he was numb enough to go home. He would have liked, once he got older, to go back to the countryside where he'd been raised. Since the war, you could buy a small farm. It didn't take much, just more than he'd ever had. So when the offer came, he didn't say no. They'd probably watched him, the way he looked, the misery in his step. The old man who made the offer wasn't such a bad sort. Polish, with his sharp cheekbones like they had sometimes, and educated, maybe very educated. "You've had enough bad weather," the old man said. "Time to take a walk in the sunshine." Then he mentioned an amount of money, and the guard just nodded. "You don't have to do anything. the old man said. "Just draw what's inside. The corridors and the offices and the cells. And show me how it's numbered."
"What's going to happen?"
"They don't tell me. It's the Russians gave me this job."
"Bandits. We have some of them locked up."
"Just draw and number."
"I'll take care of it at home," the guard said.
The old man put a sheet of paper and a pencil in front of him. "Why not right now? There's nobody here." So the guard did it. And when his mind raced as he lay in bed that night, should he tell? Could he sell the old man to the Germans? Should he have demanded more money? He realized that his childish drawing was as good as a signed confession. That scared him. So he hid the money under the mattress and kept quiet. Vlach and Emilia shivered in the cold of the unheated garage. Outside, the snow whispered down, the air frozen and still. Henrik was exactly as Vlach had described him, square-jawed and square-shouldered, sleeves and collar buttoned up. An honest man, not a crooked bone in his body. It just happened that he was a patriot, and the construction executives hadn't really thought that through. Henrik was lying on his back under a large German truck, working with a wrench. His face reddened as one of the rusty bolts refused to give, then squeaked and turned. He pulled the muffler, laid it on the floor, and slid from beneath the truck, wiping his hands on a rag. "Start it up," he said. Emilia climbed into the cab and turned the key. The roar was deafening. It shook the window panes in the garage. Vlach appeared at the truck window, hands pressed against his ears, and Emilia had to read his lips even though he appeared to be shouting. "Turn that fucking thing off." In the silent apartment with the ticking clock, the sofas had been pushed back to the walls to make room on the floor. The doilies on the backs of the chairs were creased and stained where too many people had rested their heads, and the carpet, pale blue with a pattern of roses and vines, was also ruined, spotted with cosmoline and oil. The armory was laid out on the rug, 3 Simonovs, 3 Russian PPD submachine guns, the Piepechka, crude and lethal, named after the rhythm of its fire, 2 German machine pistols, all steel MP-34s. Known as the Bergmann, the weapon had been manufactured outside German borders to evade the armament limits of the Treaty of Versailles. There were the 2 VIS automatics that accompanied Emilia from London, the ones with the Polish eagle on the slide, and 4 VIS automatics made since the German occupation, no eagle. There were 2 American Colt 45s, a Hungarian Gépistol, 39M, a very fast machine pistol that fired Mauser export cartridges. For hand grenades, they had the variety called Shidolovka, manufactured in clandestine WWII workshops and named after the cans of Shidol polish they resembled, logically since the workshops were hidden in the Shidol factory. The brothers were 19 and 17, big and broad-shouldered and tow-headed. They walked around Rovno all day looking for a candidate. They saw an SS major outside the movie theater, German romantic films and newsreels of the victorious Wehrmacht on the Russian front, an SS sergeant, extremely tall and thin, leaving a restaurant, 2 SS corporals ogling girls on the bridge over the small stream that ran through Rovno. Then, late in the afternoon, they found another SS sergeant, of medium build, looking at the stills posted on the outside of the movie theater. After some consideration, he paid and went inside. They did too. He wandered down the aisle. They took seats near the back. Not much of an audience, mostly German soldiers on their off-duty hours. On the screen, a man in a tuxedo sitting in an elegant nightclub, speaking rapid German to a blonde woman with tight curls and a black dress with a white bib collar. She looked down and bit her lip. He had smooth black hair and a thin mustache. The brothers didn't speak much German, but they could tell the man was apologizing. The woman wasn't really sure how she felt. She kept giving the man shy glances from beneath her dark eyelashes. "I'm supposed to love darling Helmut. What could be the matter with me?" is what she seemed to be saying to herself. Then a commotion at the entrance to the room where a maitre d' stood guard over a velvet rope. A handsome fellow wearing a yachting cap wanted to go down the steps, but the burly waiters wouldn't let him, and they struggled in front of some potted palms. The SS sergeant came up the aisle, and the older brother nudged the younger. They let some time lapse, then went into the men's room. The SS sergeant was buttoning his fly. Up close he was bigger than they'd thought. He had several medals and ribbons and a scar on his forehead, but the brothers were practiced and adept, and they had him strangled in short order. They stripped off his uniform and left him on the floor with his mouth wide open against the stained tile, still wearing the old green tie they'd used. The Charny prison on Zamkova Street. Quiet enough in the late afternoon. The weather had warmed up, leaving the cobbles awash in wet, dirty slush. The prison had been built in 1878, a series of courtyards behind a wall 10 feet high, with plaster peeling off the granite block. The neighborhood was deserted. Boarded-up clothing store, a burned-out tenement. People avoided Zamkova Street. D'Emilia walked along briskly as though he had business nearby. The windows visible from the street were opaque green glass covered by steel mesh. Dungeon was the word that came to mind. A sentry box with a big swastika flag stood to one side of the main gate. An old woman in black came through the door in the gate, pulling her shawl up over her head, then folding her arms around herself for warmth. A large brown truck, with its canvas top closed in back, came rumbling down the street and rolled to a stop in front of the sentry box. The driver joked with the guard. He was German, while the guard, they knew, was part of a Latvian SS unit used for duty outside the cell blocks. Day-to-day supervision inside the prison was managed by local Ukrainian warders. "Hey, you! What are you staring at?" D'Emilia turned to see who it was, 2 Germans in black and silver uniforms. D'Emilia smiled hesitantly and started to move away when one of them kicked him in the back of the leg. He fell, hard, comically, his feet flying up in the air into the cold slush. The Germans laughed and walked off. D'Emilia got to his feet and limped in the opposite direction. 26 November, 4:30 p.m. The assault commando gathered in the apartment. Group 1 had 4 men, D'Emilia, Vlach, and 2 he'd never met until that night. One with a nom de guerre, Kolya, in his 20s, lean and hard-eyed, and the other called Bron, the armourer, heavier and older, with a deceptively soft face. Group 2, 6 men, was led by a ZWZ officer who had parachuted into the Łódź area in late October, formerly an officer in a special reconnaissance unit of the Polish army. He had a full beard and was known as Jan. They all smoked nervously, looking at their watches, talking in low voices, going over the penciled maps of the prison again and again. Bron said, "I had better get busy," stood up and left the room. One of Jan's men was working the mechanism of a Bergmann machine pistol, the sound of the slide and lock, oiled steel on steel, cutting through the quiet voices. "Hey, Bron!" the man called to the armourer. Bron came out of the kitchen. He was wearing underpants, his bare legs red from the cold, had a cigarette stuck in the corner of his mouth, and was buttoning up an SS sergeant's tunic. "What is it?" he said. The man worked the Bergmann bolt and said, "Is this right?" "I had it apart this morning. It works." The man tried it one last time, then laid the weapon across his knees. D'Emilia looked at his watch. The minute hand was where it had been the last time he'd looked. His side hurt from where he'd fallen in the street the day before. Strong, that German. They liked to kick. It added insult to injury, the way they saw it, and they were good at it. Probably from all the soccer they played. "So?" Vlach said, and raised his eyebrows. He smiled a wise guy smile, but his face was very white. 11 of, Demilia said. Vlach didn't answer. Somebody was tapping his foot rhythmically against the leg of the sofa. Brunn came back in the room. Now in SS uniform, he put out the stub of one cigarette and lit another. Demilia stood. "It's time to go," he said. "Good luck to you all." Two of the men crossed themselves. Jan adjusted a fedora in front of the hall mirror. Demilia opened the apartment door, and the men flowed out quickly, automatic weapons held beneath overcoats, hats pulled down over their eyes. One of the men in Jan's unit patted Demilia on the shoulder as he went past and said, "Good luck." A neighbor heard people in the hallway, opened his door a crack, then closed it quickly. Demilia turned to look back into the dark apartment, then shut the door. On the door frame was a pen-sized outline with two empty screw holes where something had been removed. Demilia knew that Jews often kept a metal device by their front doors, though he couldn't remember what it was called. The people who had lived in the apartment had apparently taken it off, thinking perhaps that nobody would notice the outline, where it had once been fastened. With Brunn driving, they looked like three Gestapo executives with an SS chauffeur. The Opel turned into Zamkova Street, almost dark at 5 p.m., an hour before the Rovno curfew, a few people hurrying home with heads down. The second Opel and the truck, Jan's unit, continued on, heading for the entrance that led to the prison offices. The first Opel pulled up to the sentry box. Brunn opened the door, stood half in, half out of the front seat so the guard got a good look at the SS uniform. He started yelling orders in very fast German, angry and impatient and dangerous. The guard had seen such behavior before and hastened to open the gate. The car shot through, then one of the civilians rolled out of the back and headed for the sentry box on the run. The guard was puzzled. The running man, Kolya, put an automatic pistol against his temple. "Hand over your weapon," he said. The Latvian guard did as he was told. Kolya emptied the chamber and the magazine and returned the rifle. "Now, stand guard. Do everything as usual," he said, sitting down in the sentry box below the level of the window. He pressed the VIS against the base of the man's spine. "As usual," he said. The guard nodded. The second Opel and the truck pulled into the street that ran perpendicular to Zamkova. Two ladders were taken from the truck and placed against the wall. The prison had been built to keep people from getting out. Very little thought had been given to keeping them from getting in. As Jan's unit climbed the ladders, the truck was driven 50 yards farther down the street and parked, its engine idling loud enough to cover the sound of gunfire from behind the prison wall. The street sentry box was visible from the interior guard station, so Brunn drove the Opel at normal speed, then stopped and shouted angrily in German. The guard didn't understand what all the fuss was about. "What's the matter?" he asked the SS sergeant. Dimly, he could see two men in civilian suits in the car. That meant important security types. Evidently the poor bastard driving the car had been bullied by his superiors, but why take it out on him? The SS sergeant sputtered and turned red. The guard shrugged and opened the gate. The car sped through. One of the men in civilian clothes got out and ran toward him. Not right. He went for his rifle. Demilia readied himself, his fist tight on the door handle. The Opel jerked to a stop. He shoved the back door open and jumped out. All he could see of the Latvian guard was a pale face in the darkness. The face seemed puzzled and faintly offended. 3 paces from the sentry box, their eyes locked, and everyone knew everything. The guard reacted, snatched for a rifle in the sentry box. Demilia brought the VIS up and pulled the trigger as he ran. It bent the guard in two, arms folded across his stomach. Demilia moved around him, took a moment to steady his hand, then shot him 4 times in the side of the head. The man dropped to his knees, then pitched forward on his face. Demilia ran back to the car and climbed in. "All right, go to the next gate." Jan and 3 of his men climbed over the wall into the administrative courtyard of the prison. A trained commando, Jan had memorized every detail of the guard's sketch. He looked around the courtyard and saw that each doorway and gate was where the map had said it was. A young clerk coming down the stairway from the prison office dropped an armload of files when he saw the machine pistols and the men in the hats with the brims pulled down. He choked off a yell, threw his hands in the air, stood absolutely still. Jan opened a door at the top of the stairs. There were 3 more clerks. The German warden and his German assistant had separate offices at the end of the room. "Raise your hands," Jan said. The clerks did as they were told. 2 of Jan's men pulled the Germans from their office chairs and stood them against a wall. The warden had been a Nazi street fighter in the 1930s, and the Rovna prison was his reward for faithful service. He'd put on weight since those days and wore a fine suit, but he met Jan's stare with defiance. "Are you Herr Kruger, the warden?" Jan asked. "Yes." "Please give me the keys to blocks 4 and 6. "I cannot." Jan raised the machine pistol so Kruger could look down the barrel. Kruger closed his eyes, pressed his lips closed, and drew himself up to his full height. The Hungarian weapon fired a heavy, high-velocity bullet. The warden was thrown back against the wall so hard the plaster cracked, and he left a long red smear as he slid to the floor. Jan turned the weapon toward the assistant warden. "Please give me the keys to blocks 4 and 6, he said. The assistant trembled with fear, but he would not give in. "Is that your answer?" Jan asked. The man made a sound. Resistance? Assent? Jan shrugged and fired a long burst. The man screamed once before he died. One of the clerks yelled, Here are keys. In this drawer. Take them, please." In a room down the corridor, a clerk hid behind a bank of filing cabinets. He heard gunfire, heard the assistant warden cry out, heard several minutes of silence, and carefully lifted the receiver off a telephone and held it to his ear, tapping the disconnect bar impatiently with his finger. But the line was dead. A darkened courtyard bordered by cell blocks, cobblestones worn smooth by half a century of prisoners' felt slippers. At the center, an iron grating sparkling with frost. Demilia and Vlach ran across the courtyard, bent low to the ground. They reached an entry marked south in Cyrillic and used the arched doorway as cover. Charney Prison was silent, the inmates forbidden to talk, so they could hear the jangle of keys as warders moved along the corridors, the idling truck on the other side of the wall, the high-low sirens of German and Ukrainian police in the streets of Rovna. A voice called, another answered, a third laughed. Guards on one of the cell blocks. Then footsteps, 3 or 4 running men, and Jan and 2 others came out of the darkness. "Everybody all right?" Demilia whispered. Jan nodded. "We shot the wardens." "Keys?" "Yes." Jan was breathing hard. He rummaged through a ring of keys, peering at the stamped markings. He removed 2 keys and handed them to Demilia. "Block 4, he said. "Good, we go out as planned." "No change. See you in better times." "Yes, see you then," Demilia said. Demilia turned the key and opened the grill that led to Block 4. It creaked when it opened, then clanged shut. A warder came around the corner and said, "Tomek!" Vlach had the machine pistol pressed against his chest before he knew what was happening. He gasped with surprise, dropped a wooden club with a clatter that echoed down the corridor. Demilia pulled the man's arms behind him and wound a piece of wire around his wrists. He thought at first that the warder was a fat man, but he wasn't. The muscles in his shoulders and back were massive, and the smell of him, like stale garlic, cut through the prison odor of open drains and crumbling stone. "Prisoner Kravinsky," Vlach whispered. "Which?" "Kravinsky." "Yes. Wait, it's that corridor, second to the last, on the left. You see, I don't give you a problem." "On the floor," Demilia said. The guard gave a nervous laugh, went to one knee, then both. "Like this, you see, sirs? No trouble from me." Demilia pushed him over on his side and began wiring his ankles together. "Sirs?" The guard's voice was very high now. "You're going to let men out of these cells? Don't leave me tied up here, I beg you." Demilia didn't answer. He ripped the keys off the warder's belt, held them in front of the man's eyes, and began going through them. "Yes, there," the man said. He was fading now, drifting toward death, before anyone touched him. Demilia could see it. The prisoners, in cells lining the twilit corridor, came to their barred doors and watched with curiosity. 2 men with weapons, moving quickly. No uniforms, no warder. For the moment, Demilia and Vlach ignored them. In the second cell from the end on the left, a man sat on a bed, a wood frame suspended from the wall by 2 chains. He was tall and wiry, with a mournful face and hair shaved to a colorless stubble. a hard head and soft eyes. He was clean-shaven, but a cavalry moustache would not have been out of place. Sergeant Krivinsky, Demilya now saw. The man stared at Demilya and Vlach without much interest. They were only the most recent in a long line of men with guns who'd come for him. "Are you Sergeant Krivinsky?" "Yes," the man said, meaning, "if you like." As the three left the cell block, the keys were passed to other prisoners. In Block 6, Jan and his group freed the 2 ZWZ officers, a group of Russian partisans, all the political prisoners, and the women in the adjoining wing. The pandemonium was just getting started when Demilya and Vlach and the sergeant reached the Opel, Ukrainian guards running for their lives, prisoners running out into the streets of Rovno. Some would escape, and police units would be busy for days. At the Zamkova Street intersection, they saw Jan's truck rocking from side to side as it sped away from the prison. The Opel wound through the back alleys of Rovno. There were sirens now, as the attack on Charny prison began to draw in security elements. They first dropped Kolya at a hideout, a room above a pharmacy, then Vlach on the outskirts of the city at a lumber yard. A few miles down the road, the Opel stopped at the edge of a small village. Bron tapped the horn 3 times, and an ancient farm truck rolled out of a snow-covered lane. The driver of the truck joined Bron in the Opel. They waved goodbye and drove off in the direction of Rovno. Demilya and the sergeant sat in the cab of the truck, changed into sheepskin jackets, old boots, and new identity papers. They waited until dawn, then in first light headed for the Razakavia band in the farmhouse at the edge of the forest. Demilya never went more than 20 miles an hour. The tires were old and battered, the road ice over frozen mud, and patches of ground fog turned the windshield white. As they drove along, Krivinsky told his story. "The NKVD sergeant, the man whose dog had been sick, he came to the wire one day and told me, 'You go to Moscow to the training school because if you stay here, well,' I understood what he meant. I never saw him again, but he saved my life. The major who had run my regiment was still in the camp at that time, and he told me how to go about it. He was a reserve officer, a chemist from Łódź, an important man. Well, it was just like he said it would be. I asked for a book about communism, and I read it, and I discussed it with a guard. A political type called me into his office, and he gave me another book. That went on for a month or two. Then they moved me to a separate part of the camp, and they left a gate open." Krivinsky laughed. "I'd been told they would do that, and they did. I ignored it. Then a week later the provocateur, a little man that worked around the office, came to me and said, 'I know your game. Let's you and me work together and get ourselves out of here.'" "What did you do?" "Went directly to the camp commandant and turned him in. And that really seemed to make a difference. That earned their trust. About 2 weeks later I went east. It was a kind of school on Arbat Street, in an old mansion, and also at the university. A school for guerrilla fighting. Nothing like that in Poland. Oh, maybe for officers, but not for an enlisted man like me. They had all kinds of people there from everywhere in Europe. We could barely talk to one another. Estonians and Lithuanians and Hungarians, Frenchmen and Belgians, all kinds. They taught us how to blow up a train, how to ambush a column. But they also spent time on political matters, putting out a newspaper and getting it into people's hands, by leaving it on trains or mailing it to addresses in the phone book. They taught assassination, how to force peasants to fight for you, how to infiltrate organizations. Then, in August, after the German attack on Russia, they dropped me by parachute into the Tsuman forest. I was to search out a certain band and work to bring them under the control of the Znamensky Street Center, the GRU in Moscow. What happened? I went home, Krivinsky said. It wasn't that simple or easy. And it took time and luck. But that's what I did. They reached the farm at dusk, were given something to eat. The sergeant spent some time with his brother, then they were given blankets and taken to a hayloft on the second floor of an old stone stable. There they fell into a dead sleep, awakened at 5 a.m., when German anti-partisan units and Ukrainian militia, acting on a tip from an informer, attacked the farm. They got very close, killing the sentries silently as they came. 300 of them, Ukrainian militia led by a special SS unit, men imprisoned for poaching game in Germany, recruited to hunt humans, partisans, in the forests of Poland. It was a hand grenade that woke Captain D'Amelio. It blew a hole in the corner of the stable and set the beams on fire. By the flickering light he saw militia running across a frozen pond. He kicked himself free of his blanket and ran to a window, Simonov in hand. Down below, on the ground floor of the stable, some of the partisans were shouting to one another, trying to organize a defense, but the guards out in the forest were lying in the leaves with their throats cut, and it was too late to organize much of anything. The Germans had a heavy machine gun in the woods. They traversed window to window across the outbuildings, the main house, then the stable. Only Frontek's final cry alerted D'Amelio to the gunfire, and he dove below the sill just as it reached him. He crawled over to help, but Frontek simply stared at him, upside down, eyes wide, a look of indignation frozen on his face. Sergeant Kravinsky knew how to do these things. He waited until the machine gun moved to the next building, then fired a long burst at its muzzle flare with a machine pistol. This occasioned a change of gunners, a few moments of reorganization, but nothing more. By then the fire in the beams had taken hold, and it was getting hard to see and to breathe on the upper floor. One of the defenders from down below rushed halfway up the stairway, yelled something, then tumbled, dead weight, back down. A moment later a rifle was poked up from the stairs and fired, blind. A partisan reached down and pulled it up, a very surprised Ukrainian hanging on the other end. The sergeant shot him. Then Kravinsky and D'Amelio exchanged a certain look. The time we always knew would come has come, and led the others on the second floor in running down the open stairway. Nobody really wanted to burn to death in a stable. Kravinsky was shot, but the impulse turned out to have been a good one. There were only 5 or 6 militia gathered at the foot of the stairway. Triumphant, blood on the walls, dead militia, dead partisans, but undermanned, a successful attack that had spent its strength en route. 2 Ukrainians leaped on D'Amelio. Partisans taken alive were worth gold to the Germans. He fell over backward under the weight, but had the foresight to jump with the VIS in his hand, so he shot each one in the abdomen, and they rolled off him in a hurry. He struggled to his feet, saw Kravinsky staggering around with blood on his shirt, grabbed him by the collar and pulled him outside, into a cloud of hot black smoke from the burning farmhouse. They both went flat. The smoke made it hard to breathe, but it gave them a moment's camouflage, a moment to think. D'Amelio, VIS in one hand, Kravinsky's collar in the other, decided to crawl into the farmhouse, hoping that Razakavia or somebody was holding out there. It was deserted, except for Couture. He had been wounded, badly. He was sitting on a couch, holding a light machine gun by its tripod, the feeder belt snaked around his shoulders, the barrel pointed at the front door. His face was white. He would not live much longer. "I'm at the back door," he said. "They have retreated." "Goodbye, Couture," D'Amelio said. "Goodbye," Couture said. He dragged Kravinsky toward the back door, was almost there, when a shadow flew at him from behind an overturned table. He swung the VIS, then saw it was the Jewish woman who had given him tea one morning when he'd first arrived in the forest. "I ask you to shoot me," she said formally. He had no time to think about it. Kravinsky's weight was beginning to pull hard, not a good sign. The woman put her hands on his forearm. "Please," she said, "I don't want to be tortured." She was right. The militia liked the screams of women. He pointed the VIS at her forehead. She looked at him, closed her eyes, then lifted her face. But he couldn't. His hand would not kill her. "No," he said. "Come with me." He dragged Kravinsky forward, and she followed, holding onto his shirt in the billowing smoke. The truck! D'Amelio had driven it a little way into the forest the night before. Now it saved their lives. The starter failed 4 or 5 times, then he forced himself to a slow and determined effort, pulled the choke out where it belonged, and babied the truck to life. It sputtered and coughed, but it did not die. It took all his strength to ease the big clutch up slowly enough not to stall the engine. His teeth ground with effort and concentration, but he did it. The truck crawled forward, slow but steady, moving down a narrow path into the forest. Branches broke off against the windshield. The wheels climbed over downed logs and rocky outcrops. Occasionally the tires spun on the ice. D'Amelio let some air out, and that enabled them to grip better, somehow finding traction on the frozen earth. He saw Razakavia once more. A few miles west of the farmhouse, the forest divided, low hills rising from either bank of a small river. D'Amelia took the right fork, then, an hour after sunrise, found himself on a section of road where foresters had long ago built a corduroy track of cut logs. He stopped the truck to let the engine cool down, and there, 300 yards away, his horse moving at a brisk walk along the bank of the frozen river, was Razakavia. A scout, riding well in advance of the main party, disappeared into the trees as D'Amelia watched. The main body of riders was strung out a long way, some of them riding double, many of them slumped over, perhaps wounded, certainly exhausted. Razakavia rode at the front, his white hair and beard stark against the grey-green forest, a rifle slung across his back. They stopped at midday. There was still gasoline in the truck, and the corduroy track had continued without interruption. Perhaps they had happened on one of the vast estates owned by the Polish nobility in the 19th century, the road maintained by the Count's foresters for the use of wagons during the hunting season. The woman he had saved had told him her name was Shura. She had, since they'd fled the burning farmhouse, tried to make Kravinsky comfortable as best she could, but at last she said to D'Amelia, "I think now we must stop for a little time." He knew what she meant and turned off the engine. "Thank you," Kravinsky whispered, grateful for a few moments of peace. The slow, jolting progress of the truck over the log road had been agony for him, though he had never once complained. When the ignition was turned off, the forest was immediately a very different place, cold and clean, with a small wind, quiet except for the creak of frozen branches. With Shura's help, he settled Kravinsky on the matted pine needles beneath a tree, and covered him with an old blanket they'd found on the seat of the truck. When Shura tucked the blanket beneath his chin, Kravinsky closed his eyes and smiled. "Much better," he said. He went to sleep, and a half-hour later he was gone. There was no question of burial in the frozen ground, so they folded his hands on his chest and scratched his name on a rock and set it by his head as a gravestone. Contrary to D'Amelia's fears, the truck started and moved forward along the corduroy road. The loss of Kravinsky hurt, a life that should have continued, and D'Amelia wondered at the cost of the rescue when he considered the result. Nonetheless, in its own terms, the operation had succeeded. Olenek had been specific. They wanted the sergeant, but if that proved impossible, they wanted the sergeant's story. Well, that at least they would have, if he managed to get back to Warsaw. He was, he calculated, 100 miles southeast of the town of Biała, and from there it was another 125 miles to Warsaw. In a leather passport case he had 2 pairs of railroad tickets for himself and Kravinsky, along with the necessary documents for travel from the Rovno area to Biała and from there on to Warsaw. His papers were good, and he had money in various forms, but he had no water, no food, and no gasoline. He had a pistol with 3 rounds, and no idea what he was going to do with the woman sitting next to him. He stared at her a moment. Wrapped in a long black coat and a black shawl, she sat up properly, back straight, bounced around by the motion of the truck. Even wearing the shawl like a Ukrainian peasant, drawn across the brow so that it hid the hairline, she had a certain look: curved nose, dark eyes, thick eyebrows, and shadowy, somber skin. Someone who could have blended into the Belarusian or Ukrainian population would not have been a problem. But Shura looked exactly like what she was, a Jew. And in that part of the world, people would see it. The forest bands preyed on Jews, especially on Jewish women. And the only alternative to the forest was a railway system crawling with SS guards and Gestapo. D'Amelia knew they would demand papers at every stop. "Shura," he said. "Yes?" Her voice seemed resigned. She knew what this was about. "What am I to do with you?" "I do not know," she said. "Do you have identity papers?" "I burned them. Better to be a phantom than a Jew." A family? They were forced into the ghetto, in Tarnopol. After that, I don't know. By accident, I wasn't there the day the Germans came, and I fled to the forest with my cousin. He was 17. Asakavia agreed to take us in. I cooked, carried water, made myself useful any way I could. My cousin was killed a few weeks later during an attack on a German train. "I'm sorry," Demilius said. "And were you married in Tarnopol?" "No, and no prospects, though I suppose eventually something would have been arranged. They sent me away to study music when I was 12 years old. They thought I was a prodigy, but I wasn't. So then I had to do something respectable, and I became a piano teacher. A bad piano teacher, I should add. Children mostly didn't like me, and I mostly didn't like them." They rode in silence for a time. "See?" she said. "I am everything you ever dreamed of." She let him know, without saying it directly, that he could have her if he liked. She would not resist. But that wasn't what he wanted. A woman taken by some rite of sanctuary. Still, by the time it was dark that night, it was evident that they would have to sleep holding each other or die. They lay on the seat of the truck in each other's arms, the blanket wrapped around them, the windows closed tight and clouded over with their breath. Outside, the November moon, the hunter's moon, was full, a cold, pale light on the frozen river. A clear night. The million stars were silver. She was warm to hold, her breath on his temple. When she dreamed, her hands moved. It brought him memories. The embrace with Shura. Long ago, the girls of his 20s. His wife. He missed love. He wondered if war had made it impossible for him. In the drift of his mind, he paused on what it would be like to slide her skirt up to her waist. He sighed, shifted his weight. The springs creaked. Where the cold, sharp air touched his skin, it actually hurt, and he pressed his face against her shoulder. Sometimes she slipped, and sometimes he did. The road ended. They let the truck roll down the hill, a foot at a time. It took forever, and out onto the gray ice of the river. They managed 5 or 6 miles an hour that way, headed east of north by his calculations. They discovered a tiny settlement on the shore, pole-built docks coated with ice in the morning sun. They bought some black bread and salt from a woman who came down to the river to stare at them. From an old ferryman they bought a jar to melt ice in so they could have water. "Bzhesh Nadbukiem," he said, pointing north. Brest-Litovsk. He smiled and rubbed his whiskers. They were on, he told them, a tributary of the river Bug. The gray clouds came in that afternoon, and a white fog rose off the ice. Now they drove even slower because it was hard to see. He worried about fuel, but the truck had a large tank, and 100 miles wasn't too much to ask of it when they could only go a few miles an hour. Then there were no more settlements. The rise of the hills above them grew steep, the woods thicker, no trails to be seen. And the river narrowed with every mile. Finally, when it was only 10 feet wide, the ice changed. The truck wouldn't go any more. The tires spun, the engine roared, and the back slid sideways. But that was all. Slipping on the ice, they tried to pile sticks beneath the back wheels, but the truck would not go forward. "So," Shura said. She meant it was finished, but she was glad they had tried it. What awaited them was at least peaceful, no more than going to sleep. He agreed. For him, it was enough that somebody was there, that he would not have to be alone. He turned off the ignition. The sky was fading above the hills. Night was an hour away. It was colder now, much colder. They lay down on the seat. and held each other beneath a warm blanket. "I am so cold," she said. The wind that night made it even colder, but the fog blew away, and a vast white moon rose above the hillside. A field of reeds sparkled with frost, and they saw a wolf, a grey shadow trotting along the river. It stopped and looked at them, then went on, pads silent on the ice. At last the world has frozen, he thought. A winter that would never end. They tried in every way not to go to sleep, but they were very tired, and there was nothing more they could do. She fell asleep first, then him. The truck stood silent on the ice. A few flakes of snow drifted down, then more. The cloud began to gather, and the moon faded away until there was hardly any light at all. The snow fell heavier now, hissed down, a white blanket on the river and the hills and the truck. He woke up suddenly. The window of the truck was opaque, and it was not so cold as it had been. He touched her, but she did not move. Then he held his hand against her face, and she stirred, actually managed a smile, putting her hand on top of his. "We're going," he said. She opened one eye. He didn't move his hand. "Shura, look at the window," he said. "Sometimes you can't drive on ice, but you can drive on snow." They drove through the war that night, but it didn't want them just then. They saw panzer tanks and armored cars positioned on a bridge. An SS officer, a dark silhouette leaning on the railing, watched the truck as it passed beneath him, but nothing happened. A few miles north of there, a village had been burned down, smoke still rising from the charred beams. And twice they heard gunfire, machine gun answering machine gun, tracer rounds in the darkness like sparks blown across the sky. Sometimes the snow fell in squalls, swirling, wind-blown. Then it cleared, the clouds rolling east, the frozen river shimmering in the moonlight. Emilia drove with both hands gripping the wheel, coaxing the truck along the ice, riding the snow that gave them traction. Shura pointed out a small road that led up a hill from the river, perhaps an abandoned ferry crossing. Emilia stopped the truck and climbed the hill. He found a well-used dirt road and an ancient milestone that pointed the way to Biawa. It took a long time to get the truck off the river. Emilia and Shura knelt by the tires and studied the surface like engineers, finally building a track of branches to the edge of the shore. It worked. Engine whining, wheels spinning. The truck lurched, swayed sideways, then climbed. Once on the upper road, Emilia let the engine idle while he got his breath back. "Where are we?" Shura asked. "Not far from Biawa. A few hours if nothing goes wrong." He eased the clutch into first gear, moved off slowly on the rutted road. Midnight passed, then 1 a.m. They drove through snow-covered forest, boughs heavy and white, bent almost to the ground. Shura fell into an exhausted sleep, then woke suddenly as they bounced over a rock. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to abandon you." "I'm all right," Emilia said. "I should have helped to keep you awake. I can sing something if you like." "You don't have to." "I can discuss, certainly music, Chopin, or Rachmaninoff." The engine steamed as the truck climbed a long hill. At the crest, Emilia braked gently to a stop. They were on a wooded height above Biawa. Directly below, a poor neighborhood at the edge of town, crooked one-story houses, crooked dirt streets, white with frost. Wisps of wood smoke hung above the chimneys in the still air. Emilia drove the truck to the side of the road and turned off the ignition. "Now, we wait for dawn for the end of the curfew. Then we can go into the open-air market with the produce trucks from the countryside. Once we get there, we can make contact with the local ZWZ unit. Our luck, it's a good one, very good. They'll move us the rest of the way into Warsaw, in a freight train maybe, or hidden in a vegetable wagon." They sat and stared out the window. It seemed very quiet with the engine off. "Perhaps it would be best if I stayed here," Shura said. "You know somebody here?" "No." "You wouldn't last long." "No, probably not. But at least—" "You'd have it over with?" D'Amelio shook his head angrily. No, that isn't right. We'll hide you," he said. "Not in the ghetto, somewhere in Warsaw. One of the working-class neighborhoods, with friends of ours. It won't be easy, but if you're able to stay in the apartment, if you avoid people, in other words, if you can live in hiding, you'll survive. You'll need some luck, but you'll see the end of the war." "And you?" "Me?" D'Amelio shrugged. "I have to keep fighting," he said. "The Germans, the Russians, perhaps both. Perhaps for years and years. But I might live through it, you never know. Somebody always seems to survive, no matter what happens. Perhaps it will be me." He was silent for a time, staring at the sleeping town. "There was a moment about a year ago. Someone I knew in Paris. 'Let's just go to Switzerland,' she said. I could have. Maybe I should have, but I didn't. I missed my chance, but I don't really know why. I had a friend, a Russian. He had theories about these things. A world of bad people and good people. A war that never seems to end. You have to take sides. I don't know. Maybe that's the way it is." He paused, then smiled to himself. "Honestly, Shura, right now, I will be happy when the sun comes up. The marketplace will be full of people. There'll be a fire in a barrel, a way to get a hot cup of coffee. It's possible." He laughed. "Hot coffee?" Shura said. "And some bread, why not?" They sat close together in the truck, trying to stay warm. He held her tightly. She pressed against his side. In time, the darkness faded, and the first sunlight hit the rooftops. A flock of pigeons flew up in the air. A dog barked. Another answered.
The end. You've been listening to The Polish Officer by Alan Furst, narrated by George Guidell. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends another title from Alan Furst, Dark Voyage, also narrated by George Guidell. War and espionage, spies and fugitives, love in secret hotel rooms, and courage in the face of impossible odds, set in Northern Europe of 1941, Dark Voyage is taut with suspense and pounding battle scenes. It is authentic, powerful, and brilliant, from whom the New York Times calls America's preeminent spy novelist. We also recommend The Plot Against America by Philip Roth, narrated by Ron Silver. Renowned aviation hero and rabid isolationist Charles A. Lindbergh, immediately upon taking office as the 33rd President of the United States, negotiates a cordial understanding with Adolf Hitler after publicly blaming the Jews for pushing the country toward a pointless war with Germany. Imagining the defeat of Franklin Roosevelt in the 1940 presidential election, Philip Roth recounts what it was like for his Newark family, and for a million such families all over the country, during the menacing years of the Lindbergh presidency, when American citizens who happened to be Jews had every reason to expect the worst.